All issues resolved at 9:15 a.m. We'll call the meeting to order. Clerk, will you please conduct roll call?
Certainly. Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Carbasi.
Here.
Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Chavez. Here. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Vice President Maxwell.
Present.
And Council President Esparza.
Present. All right. Next, we will have our invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If we could all please stand, if you're able. Let me see. Our invocation is going to be by Reverend Ana Maria Lopez from Utah Community. Is she with us today? Come on down. Welcome. We'll go ahead and hear the invocation first.
Thank you.
And then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance afterwards.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. As we gather together in the name of the great Creator, all that is, that we be the expression of love, that we be the expression of hope, trust, and community. That we come together as brothers and sisters and see each other, all beings of all colors, as one, in unity, as peace. For peace is the power at the heart of God. It is through the revelation of the self to the self that one understands life, that she approaches the power which is at the very heart of Creator. This comes through a recognition of our unity of the individual with the co-creativeness of spirit, back of, in, and through that all that is. We honor all two-legged, all four-legged, all winged brothers and sisters, the brothers and sisters of the waters, the creepy-crawly, slithery kind. We are on this great creation of our Earth Mother. May we stand upon her in love and in light, but with hope, trust, and lovingness for our brothers and sisters. That we know that we have given you our hope and our trust. That we as a community move together as chosen, that we represent the 7 generations from behind us, not to repeat any mistakes, but to move forward as a community and one in unity. We say this in God's name, of the highest and the most divine. We are here because we have said yes to remember, to move forward in one heart and one purpose for all beings that are here, all that are in front of me, all that are behind me. We move forward with this knowing of God's love for the next 7 generations. I say thank you, God, and amen. Aho mitakiyo yasin. May you be blessed in all your relations. Aho, thank you so much.
Thank you for that thoughtful invocation. Councilor Bredefeld, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, we're going to move on to the approval of the agenda. City Clerk, would you like to read changes into the agenda?
Certainly. First off, Proclamation for Black History Month, file ID 22-291, is being co-sponsored by Councilmember Arias. There is no longer an issue with 1M. That is remaining as is. It is on your list of changes, but that is no longer being changed. Item 3A, General Administration Item ID 22-225, Resolution Adopting a Residential Speed Hump Policy, is being changed by District 3, and I will read those changes into the record right now. So on
City Clerk, if I may interrupt you, we're going to hold off the changes until we get to the item.
Okay, will do. Thank you. All right, now the following items are being continued to February 17th. Consent calendar item 1O, that is ID 22-246, a resolution to pursue the formation of a Veterans Memorial District, and that was removed at the request of Council Member Chavez. And the following items are being moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. Item 1G, that is 22-231, a resolution authorizing the Director or Designee of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Community Engagement Division within Parks to submit a grant application for $2.2 million to the California Violence Intervention and Prevention Program. That is being removed to the consent calendar by Councilmember Maxwell, or Vice President Maxwell, as is item 1H, 22-171, resolution to adopt the Fifth Amendment to Position Authorization Resolution, adding 107 full-time and 2 permanent part-time positions citywide, also pulled by Vice President Maxwell. Those are all the changes I've received.
All right, fantastic. I'm going to go in district order, ask around if you have any further items to pull or remove. Councilmember Soria. Oh, Councilmember Carbasi. Arias.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 1C for separate discussion from consent, and then table item 1K from the agenda with the return date once we meet with the administration over some parking issues in downtown.
Okay, so we have pulled 1C for discussion. Item 1K has been removed altogether indefinitely from the agenda. Council Member Chavez. Butterfield. Vice President? Okay, all right. It's a slow Thursday morning here at City Hall. Can I have a motion to approve the balance of the agenda?
Motion to approve. Second.
All right, first and a second.
You know what happened? Batman's coming out today, so we all want to go see it. That's what's going on.
Is it really tomorrow?
I think it's tomorrow. Yeah,
How did I
tonight's
miss that?
the option,
Oh, man, okay.
Excuse me, Council President. I just was informed by staff, item 1D, we need to push to the 17th, please.
Okay, so we're going to table item 1D as well.
To the 17th, please.
So you brought back next Thursday. Okay, so the makers of the motion are okay with that, item 1D removed. Any opposition to approving the agenda? All right. Seeing none, agenda is approved. We'll move on to ceremonial presentations. First up, we have a proclamation sponsored by Councilmember Soria honoring Central High Varsity Competition Cheer as the NCAA National Champions.
So good morning, everyone. I did want to call up our coach, Tina Tompkins, and then all the cheer team members to come on up here to the stage. Yeah, they're all excited. Half over here, half over here. I know we also have Brad Edmonds, who's the principal for Central East, if you want to join us as well. And then Darren Pittman, the district athletic director. So you want to come on down and join us. And we do have Gilbert here, PIO. You'll be taking pictures, I'm assuming. Awesome. Okay, so. So good morning, everyone, and good morning to Central. We are super excited to have champions in the house. How about we give it up to our champions? So today I'm excited to be recognizing this tremendous group of young people and the adults that are supporters of the work that they've been doing, their commitment to becoming star athletes in their cheer team and really making history in the city of Fresno. So we're proud of each and every one of you. For the first time, the cheer team went to nationals and won out of state in Texas. this last year, and so we want to recognize them for all their dedication and hard work in winning national champs. I do have, I think, which will be read from the proclamation, they have the top score, but really we want to recognize the dedication also of the coaches, because if we didn't have the support of coaches like Tina Tompkins, these students and athletes wouldn't thrive as they're thriving each and every day. So thank you for those adults that have supported them, that have mentored them, and that have taught them, all of the skills that you guys have mastered to get to you to this day to be a champion. So be proud of yourself. Fresno is proud, and so we want to thank you for making history in our school district at Central and for really leaving a mark in this community. You guys are the first, so you guys have set the bar high for all those folks that are coming right behind you. So keep at it. We appreciate you, and we're very proud of you. Yeah. So I want to give you an opportunity if you want to say a couple words, and I don't know if a couple of the students. I'll hold your purse.
It's okay. These kids definitely work hard, but we wouldn't be here without our administration from both our site. So I thank our administration, Brad Edmonds and Darren Pittman and Ray Hightower, but as well as our district administration. So Tammy Boatwright really helped us get here. With COVID, it was a lot, and almost our whole team had COVID about 3 weeks before we left. So it was a tremendous feat to get to Dallas, let alone compete. Last year, it was a COVID year, so we only got to compete virtually. And so it was really great to be able to be on stage again. I also would like to thank Stefan San Sebastian, who is also our comp coach, and he's not here with us today, but he is amazing, and he's helped us grow so much this year and last year. And all these girls and boys, are amazing, and I thank our seniors. We have 10 seniors up here that will be leaving us, who have been great leaders this year and have gotten us to this point. So you guys are awesome. I don't know what I'm going to do without you next year. And thank you for recognizing us today. They work 12 hours a week at least, and we're, yes, on top of, having some future valedictorians up here. And so it's a lot to put those extra hours in and also keep their studies up. So we're really proud of them for doing that and representing the school district well. So thank you.
Awesome. So let's give it again for all the young people, all the cheer team members. I did want to give an opportunity. I know the team members aren't expecting this, but I'd love to hear from at least one of the seniors and your experience being on the cheer team. Any volunteers? Don't be shy.
I just want to say that this was an amazing experience. We've never really done anything like this before, so I think to all of us it was just super special, and we don't get to do it again as seniors, so it was really valuable, and being able to have these jackets as mementos really will stick with us for a long time. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, awesome. Again, amazing work. Congratulations to the seniors that will be graduating. I know that it's hard to really juggle school and then sports and still, rise to the top academically. So congratulations to those of you who have risen to the top. And then to all those that still will continue to be students at the high school, keep working hard. The sky is the limit to all of you. You can be whatever you want to be. And I think what you guys saw from winning national champions, that means that you can reach to the highest. So never let anyone tell you that you can't do what you want to do. So sky's the limit. Keep up the good work. We are proud of you. And thank you for sharing this with us. It's a historic day here in the city of Fresno. So Mr. Clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas on January 21st, 2022, the Central High School varsity competition cheer team earned their first NCAA national championship title. The Grizzlies competed in the Varsity Co-ed Advanced Game Performance Division, having only competed as a co-ed team in California Interscholastic Federation Championships in the past. Whereas head coach Tina Tompkins and assistant coach Stefan San Nicolas led the varsity team through the 2021-2022 season with an undefeated record. The Grizzlies earned a total score of 95.5, which was their highest score of the season. Whereas the city of Fresno recognizes this accomplishment by Central High School's varsity competition cheer team and is proud to be represented in the athletic community throughout the nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the city of Fresno, Mayor and City Council congratulate Central High School's varsity competition cheer team on this historic win and hereby proclaim February 10th to be Central High Varsity Competition Cheer Team Day in the city of Fresno. Congratulations.
Oh, and I forgot, I have certificates for all of you, so let me get them.
All right, congratulations again. Next up, we have Councilmember Carbasi presenting a proclamation in honor of the World Day of Remembrance for Road Traffic Victims.
If I could have Public Works Director Scott Mosier and Mayor Dyer join me, as well as Joe Martinez and Susan Smith representing the Moore family. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Carbasi, council member for District 2 in Northwest Fresno. I'm joined here by our mayor, our amazing public works team. Thank you so much, Mr. Pinelli, Jill, and Scott Mosier for being here. Also, Susan Smith representing the Moore family, Tony Molina, District 2 resident, and Joe Martinez, Pinedale and City of Fresno champion. So we're talking about something that happens every October 26th since 2005, and that's World Day of Remembrance for traffic victims. These collisions are completely avoidable, and Fresno is no exception. Unfortunately, these things have happened in my district. They've happened all over the city. We've heard a lot this year about more collisions, but we have about 3,000, over 3,000 a year. These avoidable deaths happen right here in California. Fortunately, with BPAC, we've been making a lot of progress to adopting policies on this council to keep our community safe, and the mayor's going to talk a little bit about what we're doing. But there is a local cost to these avoidable deaths, and we have, of course, two people here that are going to talk about how it's affected their lives, and we'll have the mayor close us out if that's okay, and then we will have you please share your story. Oh, let's. Can we get a new? Are you okay to do it?
Yeah.
You want to wait?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for this resolution. My name is Susan Smith, and I am the District 7 representative for the City of Fresno's Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. But I am here today to represent my friend, Paul Moore, who was killed in a traffic collision on January 12th at the intersection of Bryant and Audubon while riding his bicycle. Paul loved all things bikey, anything with wheels. He had many accomplishments as a rider. He rode all over this country, Europe, and Japan, where he met his wife, Sia. They had a son, Andrew. But one of the accomplishments I admired most about him was his yearly resolve to complete 100 bicycle commutes from his home here to Kerman High School, where he taught English. 100 commutes. From his home in North Fresno to Kerman, 50 miles round trip. This provided lots of fuel for his storytelling. He made these commutes for 24 years. He retired last June. And this is the thing, exactly what city leaders are wanting people in Fresno to do. Replace a car trip with some other form of transportation. How can we do this if our roads are unsafe for us? Paul was a very safe rider. He rode defensively. He taught others where to place themselves in the road, where it was best to see and be seen. And that's why it's so tragic for us that he lost his life within 1 mile of his home. I believe that the infrastructure surrounding Woodward Park is very unsafe, and I ask that the city move quickly to make this area safe for all. Woodward Park attracts people from all over the city and county. Getting to and from the park needs to be just as safe as enjoying the park itself. I appreciate, Paul's family appreciates, and the BPAC members appreciate the mayor and the city council for making this resolution to remember victims of traffic violence. But this will still be a sad day for Paul's family and for his many, many friends. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say good morning to the mayor, to Mike Corbassi, the city council, to the staff that are here today, and to all of you, especially to the Paul Moore family, to you, Andrew, as well. This is not how I wanted to meet you. I'd like to thank Councilmember Mike Corbassi for his leadership and support, and for today's Day of Remembrance of traffic victims. Today, we are gathered to remember and celebrate the lives of our family, our friends, whose lives were cut short in roadway crashes. My thoughts and condolences are with the families impacted by this preventable and unnecessary traffic collision. I know firsthand the pain that is here. On June 5th, 2013, my son Paul, and if we could just turn the photo that way so that the council can see this. Paul was struck by a speeding driver in Fresno. I was absolutely devastated, and my life has changed forever since that day. I later learned that the driver was traveling well above the posted speed limit of 40 miles per hour, significantly increasing the chance of serious injury or death. After all, speed kills. Did you know that 90% of pedestrians are killed by someone traveling 40 and faster? Since that day, I've learned how our roads are designed and speed limits set with drivers in mind, with little thought to the most vulnerable road users, our friends, our children, our seniors who are walking and biking in their neighborhoods. I know that better street design and road safety improvements could have resulted in a different outcome for Paul Moore and for Paul Martinez and so many other road traffic victims. I've dedicated the last years to making sure no family has to experience the same tragedy. I've joined CalWalk's board, where today I serve as the board president. CalWalks is the largest state organization in California representing our pedestrians and promoting street safety, but also as a way to pay homage to my son. I also served on the City of Fresno's Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, appointed by Councilmember Soria, promoting safer streets, talking with the media about the impact of crashes on our families, and teaming up with our local elected officials, because yes, they have a huge role in this, to increase awareness. My advocacy efforts have transformed my life, growing to include serving as a board member and supporting the Families for Safe Streets, this button that I wear. I actually travel to San Francisco 5 hours every time by train so that I could advocate for families there, but really because there's no organization like Families for Safe Streets here in Fresno. So hopefully we get a chapter here. Since Paul's death, I've used my voice to fight so that our friends and our family can walk safely and ride a bike in their communities. In closing, I want to thank our city leaders, Mayor Carbassi and all the council members and our folks that are here for taking the steps to create a strategic plan. We have to be very strategic to end tragic deaths in Fresno by taking a systematic approach to road safety. We cannot put a Band-Aid on this problem and say that's a solution. That is not a solution. In his statements on the National Roadway Safety Strategy last week, Pete Buttigieg, Secretary of Transportation, announced the agency's new strategy stating that, and I'm quoting him, Americans deserve to travel safely in their communities, and that zero is the only acceptable number of deaths and serious injuries on our roadways. 0. I look forward in working with our city leaders, our safety advocates, and our cycling community in creating a clear, urgent, this is urgent, folks, we can no longer wait. Just this week alone, 3 pedestrians have died since planning this event. We must be urgent and we must be cohesive. That means all of us working together to make 0 traffic deaths a reality in the city of Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for talking to us about Paul. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you to the Moore families for being here. It's not easy. If there's anything we can do for you personally, the mayor is going to talk about what we're actually doing to bring about change that he and Councilmember Bredefeld and I have been working on. But I'm grateful you're here, but I'm sorry you're here at the same time. But if there's anything we can do, we're here, and your city is behind you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And again, I too am sorry for the loss. And you know, this is something that's near and dear to me for a lot of reasons. I spent 40 years in law enforcement, in the last 18 as a police chief. And one of the things that I quickly realized when I became the chief was the fact that in 2002 we had more people died in our city from traffic collisions than we did from actual homicides. And the people who were dying in these traffic collisions were people who were obeying traffic laws for the most part. They were a pedestrian, they were a bicyclist, they were driving through an intersection on a green light. Unfortunately, oftentimes people are speeding, run a red light, or just not paying attention as they're driving, and someone ends up getting seriously injured or killed. And I'm proud to say during my time we quadrupled the size of our traffic unit, and we were able to reduce our traffic fatalities in half. Unfortunately, that was still far, far, far too many, and 0 should be our citywide goal. I'm pleased to say that there are some things that we are working on You know, I always say that what Satan intends for evil, God will use for good. And sometimes it takes a tragedy to cause us to do right things. And so today we're going to be actually out there at 12:30 today by Woodward Park, talking about a number of the things we're going to do immediately in the city. Some of those things are being done this week by our folks in Public Works. But we're going to be announcing those things that enhance the safety of people, pedestrians and bicyclists in and around that Woodward Park area on Friant as well as Audubon, and both short-term and long-term plans for that to occur. So we will be revealing that later on today. So again, my honor today to be standing here to recognize those who have lost their life, but at the same time it is a sad moment that we have to gather today for this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thank you so much to our amazing Public Works staff. We can't do any of the things we're going to do today without you and with Vision Zero. So great. Thank you so much. And again, thank you for being here. I don't know how you do it, but to the Moore family, you're holding us accountable. Thank you again.
Hey, Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes, Councilmember.
If I may, I
course.
just wanted to publicly express my condolences to the Moore family. And Joe, you know, a lot of people don't know, but Joe was one of my first bosses when he was at the sanctuary. And I still remember Paul as a little boy. I know you miss him, and I remember that tragic accident. And as the mayor said, and my colleagues said, we're working on making things a little bit safer. And I just want to thank our team, Scott, Andrew, and the team for, you know, especially a lot of those protected bike lanes that we've installed here and throughout the city. Thank you for doing that, especially on Lane Avenue, right by the park. I think we're trying to make things safer for our children and for our adults. And I had some close friends reach out. I know Mr. Moore was an educator in Kerman, and as a former teacher, I relate to that, especially with somebody that's so passionate and committed to our kids and our youth. So I just want to express that and thank you for the advocacy work that you've been doing for a number of years, Joe. And hopefully in the future we can coordinate on working in some projects in Southeast Fresno. Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Great. Clerk, if you wouldn't mind reading the proclamation into the record. Thank you.
Whereas on October 26, 2005, the World Day of Remembrance for Road Traffic Victims was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly as the appropriate acknowledgement for victims of road traffic crashes and their families. And whereas the purpose is to remember the millions of people killed in roadway crashes worldwide each year, an average of 3,195 lives lost annually in California last decade. And according to Fresno PD, 58 people were killed on Fresno's roadways last year. According to UC Berkeley's Safe Transportation Research and Education Center, this is higher than Fresno's average of 38 deaths over the past decade, numbers that also represent loved ones and friends whose lives will be forever altered by these losses. And whereas it is also meant to serve as an opportunity to thank emergency service providers and first responders, to reflect on the tremendous burden and emotional consequences of road traffic crashes to families and communities, and to commit to taking steps to create a strategic plan to end traffic deaths in Fresno. And whereas the U.S. Department of Transportation has recently committed itself to implementing a national roadway safety strategy. Whereas as a city, we strive to make our streets safer for all road users, including motorists, pedestrians, cyclists, transit users, and those living with limited mobility or disabilities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and Fresno City Council members do hereby recognize World Day of Remembrance in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, Council, and thank you to the Moore family.
All right. Good morning. So next up, I'm Council President Esparza, and I'll be presenting the Black History Month Proclamation. I'd like to invite actually all of my colleagues to come on down and join me as we do every year. Take this off. Each year we do find identify either a group or individual. Mayor, come on down and join us as well. You're already down here. Group and or individual who has really shown sort of an outstanding level of service to our community, to our Black community in particular. And this year, I'm delighted that we have with us today the African American Coalition COVID-19 Equity Project. And I'd like to invite Shante Davies-Balch, as well as the other members, to come on down and join us as well. Give them a round of applause. Come on down, don't be shy. Come on over. Fantastic. When we present this proclamation each year, we really like to look toward the future. But you can't do that successfully without looking at least a little bit back to the past and the disparities that our Black community here locally as well as nationwide continue to experience. And nowhere has that been more pronounced than the last 2 years during this COVID-19 pandemic. Who we have here with us today, excuse me, is a group of folks who really went above and beyond to help our Black community and really our community at large, and stepping up to conduct outreach and really creative and effective ways to reach our Black community, ensure they were getting tested, ensure they were receiving resources, ensure they were getting vaccinated at the same rate as everybody else, or a higher rate than everybody else, because it has been and continues to be a struggle to reach folks in marginalized communities, not just here in Fresno, but really everywhere. I know the coalition, again, a part of the COVID-19 Equity Project, went the extra mile. They had nurses who were administering shots, and folks who looked like the folks in the community who were coming to receive services. And I think we all know that the Equity Project and the African American Coalition in particular have just made a tremendous difference in the outcomes for the Black community here in Fresno specifically. So I do want to pass on the mic to my friend, Shante. Thank you for coming, and I appreciate you bringing everybody else out. Thank you. Thank you for everything you've done the last couple of years.
I want to shake your hand first. Thank you so much. Thank you, Council President Esparza, and to all of our City Council members for your leadership and your support to make sure that the African American Coalition had the resources needed to ensure that we did have access and equity. I also want to thank the Black Wellness and Prosperity Center team, who in many different ways in the background contributed to the ability for us to get the coalition launched and established, and for your endorsement in the community, for your help in building trust in the community, and really for helping us learn new ways to work with stakeholders and partner, and to help us sustain really a legacy of access and equity in the city. I want to call out also some key partners that have been really critical in this work. I want to mention No One, a group of African American male leaders who have been also really critical in helping us reach our targeted, community and population, and helping us build trust. Also, our African American Clergy Caucus, Pastor Lewis was here this morning, but he was unable to stay for the entirety of the meeting. And then also the Central Valley Black Nurses Association, Dr. Venice Curry, Fresno Economic
Opportunities Commission, and also our Public Health Department. So I would also like to invite Joe to say
Thank you so much, Shantae, and thank you so much, City Council, for acknowledging the African American Coalition. When I think of the coalition, I think of three things: courageous, innovative, and inspirational. Courageous because at the beginning of the COVID response, we didn't know a lot about the virus, and we were just wondering, safety protocols were in place, but would they be sufficient? African American Coalition and all the community health workers just jumped right in, really to serve their community in a very, very difficult situation. And they continue to evolve. The innovation of being part of the public health team in this response has been significant. We were able to sit side by side and get ahead of the curve on really planning out what is the next level of response within our neighborhoods. And the African American Coalition did that. We have medical assistants trained within the African American Coalition, and really a workforce development component as well. Inspirational because they served everyone who came through their doors. And it didn't matter where you came from in the city of Fresno or the county of Fresno. Everyone that came through the doors received their test, received their vaccination at a very high level in a very professional manner. So I just want to thank the African American Coalition for continuing to do their amazing work, and just looking forward to what the future holds with the African American Coalition. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. I also just wanted to mention another key partner that couldn't join us this morning, and that's cultural brokers. Cultural brokers really served as a central hub to help us filter calls through the community. They helped us with phone banking. I can't remember the thousands of calls, but I think they filtered probably more than 20,000 calls from the general community to answer questions and to help get people scheduled either for testing or for vaccination. So thank you to cultural brokers. And Dr. Curry, do you have a few words?
Good morning, and thank you to the City Council for your support. And I just want to say thank you to Shantae Davies-Balch, to Black Wellness and Prosperity, to the partners in the African American Coalition. This was such an amazing work and such an amazing innovation that was put together. It really brought organizations that already do the work, but it brought us together in such a way that we were able to amplify our efforts and really make sure that we reached populations that needed to be reached. And I'm really so proud because I actually heard of this work in other parts of the state where they looked at the work of this coalition and they said, if Fresno can do it, we also can do it. And so it served as a model for the way that coalitions can be put together, the way that there can be focus, and the way that you can put equity at the core and absolutely receive important support from your elected officials, from your public health department, but more importantly, that you absolutely are serving the population that needs the most service. And so we are so proud. I am proud to be part of the coalition. This is part of a long legacy, though. It is not unusual for communities to come together, for Black communities to work side by side to create clinics, hospitals, nursing schools, medical schools that absolutely provide health and wellness. And that is exactly what the coalition has done and continues to do. And I would just say that the theme for this year, for Black History Month, is health and wellness. And so this is so appropriate that you're celebrating this effort. And we just look forward to the support that continues from all of you that are here. Thank you again.
Excuse me.
No, you're fine.
So, Shantae, as a token of our gratitude here at the City Council, we did want to present you with this beautiful bouquet as well.
Until it wouldn't.
And of course, what we all came here for, the proclamation. All right. So, on behalf of the City of Fresno, it's our honor to present to the coalition this year's City of Fresno Black History Month proclamation.
Thank you.
City Clerk, would you please read the proclamation out loud? Thank you.
Whereas February is nationally proclaimed Black History Month to honor African Americans and thank them for their countless contributions to the city of Fresno. From the very beginning of our city, African Americans were essential to the development and success of our community. And whereas we as a diverse community thank these champions of justice for bringing our country to a better and more socially just time. And although the fight for equality continues on today, we remember how far the African American community has brought us and thank them for continuing to illuminate the path to social equality. And whereas Fresno's residents continue to honor the sacrifices of the men, women, and children who were victims of harassment, discrimination, and violence solely because of the color of their skin. Their courage continues to inspire us as a community to fight for equality on every front. And whereas the city of Fresno celebrates community leaders, civil rights leaders, religious leaders, business leaders, elected leaders, and youth leaders. Now therefore be it resolved that we, Nelson Esparza, Miguel Arias, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the month of February 2022 as Black History Month in the city of Fresno.
Fantastic. Again, thank you all for making the time to come out here this morning and receive the proclamation. We do have one last announcement, actually. City Clerk is going to be announcing our Winter Employee of the Quarter recipients.
Right. So it is time to recognize the employees of the winter quarter for 2022. The employees that I'm about to name have been selected by the peers in their departments because they have demonstrated the qualities and values which make them stand out and which make us proud to have them representing the city of Fresno. In the Finance Department, Utility Service Representative 2, Kayshawn King. Senior Account Auditor, Scott Zulewinski. In the City Attorney's Office, Supervising Deputy City Attorney, Aaron Martin. Senior Deputy City Attorney, Jenny DeRusi. In Personnel Services Department, Executive Assistant, Yvonne Teixeira. In the Fire Department, Maintenance and Operation Assistant, Joel Rutledge. Also Management Analyst 2, Evelyn Yin Zepeda. In the Department of Public Utilities, Sanitation Operator, Chris Jones. Also Property Maintenance Worker, John Fernandez. Instrumentation Specialist, Jeff Higgins. In the Information Services Department, Management Analyst 2, Rachel Archer. In City Council Support, Senior Account Clerk, Adrian Kinney. In the Planning and Development Department, Senior Management Analyst, Erica Lopez. Engineer 2, Isaac Garza. In the Police Department, Officer Jason Button. Detective Pat Mayers. Officer Gregory Colin Reyes. And Police Support Services Tech, Stephanie Montano. In the Public Works Department, Maintenance Construction Worker, Jose Emily. Principal Account Clerk, Monica Clark. Supervising Engineering Tech, Randy Gwill. Staff Assistant, Sarah Wood. In the Transportation Department, Programmer Analyst 4, Joe Mann. Capital Development Specialist, Sandy Seedy. Transit Supervisor 1, Daniel Colbert. In the Parks Department, Recreation Specialist, John Dave Harvey. And Park Attendant, Joe Campos. We thank you all for your service.
All right, on to council member reports and comments. Councilmember Karabasi.
I will do my best to be brief. First off, a lot of folks have reached out about concern over the Herndon Medians, and it's true, there is a lot of not just regular trash, but big items. And we are working with Public Works, and I want to thank the administration for their help. And I'm actually getting trained to go out there and safely pick up garbage next week, and we will go out there and we'll be doing that to make sure we keep our city clean and safe. And thank you so much, Mayor, for your help on that. The other issues we have, great job, Council President. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation for Black History Month. Today is a special day for me. Number one, congratulations, Ann. It is Andrew Kluse's birthday. I'm going to get in a lot of trouble for calling him out on that. But thank you, Andrew, for everything you do, and happy birthday. On another note, if he's watching, today is my dad's 80th birthday, and I'm very proud of him. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, he's had a good life. The last 38 dealing with me, I don't know, but it's been pretty... No, he's a great dad. I'm very proud of you if you're watching. And we're going to have a great evening and special dinner. So thanks so much, Dad. And thank you very much to the residents of District 2 and my colleagues, and look forward to the meeting.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of thank yous to the administration. One for the speed bumps in Tower and West Fresno, and this afternoon we'll be discussing some of the policy changes going forward, but your staff did a great job of getting those up and running. Secondly, to the community for their participation in the South Tower Park development for the Elizabeth and Broadway. We are going to be redesigning 3 parks in the neighborhood with the construction of a brand new park, so this is the beginning of a long process for community input. And then also thank you for the homeless community who met with us during our town hall meeting in Motel Drive with Councilmember Soria and Chavez joining me. We learned a lot from that conversation. I do want to point out a couple of things for the administration and for the general public that I think are important to take away. Amongst the information that we collected directly from the homeless residents, 2/3 of the residents that we spoke to have family in Fresno, so they're Fresnans. The majority of them have lived in Fresno for more than 30 years. So this isn't, for those who think this is a problem that's just coming to Fresno, it's not. It's about Fresno families hurting. In addition to that, only 18% of our homeless residents are fully vaccinated. Another issue we have to tackle, especially as we consider their housing arrangements, both temporary and long-term. In addition to that, 2/3 of the folks that we spoke to are women. I know a lot of us see men on the medium islands, but I think it's surprising that 2/3 of those that we are housing are women in our city, and that should be a concern for a lot of us, especially since we know that women living in the streets are far more vulnerable than a single man capable of defending themselves. Overall, they gave us some really good input on things like potential locations for the mobile showers and restrooms when they arrive, Mayor. We'll work with your administration on that. The fact that, breakfast, we funded 2 meals, and breakfast right now is made up of a Danish and a Capri Sun, not necessarily what we all considered as breakfast. So I know the vendors that we're working with are trying their best, so we will have to revisit that as we look at the opening new shelters and the operating budgets. Everybody should know that as a city, we're the only city in the valley that's housing this many homeless residents. It's the first time we've ever done it to this magnitude. Historically, Fresno relied on churches and charity to help the homeless. So we may not be getting everything perfect, but we're learning every single day, and we're identifying the barriers to permanent housing. Amongst those barriers, Council, is the fact that landlords are requiring high credit ratings in order to rent to folks. That's a barrier. If you have an eviction in the last 10 or 15 years, you're not being rented a house, even though you have the income to justify the rent. So those are new barriers that we have to work through, as well as the significantly low amount that folks receive from the County of Fresno. Council, I don't know if you knew this, but the going rate for a motel room right now is $100 a night in Fresno. The County of Fresno provides you $96 if you're sleeping in the streets as emergency shelter help. If you're about to be homeless, they provide you $240 a month if you're about to lose your place. So in totality, the County of Fresno with emergency funds for those who are homeless gets you a night or two a month in a motel room in Motel Drive. That, of course, we don't control. It's not within our jurisdiction. But the county is the primary respondent for social services in our region, and they do keep 68% of all our property taxes in the city of Fresno. So these are some of the things that we learned in that process. I want to make sure I brought it to the council's attention, and also to share the fact that we are taking this, trying to work through what adjustments we have to make as we continue to house the homeless, and as we continue to work through how we get people into permanent housing. The biggest challenge for us as a city is not just the one-time money that has been provided to us, it's one time, but secondly is the lack of housing units in the city. So as much as we give folks the leg up and the support, transitioning them to permanent affordable housing, when there's a 6-month waiting list for an apartment in the city, is extremely difficult. With that, council, I also want to point out a couple of things that are a concern to me in general. As you know, the new numbers came out for inflation. It's up 7%. Everything's going up. PG&E is going to increase utility rates by 28%. Mobile home parks in my district are increasing their rates by 18%. The rent has increased by 28% again this year. In my district, somebody for a 2-bedroom apartment would pay $700 a month 2 years ago. Now they're paying $1,100 a month for that same apartment. Garbage and water and sewer rates are also going to go up, a reality that we'll have to tackle over the next 12 to 18 months. And with that, I keep on hearing about all these new taxes being proposed across the city and county. Measure C is looking to extend their tax. Some have suggested that it should be a forever tax instead of a 10 or 20-year limit. Measure Z, the renewal of the zoo, is looking to renew their tax. I'm also hearing that Fresno State wants to pass a sales tax to renovate Bulldog Stadium on the backs of Fresno City taxpayers. And then, of course, there's always a conversation about public safety tax, since we know that public safety is under-resourced, and that's our primary responsibility as a city. So I just want to be cautionary to everyone who's working on all these taxes. From my perspective, it's a whole lot of people who have a 6-figure salary and a 6-figure pension proposing a lot more taxes for a city that already has a highest sales tax increase, is dealing with inflation, is dealing with historic rent increases. And I want to also be clear to my colleagues that I personally feel that knows that our city should not be taking a position on supporting taxes without those proposals being heard in this chamber, with no full public discourse and debate on who's going to pay for those improvements and those taxes and who's going to benefit from them. We have seen some folks who are trying to pass taxes like they're drunken sailors. And the vast majority of our residents, the average income in Fresno is still $55,000. So I'm personally disgusted by folks who make 6-figure salaries and 6-figure pensions proposing more taxes, because clearly they can afford it, but the rest of the city can't. So we should be looking forward to a debate. Council President, I'll be leaving the meeting early today. I am representing the Central Valley on the California League of Cities Policy Committee for Revenue and Taxation. Today, at 1 o'clock during our meeting, we'll start drafting the policy that determines how tax revenue from distribution centers are allocated to cities. The hosting city, where the center is located, to the receiving city, where the package is delivered. Fresno has millions of dollars at risk if the policy is changed from what it is today. So I'll be spending 4 hours this afternoon with my colleagues across the state, starting the drafting process of a new taxation and revenue policy around distribution centers. So my apologies if I missed some of the meeting this afternoon, but I think it's far more important for us to protect the approximately $30 million of ongoing money for the city when we're looking at a debate on distribution centers. Thank you, Council.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias, I know you couldn't see this, but Councilmember Bredefeld was about to do cartwheels when he heard your anti-tax statements there. And I wish I would have caught a picture of that. That would have been a very picture-worthy moment. But on the note of cleaning and especially helping our underserved folks, Mayor, I just want to thank you and your team for the work that's going on at Butler Park. We're fixing sidewalks, we're repaving the neighborhood. Scott and his teams have been doing a great job out there. The residents really appreciate that, and I know it's part of the work that we're going to be doing this year and next year. And then I also saw your Don't Be a Litterhead initiative. I think it's great. I think that's the message that we need to send our constituents, and we should probably get some of those flyers up here because I see a lot of empty and unwrapped candy bars that are being thrown underneath the seats. Councilmember Arias is guilty of that. I think there's like 20 wrappers under his seat. But on a serious note, I think that's the right message that we need right now, Mayor. So on anything I can help on that end, especially in Southeast, we'd love to work with you, just like we've been working on the Beautify Fresno events. I know we had a couple of those teed up. I think that's one of the most pressing issues in the city, the fact that we have a lot of illegal dump sites and places where people think it's okay to just throw trash and make our city look very unappealable. That concludes my comments. I just want to again thank our administration for the work going on in Southeast and look forward to coordinating some of those notices. I know sometimes the traffic patterns get a little bit diverted, and we just want to make sure we got plenty of time to notify the residents of all the work that's going on in our cross streets and in our neighborhoods. Council President.
Thank you. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to highlight and just show about a 30-second video of these trucks, garbage trucks that are having stuff come off their trucks, and you can see it right here. As well, maybe you can, maybe you can't. Can we? Yeah, you can see that this is a Republic truck, and there's stuff flying off the top of the truck, as you can see. And as we're trying to keep our freeways clean, I would ask that all of the garbage trucks and the companies that are hauling this trash cover the top of their trucks so you can see this. So we can keep the highways clean. Again, it's a reminder, this was a Republic truck, could have been any truck. I think our trucks are covered, the city of Fresno, is that right, City Manager?
All of the trucks have the ability to close the traps on the top, and I think they have to manually pull the switch, so clearly this driver didn't do it.
Okay.
And I would encourage anytime you see a truck, if you can get a truck number on it and give it to our staff, we'll contact the company and make sure they know.
Okay, great. So just wanted that to be a reminder. Wanted to also, again, reiterate that today the mayor, myself, and Councilmember Carbasi are going to be highlighting out at Woodward Park some of the changes the immediate changes that can be made and some of the ones that are going to take a little longer. But we understand, of course, over time, it's been a problem. We'll be addressing that today, and I want to thank the mayor and Councilmember Carbasi and the staff for coming up with, I think, some solutions that are going to make it a lot safer. I also want to congratulate the Clovis West mock trial team. They're called the Legal Eagles, who beat Clovis East by 60 points to win the Valley Championship last night, so congratulations to all of them. And lastly, I appreciate Councilmember Arias' concerns about taxes. I know he expressed that all these wealthy people are promoting these taxes. It seemed to me that when Measure P was ongoing, there were a lot of wealthy people promoting Measure P and a 30-year 3/8 cent sales tax that got passed that people who can't afford it, can least afford it, are going to be burdened with this for 30 years. And unfortunately, I think people supported that. It is what it is. So I share the concern about taxes and the burden that people have with all of these taxes, because we're one of the most heavily taxed states in the country, and we don't need to be adding more taxes. So I support that sentiment. Thank you.
Council Vice President Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning, everybody. Being as I'm the only council member that apparently pulled any items from consent, I'll try to keep my comments brief. I do have some constructive criticism for the items I pulled, but I'll hold off on that criticism. For now, I do want to share a couple of thank yous. The first one is to Mark Standriff. You know, most everybody here knows him with the Beautify Fresno team. We give him thanks a lot because he is really doing a lot throughout the community. This last Saturday, we teamed up in the Duncan Polytech neighborhood. We had around 60 volunteers, and for a neighborhood that looked, you know, relatively clean, we still managed to pick up 550 pounds of trash in that neighborhood. Throughout that week, we did a blitz where we repainted crosswalks that led from the neighborhood to the schools. We trimmed trees, we repaved sidewalks, as well as potholes throughout the neighborhood. So thank you to the Beautify Fresno team and everybody involved for prioritizing District 4. It's just a couple of hours out of people's times on Saturday, but it means a world of difference to the families that have lived in that neighborhood for 20, 30, 40, and even 50 years. So thank you to everybody that came out to the event on Saturday. I want to thank Department Directors Aaron Aguirre and Scott Mosier. Last week, they took some time out of their schedule to give me a tour of the Bulldog and 6 community center that we have should be coming live this summer. Construction's going to begin soon. That's right down the street from El Dorado Park, where we have a long tie to the church and the park space on campus over there, as well as just down the street from Fresno State. So I really think this is going to bring a lot of synergy to the neighborhood, whether it comes to youth programs, after-school programs, senior activities, giving the folks of El Dorado Park, which we know has been a historically struggling neighborhood, a place to involve themselves and invest their times. And so I appreciate everyone, including Aldi, who took the time out of your schedule to make that happen. My last thank you is to Matt Dildine with the Fresno Rescue Mission. As many of you know, he is bringing the city center to what is now District 4 on Blackstone and Dakota. This is going to house dozens of nonprofits throughout our city. They're going to offer numerous resources to our unhoused populations. And last Monday, had the pleasure of joining a community meeting. I know Matt didn't have to do the robust outreach that he did in the community, but I really appreciate the fact that he sent out flyers to the surrounding neighborhoods. We had a really productive meeting talking about the future of the facilities, hearing the concerns of the neighbors, and taking that feedback to make the city center a better place. And so I thank Matt Dildine and the folks of City Center for really taking the time to listen to the neighbors. That is always important to me. And with that, I'll hand it back to you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Council Vice President. I'll echo the sentiment of the Council Vice President on the Fresno mission. When we were first presented with the project, I asked Mr. Dildine to conduct a community meeting. He went above and beyond and did more than one. He's done small ones. We did a big one. And just been really transparent and great about outreaching to the surrounding community and excited about what's to come. And speaking of what's to come, we'll be groundbreaking tomorrow on the very long-awaited Midtown Trail. That's been years in the making, and I think that's something that Central Fresno is very much looking forward to. And so we'll be out there, myself, Council Vice President, and the mayor, as well as staff. So I'll keep my remarks very short. I'll pass it on now to the city manager and the mayor for the administration report.
Thank you, Council President. Just a few items as it pertains to Beautify Fresno and our homeless efforts. We did do a cleanup week before on Saturday at Kirk Elementary as well. Unfortunately, that area, there was about 80 volunteers there, and I think the average volunteer picked up 3 bags of trash, so it was extremely filled with trash. And then again with Council Member Maxwell being out there this Saturday, we had a great event around Duncan Polytech. And then this Saturday, we'll be out at 2 of them, Fancher Creek, I know in Councilmember Chavez's district, And then we have another one with the San Joaquin Memorial. The students are going to be out doing a cleanup in that area as well. And then you heard Council Member Chavez talk about the Beautify Fresno campaign. You know, the first part of it was the volunteer effort. We have the $1 Million Challenge now. We have our city crews picking up 900,000 pounds of trash, volunteers picking up 100,000 pounds of trash this year. But what we want to do is get to the root. And the root of it is the fact that, as Councilmember Bredfield showed, there is some inadvertent trash that comes out of some of the Republic vehicles and a number of other pickups that travel down the freeways and through our neighborhoods. But the reality is 85% of all litter is intentional, and 100% of it is preventable. And we just need to really, truly raise the awareness of our city. That's the purpose of the Don't Be a Litterhead campaign, something we're going to run throughout the summer. We have 20 billboards that have been donated. We have digital billboard signage that will raise that awareness. We have posters that you're going to see, radio and TV spots that will be occurring. I want to thank the council for authorizing those dollars in this past year's budget for marketing, $100,000 for marketing for this entire campaign. We're also going to be stepping up our enforcement as summer approaches. We want to do the awareness piece first, but there is going to be a need for some enforcement. And then lastly, throughout various areas, transit corridors, downtown, around the bus stops, we know that's where a lot of the trash gathers. So we are looking at now researching the individual trash. There are trash compactors, a small size, to go in various areas of Fresno that are solar powered. So we'll be bringing that back. Councilmember Chavez and I spoke about it this morning for Kings Canyon at his request, so we'll be bringing that as well. Last two homeless relocations we did. Last week, San Benito and H. 52 people were housed in that location. And then the work crews came in and did an incredible job cleaning that area up. And then the Ashland and West yesterday, was out there yesterday morning as well as when I was out at San Benito and H. And I have to tell you, the area was worse than the photos that Esmeralda Soria showed a week ago. It was truly unfortunate that that had been allowed to grow to that magnitude. But I am pleased to say that 38 people took advantage of housing and services, and that entire area has been cleaned up. And I'd love to show you the before and after photos of it, but it is absolutely astounding what took place in one day. So a big thank you to the Poverello House, the outreach workers, the HEART team, and a number of other folks that participated in that yesterday. So, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I just wanted to once again congratulate the employees of the quarter that were announced this morning. These are sort of the heart and soul of our city, the ones that are grinding, doing work day in and day out. So thank you to them. The mayor already covered, obviously, the Ashland and West. Just wanted to remind you, we had 3 tray memos go out since our last meeting. We did put one out on the Transform Fresno update, and originally that was scheduled as a workshop. And due to timing and the length of the agenda, we went ahead and put it in a tray memo. So if anybody needs additional information on that, feel free to contact Courtney Espinoza. We did also notify, we did receive over 45 responses to our formal RFP for CBOs to apply for ARPA dollars. And those 45 responses added up to over $70 million. So clearly we don't have that much money to be able to distribute, but we'll be forming a selection committee to go through and evaluate those proposals to be able to make a recommendation to you all. And then the last one is we did put out a tray memo, I believe it was Councilmember Arias on the fax bus stop deficiencies. Yes, in response to his request, so that tray memo went out as well. And that's all that I have today. Thank you.
All right, we're going to circle back to Councilmember Soria for Councilmember report.
Thank you, Council President. Did want to start by saying also congratulations to all the employees who were recognized. Kudos to all the good work that you guys have been doing. I did want to extend my gratitude to the mayor and all the staff that were on the ground doing the cleanup. So it cleaned up that section that we got several complaints for several weeks, so we do appreciate. It's just, it was obviously needed. The only other issue now is that folks have moved down to the fruit area, so we have additional complaints, so just FYI. I think it was great that we were able to house, I believe you said 38 individuals, which is a good milestone. But it's just a reminder every single day that this work is very complicated and difficult. But nevertheless, we continue to do it and try to help our residents who have these encampments either neighboring in their neighborhoods or right adjacent to apartments, that we get them cleaned up as soon as we have the resources, but most importantly, also the readily available housing or temporary housing. The other thing I did want to acknowledge and say thank you is to our fax staff for their hard work. My staff did put in a request on the Palm and McKinley bus stop for a garbage can, and I will tell you that that got done within less than 24 hours. So there was trash nearby because there was no trash can, and so we're hoping to see improvements in terms of cleanliness in this area. So again, thank you to staff for taking care of this so quickly. And then lastly, I just want to remind folks in our community that the Tower District's 24th annual Mardi Gras Parade is happening this year, Sunday, February 27th at 1 p.m. The parade runs from Olive Avenue, on Olive Avenue, from Ferger to Maroa Avenue. So we just want to make sure we tell folks to plan ahead because there's going to be some street closures, but also to stop by to see the parade and also shop at our local small businesses. Thank you again, Council President, for giving me the opportunity.
Yeah, sure thing. Okay. On to the rest of the meeting here. Next up, we do have the consent calendar. Before we pass the consent calendar, we will take public comments. We're going to do something a little bit different this morning, not too different. But what I'm going to do is I have a stack of yellow cards. I'm only at this time going to be calling the cards that have comment with respect to the consent calendar. We're going to go to those comments only this morning with the balance of time that we have left this morning, as well as those on Zoom who have comments with respect to the consent calendar. So I do have cards for unscheduled communication. We will take on unscheduled communication later in the day. And so with that, again, I will do what I've been doing the last few weeks here. I'm going to call a consent comment card here in person if you're in the chamber, and then I will call alternatively on folks who are on Zoom. So the first card I have here in the chamber is Brunette with respect to the item regarding the vacation at Cavalan. We'll be doing 2 minutes this morning.
My name is Brunette, and I'm with the Heat for Southwest Fresno community. And once again, I'm here to object to anything that the council person, Arias, is putting forth. Our community don't know anything about the stuff that you're doing. Once again, it's an insult to our community, period, as to what you're doing. And you know that there's a pandemic, and you also know that our area is the blighted area, and you need to make an effort to include our community in anything that you're planning on doing. And so far as the homeless, the ESG grants that you've been getting for years, you and every other council person that's in our district, our homeless people should be living in mansions. All this money that you guys get, you continue to say what you're gonna do with it. And you're not doing it. You're sticking the money in your pocket and doing whatever you do. A few months or a few days is not any good.
Brunette,
Yes.
this comment, public
Well,
comment period is
I
with respect to the
understand what you're
consent
saying.
calendar.
They're just
So
the
you
consent
comment, you
items.
asked, yeah, you
Yes.
asked about Cabby Land.
Okay.
So you have
And so,
47 seconds left.
Okay. So you give me my seconds back that you took?
I will not, but there will be
Okay.
another
All
opportunity
right,
for
but
unscheduled.
okay. So anyway, like I said, Councilman Arias, it's an insult, period, point blank. And the 2 minutes, I wish you guys would take on 2 minutes that you give the community when we come in here and have to sit and listen to you guys.
Thank you. Next up, we have, cannot really read this card. I believe it says Philip. We have Philip from White Avenue. Philip is here to speak on item 1C.
Yeah, I think it's not right for you guys to keep the advocates from helping the homeless, because you guys are supposed to be helping the homeless, and taking them away when they're needed most, it's not right, because it's not about safety. I was dealt with on the street one time when you guys were trying to get rid of me, and from staying somewhere and I had nowhere to go, you guys actually just rushed me off and ran over my pets and didn't care, ran over my stuff. You guys really need to focus more on helping more than just brushing us aside and putting us in shelters and stuff. You know, you really got to think we need advocates to be there to help us, you know. We don't know much about, you know, all the political and stuff like that, and that's what they're there for. So I'm opposed to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. I'm going to go to Zoom. And on Zoom, we have Rosemary Juarez de Leon. Rosemary, did you have a consent item that you wanted to speak with regards to? Rosemary, are you with us? Okay, we'll circle back to her later. Let's go with the next person on Zoom, Janine. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 2 minutes, and we are commenting on the consent calendar.
Okay, I'm commenting on 1C. Good morning. I'm a professor, you all already know, at Fresno State, the regional advisor for Faith in the Valley, and I'm here to add my voice alongside Des Martinez and many others. Some of the folks are here today, but a lot of people could not join in strong opposition to the proposed amendments to the abatement ordinance. Community advocates like Des are absolutely instrumental in providing life-saving rapid response and critical resources to our houseless community members. Advocates help families who have been forced out of their homes, y'all, and onto the streets, help them feel safe and remind people about what their civil rights are. We hosted a community meeting last night and over 30 people showed up. And as everyone listened and learned about the realities of what folks are dealing with on the streets and the absolute amazing work that Des and other advocates are doing to help meet people's most basic, fundamental human needs, people were in absolute awe. Words like incredible, impactful, necessary, hopeful, uplifting, crucial, life-changing, inspiring, and on were the words that people used to describe what Des Martinez and others are doing for the people of Fresno and in support of the city of Fresno. As folks learned about the proposed changes to the abatement ordinance, which is a direct attack on advocates and the unhoused community, people were confused. Why, after 20 years, are y'all proposing these amendments? Why would you be doing this right now? People expressed a great deal of anger and frustration and even outrage. What is the evidence? Why do we need these changes to the ordinance that would criminalize the act of helping people who are living on the streets, opening up the possibility of arresting people, charging people with a misdemeanor crime, and fining people $250? We do not need these changes to the ordinance. There are far too many unanswered questions for any reasonable person to vote yes on the proposed changes. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. We're going to go next to Marlene Moreno. Okay, Marlene's not with us. Go over to Ed Howard.
Good morning.
Morning.
Council President Esparza and Vice President Maxwell. And I guess Mayor Jerry Dyer left. Good morning to him too. But my name is Ed Howard, and I've been working out with the homeless for approximately 10 years or so. And I would just like to say it is wrong to keep advocates away from these abatement or encampment sweeps. These people trust us. We know them by name because we treat them like people and human beings. We don't ask why they're on the street. We ask, how can we help? For instance, rides to appointments, clothes, food for their pets, just to name a few. We do this from the heart and our faith and from our own pockets. In my opinion, it is immoral and unethical to make it a crime for advocates to be out there during these sweeps. If you read the last 4 words on the wall behind you, in God we trust. Thank you for your time and thank you for hearing me. And God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to go over to Zoom. I have Ruben on Zoom. Welcome, Ruben. We are on public comment for the consent calendar.
Good morning, Council. My name is Ruben E., and I'm here to give public comment and oppose item 1C. Advocates are instrumental in helping houseless community feel safe and remind them that they have power. Advocates also remind them of their rights and share resources during stressful times. I am very opposed to criminalizing people who genuinely care about homeless people, get threatened with fines and being arrested. Being an activist myself, I have, firsthand seen, centers and basically filling in the gaps of services that the city has failed to meet for the homeless population. And so, we already have a lot of criminalizing of the homeless, and I think it's very wrong to criminalize the folks that want to help the homeless as well. And I'm just here to vocalize that and say that, I appreciate all the homeless advocates out there who are doing everything from their own resources and, trying to, make sure that folks have their basic necessities and see the humanity in all folks. And so I just wanted to reiterate that I oppose item 1C today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next here in the chamber, Ashley Tippins.
Good morning, everybody. I am here opposed to number C. I am a family of 10 that has been homeless for 7 months. I have asked from numerous programs for help, and Des and other advocates have been the only one to be my voice. So if you guys take them away, we have nobody. Because the programs simply don't listen. They're not here to feel us. Our advocates are our voice, and we are not invisible. Thank you.
Next on Zoom, we have Bergan Rendon. Welcome, Bergan. Bergan, are you with us? You have 2 minutes. We are doing public comment on the consent calendar.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning, all. I'm chiming in today as a resident of Fresno, a proud member of Fresno, and I just want to say, as alongside of Ruben, Janine, and Mr. Howard, along as others who can't use their voice today, whether it be from lack of tech or ability to arrive at the City Council to oppose item 1C, I wanted to let them know, even if shaky or not as loud, that my voice is with them in opposing and saying no to item 1C. I couldn't put it any better than the way Ms. Janine and Mr. Howard have. Everything they've said aligns with being not only a neighbor, but a resident of this city. And we shouldn't want to just push the homeless aside and beautify Fresno. Yes, those are goals, beautifying Fresno, but we should be a city that we're proud of, where we influence that spirit and pride within one another. And to take that advocacy away, to punish it, to punish the homeless, that's not the way we should be going about doing things, exactly as Mr. Howard said. Not how do we fix it, but what can we do? How can we go about it in the most humane and friendly way possible, most neighborly way possible? I think they deserve more help, the advocates, and I've personally seen them being harassed, moved to the side by police enforcement, so that way other things can be dealt with and they're just on the sidelines. That's not okay. Some of these people don't know how to talk for themselves, and they need that advocacy, they need that support, and to take that away or criminalize it, I'm sorry, but it would make me ashamed to be a resident and citizen of Fresno. And so, again, I oppose item 1C. My vote is no. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, in the chamber, we have Cindy Piombino.
Good morning, Council. My name is Cindy Piombino. I'm with Christ Helping Hands Ministry. I'm an outreach worker and an advocate with the ministry. I'm in opposition to 1C for many reasons. Actually, I'm going to claim my constitutional right of Amendment number 1 in the Constitution, which is my religious freedom. Okay, in Proverbs 31, 8, and 9, it says, "Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, ensure justice for those being crushed." Yes, speak up for the poor and helpless and see that they get justice. Our homeless have our trust. I encourage, I pray, I assist with whatever needs to be done. And yes, I do monitor to make sure they're treated fairly and humanely. I have built relationships with my friends on the streets. I believe it's a slap in our face as advocates and to our homeless community if this passes. Our ministry serves up to 75 people, have been for many years. So these relationships are very important. They trust us. Like Ed said, my boyfriend, we give him rides. We have paid for motel rooms when nobody stepped up. So, you know, we've been there when the HTF is throwing all their stuff away. I urge you, I plead with you, do not pass this. And let me just leave with what Dr. Martin Luther King, one of his beautiful quotes. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. Thank you.
Going back to Zoom, we have Gracia Elenes. Welcome, Gracia. We have 2 minutes to comment on the consent calendar.
Good morning, Council. My name is Gracia Elenes, and I work for Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Today, we stand in solidarity with our partners who work and advocate for the rights and dignity of our unhoused community. We urge this council to vote no on a 1C. As our housing crisis worsens, we have only seen our unhoused population explode. Thankfully, the city has the fortune of having dedicated and caring individuals who volunteer their time to support our unhoused neighbors in more ways than we can imagine. Advocates are a tremendous resource to our community and are instrumental in helping houseless community members feel safe and remind them that they have power, they are not invisible, and they have a voice, and that matters. Advocates remind them of their rights and share resources during one of the most stressful times in their lives. They have been crucial for helping with the rights of unhoused and assisting them through the process of abatement, including communicating and ensuring their needs are attended to. Rather than our city staff and elected leaders working in partnership with these advocates and leveraging each other's resources, we are taking steps backwards and building walls and distrust in a time when we should all be united and working together. This is not the solution, and we urge the council to vote no on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Grecia. Next, we have Brandy Nus Villegas for item 1C.
Thank you. I can still make my class. And I just want to point out, and I'm always very disappointed when there are council members that are missing when people are speaking. Regarding this, I understand the needs for standard policies across the boards with departments and having things standardized. I understand this ordinance is, and we understand it's general and can be applied to anyone, and it's not just advocates. I understand that it would keep out those who might be there, not in the interest of those who are unhoused. But for that one, there are other ways that could be addressed. And I understand that at least some of the council members do not intend this to be used to be able to use against advocates. However, the wording this adds does allow those who are in charge to have the discretion to remove an advocate if they choose, in violation of rights, as others have stated. And the new wording adds penalties that weren't on the ordinance before that could be leveraged. The statement that we can be authorized to be there, therefore, is no protection is largely irrelevant because not only do they determine who is authorized, but in nearly all instances, it says that we can be there before an abatement, and in nearly all instances that I've been there, the unhoused occupants were on the site during abatement while there is heavy machinery out. They don't wait for them to leave, and thus would affect us when we would need to reach them first. It's hard to be an advocate, but it's deeply important. I'm grateful. It's difficult to try to identify needs and to speak up. It's even harder for the unhoused to try to survive and deal with these stressful situations. Please do not allow something that could be used to make a hardship greater for the unhoused. You cannot guarantee how this will be used, no matter what your intentions are, or how it might be used now or 10 years from now, depending on who is in charge. And so I ask that you vote no. I also, this is not on consent, but do want to thank Arias for speaking up on the town hall and expressing the needs that those who are unhoused face and the realities with that. So I ask that you listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Going back over to Zoom, we have Barbara Fisk.
Hello, good morning, council members and council member president. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you on this consent item. I am a former chair of the Housing and Community Development Commission with the City of Fresno, and we relied on advocates to come and bring folks to speak on very serious matters before us, neighbors who needed help in understanding what was going on, what the law was, what the process was. And I just think you all, as just like myself, all the times that we've gone in to meetings for our children or elderly parents or a friend who's going into a high attention situation like courts or hearing a diagnosis from a doctor, we need advocates. And City Council relies on advocates. So I plead with you to end this discussion and vote no on this item today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Barbara. Des Martinez in the chamber.
Hi, can you hear me? This mic was kind of up for everybody else.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, I want to thank all the supporters on Zoom, all the supporters that come down here in chambers, that take the time during their day, taking time off work to even call in to vote no on this new ordinance. We all know why the ordinance was written by the city attorney. This happened to be 2 days, again, I'm going to say, after a city employee assaulted me. So this is unfair to me because if I'm a victim, you're re-victimizing me from keeping me from my passion and being out there to be the voice for the people. Yes, I have a strong voice. Some of you say I'm too passionate, but I'm sorry, that's me. That's how I am. I'm used to nobody listening to me, so I have to shout. And when I shout and I act ridiculous, you guys finally listen to me. So pay attention to me when I talk nice, and then I don't have to yell, and then you guys don't have to be upset about people like Des interfering. I'm not interfering. I'm trying to be the voice for them. So that's all. I got a minute left. I want to thank all the supporters. No, on this new ordinance, it's ridiculous. But what I want to bring up is that you guys have Pacific Valley Patrol at these shelters, and we already had a town hall meeting, and they brought up all the issues that they have had with Pacific Valley Patrol. 2 days ago, I had caught one of their patrol officers macing a man that was walking away. She chased him for 2 blocks, you guys, 2 blocks. I have it all on video. Please do not challenge me to continuously show all these videos. This is an insult to the city. These people are working there. They're assaulting. They're committing felonies by pepper spraying people because nobody's done anything to them for 30 years. He walks around and represents himself that he works with the law enforcement here in Fresno, California for 30 years. He has so many contracts here. I posted the video, it went viral, it's ridiculous. I didn't even expect anything like that because nobody ever listens. You got China, Ireland, Finland, you got Canada, you got everybody sitting here looking at Fresno City right now saying, what are you guys doing? Why wasn't this lady arrested? Besides that, the owner of the property got so mad that I posted that. Yesterday, he followed me around. He told me, I am going to make sure you're not on any of my properties, any contract I have. Yesterday, I experienced the abuse on live that he followed me to McDonald's and he had me escorted off of there. He went and followed me. I left and I went to a shelter to go deal with some clients to de-escalate a situation because they got too many people at the shelter and not enough case managers to deal with it. So Des is the advocate that goes there. And I went there. He followed me there and he went inside and he asked them to trespass me. And then the police got involved 3 times yesterday. Fresno Police Department got involved 3 times and seen what this Chris Lopez with Pacific Valley Patrol followed me 4 different locations. This is harassment, and I need an emergency protective order, and I need to know what I need to do because he carries a weapon, and I have been threatened that I need to watch my back. So I'm asking the city to step up and please emergency do something, get another contract, because if I get shot because Chris Lopez doesn't like me standing up for the homeless, then it's gonna be on the city because I'm sitting here asking you guys right now that I need protection from Chris Lopez, and so does every single other individual that is in these shelters. I experienced this pain yesterday, and for you to ignore me and my calls for help is ridiculous. So if I get shot by him or anybody else, you remember I came in and asked you for help and to protect our unhoused community members from individuals like this that are breaking the law daily on them.
Des, before you exit the chamber, I wanted to ask you, it wasn't clear to me if you had filed a police report or spoken to our law enforcement individually.
Yes, I spoke to the same officer, and he said going to all of the places because he was still on call for the last place. So I did reach out, and I asked for emergency protective order, and I still am sitting here waiting because I'm not in a relationship with Chris Lopez. I don't get an emergency protective order.
Thank you, Des. Going back over to Zoom, we have Marisa Moraza.
Good morning, council members. My name is Marisa Moraza, and I work with Power California here in Fresno. Wanting to continue to add support to vote no on item 1C, and also really wanting to thank Des Martinez and all of the advocates who daily and diligently support our unhoused community in Fresno. And we need to treat our in-house community with dignity. We need to work with, partner with, and trust in advocates, organizers that are on the ground who have the knowledge and skills to support homeless community members. And this means listening to their concerns and recommendations as well. Really, we need to build opportunities to work in partnership with advocates and community members who have this expertise to build intentional plans that center the safety, health, and well-being of our unhoused community. This ordinance, as it is written, will cause harm rather than support. So please do not support this ordinance and instead build opportunities to work with advocates and organizers here in Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you, Marisa. Next, we have in the chamber, Josefa Vega on item 1C. And again, to remind everybody what we're doing right now, we're on conducting public comment for the consent calendar only. Unscheduled communication will come at a later time during the meeting. Welcome, Josefa.
Hi, so my name is Josefa Vega. I'm with the ACLU NorCal based here in Fresno, and I'm also a resident of District 7. I ask that the members vote no on 1C and oppose the abatement ordinance, as it is another mechanism to not only criminalize poverty, but criminalize those committing to their community and providing direct aid. It devotes more money and resources to further police unhoused community and advocates rather than working to meet unhoused needs. Additionally, I ask that the members reassess the proposed ARPA budget that further funds police and landlords rather than investing in communities that have long been underserved and require the very resources. So I ask again to reiterate, please vote no on 1C and please support advocates and folks that are directly serving the unhoused.
Thank you. Next in the chamber, we have Reagan Babed.
Good morning, Council President and Council members. I'm Reagan Baker, the pastor of the Big Red Church of Fresno in District 1. I'm here also adding my voice in support in opposition of item 1C. I think it is entirely problematic, and the language in it, it might not be some people's intention to criminalize advocates, but it's not going to be city council members' intentions that matter when it comes down as law. It's going to be how this is written, and it's written in very harmful ways to be able to criminalize those advocates. Our church depends on advocates like Des Martinez to live out our very basic commitment to our faith in order to treat our unhoused neighbors as with any human dignity. We rely on these advocates to do our work, and if these efforts to remove encampments and to get people services are to get people services and housing, then we would be working with these advocates, not criminalizing them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rain Chamberlain.
I'm Rain Chamberlain. First off, just blatantly, we oppose 1C. Like, that's just all there is to it. There's a lot of different reasons. This is obviously an anti-DES ordinance. This is obviously trying to cover your asses for the legal mess up that you did. But in addition to that, it's also covering your asses and the asses of every single abusive program manager, police officer, et cetera, when homeless community members are involved, because everything says, the court says, the appeals processes says, like all of these different things that are set up to protect our rights, says you have to have some sort of document trail. You have to have some sort of proof. You can't just go in there making, claims without anything. And then these sweeps happen and they destroy people's paperwork. These sweeps happen, they destroy people's meds that they need to stay okay, and then people claim that they're irate as a result. These streets happen and traumatize people. These sweeps happen and take away their needed mobility equipment to get to their different appointments, including courts and appeals and everything. They take away their phones needed to contact lawyers, to contact appeals processes. So all of their human rights, granted, they get denied them a lot of different times. I've been there myself. They get denied them way too often. But any chance of appealing that, any chance of going through the processes, these sweeps take away. And usually advocates are the only ones that manage to record video, record proof, stand in the way and make it to where maybe their paperwork doesn't get swept up this time. Stand in the way, make it to where maybe they manage to keep their meds, they manage to keep the most essential items, and get out of the way of these machines. These machines are there whether people are there or not. If you're going to change the behavior of the city employees that bring the machines in too soon. But do not criminalize the people that are standing there trying to reduce the harm that you do to people. We've got some postcards printed with all kinds of pictures on them showing the machines all around people. I'm going to leave this for you all. Feel free to look at any of these postcards that get left for you, because the machines need to not be there when any people are there, but that needs to change on the city employees' behavior parts when they bring them in, not in criminalizing the advocates on the reverse end.
Thank you, Rain. Next in the chamber, we have Alexandra Alvarado.
Hello, everyone. Hello, council members. My name is Alexandra Alvarado. I am a community organizer with Faith in the Valley. I don't know what to say anymore. Everyone else, I don't know how you all aren't moved enough when you see a mother with her children that is saying, I need trusted advocates there with me when I don't feel safe when the city is out there. I was out there and machines were running through. Lots of people were there. However, none of the staff from Poverello, none of the staff from the city were helping folks move stuff. All they knew was heavy machinery was coming through and it might hurt them. In their valuable goods, in their tents, in their homes, in their safe places, was their medicine, was their driver's license to be able to get the resources that they need, the resources that the city doesn't provide enough for them anyway. That's in there. That's what's being thrown away, everything that they have. I strongly urge the city council to vote no on this. At the very least, why did none of you go to these folks and say what a part of this amendment will work for you all? Because we aren't filling the gaps that are needed. You are not filling these gaps. They are. Every single day, without gas money, taking time away from their families, without any kind of monetary compensation. They are filling those gaps for you, and in no time have you said, does this work for you all? How can we support you? Because we need you. You have left out the most vulnerable community of Fresno. They are unheard, they are pushed to the side, and you continually pass ordinances without keeping the basic human currency that we have in the city. The last thing I want to do is, yesterday, there was an amazing Fresno State students who made comment, and I want to make sure that their comments are read. On behalf of Maria Vasquez, my name is Maria Vasquez. I'm a Fresno resident and first-generation student at Fresno State. The work that Des and our homeless advocates are doing to protect the unhoused community and provide them with critical resources is literally saving people's lives. I'm sending this comment to strongly oppose the ordinance changes. Please vote no. My name is Natalie Gonzalez. I'm a first-year student at Fresno
Alexandra,
State.
we're over
Living
time
should not be a crime.
on
It
here,
is
so
time
we're
that
going to move on
society
to
and
other
authorities
folks.
put a stop
These
to
students are very
prejudices
welcome
and
to continue
stereotypes
sending
and
us
begin
their
to
comments in
humanize
writing.
one
We read
another.
those every
Thank
morning
you.
and before the meeting as well. We're going to go back over to Zoom and hear from DeAngelique Jackson.
Yeah, I would just like to voice my support with those who've spoken before me in opposition to Ordinance 1. I just don't think that this is okay. We worked really hard over the summer, coming in from the summer of 2020 and into the new year of 2021 to combat so many systemic challenges facing not only our homeless, but so many underrepresented and underserved community members. And I would really encourage, and it's my hope, that you all as public servants, the main public servants of this city, that you would do what's right for the people within it who are unprotected. And that's all I really wanted to say. So I hope you all will make the right decision because it's what's right and it's what's needed.
Thank you, Dion. Next here in the chamber, we have Mr. Robert McCloskey on item 1C.
Thank you, council, and I don't see the mayor. On 1C, I guess, I've said my position several times in the past. I'm not going to belabor that, but I will continue to talk about it. Of course, it's a waste of resources and time for everyone. I have to tell you, I have been given rides from people from the warming center over to Pava in the morning, Pavarello House, and as early as 7:30 a.m., you got the HEART team out there rousing people, miserable people that are sleeping, some of them with just a blanket, rousing people out of their sacks at 7:30 a.m. when it's still very cold out, like 38 degrees even, forcing them up. I have pictures near the trucks there from the other day, 2 days ago, with people right at the trucks where they're throwing trash with a compactor right next to them, not being kept, like you claim this is to keep people safe. Well, why aren't you doing it now? To me, to rouse people out of their tents and sleeping bags or their meager blankets in the early morning is harassment. The MAPS program isn't working. You need advocates because you don't have social workers. There's people on the streets now, a lot of older adults that are going to suffer from cold injury, hypothermia. Normal body temperature decreases with age. People can't regulate their body temperature as well when they're older. Their blood vessels are constricted. They don't shiver as much. Shivering warms the body. Their mental awareness of changes in temperature may change. They have medical conditions that increase the risk of hypothermia. Some of their conditions include arthritis, thyroid disease, history of stroke, Alzheimer's disease. You know I sent you this email about keeping that warming center open. You know it closed Tuesday. I'm telling you, I have the forecast right here in front of me. Tonight it's going to be 40 degrees. Monday it's going to be 40 degrees. I've been talking to folks out there on the streets like a social worker. You need to coordinate with the county. The county has $192 million in ARPA funds sitting in the bank. They need to hire some outreach social workers. That's what these people need, man. You're never going to get people housed unless you get social workers out there doing the jobs that advocates are trying but cannot do. You're trying to absolve yourself of the responsibility of taking care of these people on the streets. I can tell you, so many are disabled, so many are hurt, so many have injuries, so many are in wheelchairs, some people have addiction issues. I've been taking people to methadone clinics. I've been taking people to POV. I've been taking people to McDonald's where they hang out all day, to Little Caesars, to in front of the 7-Eleven. This is where people go when they leave the shelter. Keep the shelter open all winter. And put some shelters. You missed a great opportunity here to hook up social workers with people. Every day, there's a lot of people that were at the shelter until it closed. And I thank you for keeping it open 2 extra weeks from when you were going to close it 2 weeks ago. But there's a great opportunity here for social workers to meet directly with some of the chronically homeless. I've talked to people that have been on the streets for years, and I'm mortified that the mayor's bragging about people that have only been out there 2 weeks. I know people that have been on the MAPS program signed up for a year. MAPS never gets them nothing. I took two gentlemen down to MAPS. I took them down to MAPS. Okay, I just got to finish with this.
We're going to move on to...
Two 66-year-old men I took down to MAPS who've been signed up forever.
Bob, we're
a day
about
ago,
a minute and a half
guess what?
over, so I'm going to move on to
They got
Pedro
number
Navarro
48.
Cruz.
They got
Bob.
number 48 to be talked to.
Bob.
We were on number 8 at 10 in the morning. They would never get heard that day. What are they going to do all day? They have to go find resources and live.
Thank you, Bob.
MAPS is a joke.
Pedro Navarro Cruz, come on down.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm here to speak on opposition to 1C as well. I just find it difficult to understand why would you try to criminalize generosity. I know we've been here before speaking about that, but we obviously have a light in this town when institutions, when the city has failed us, and we need to build on that. We don't need to criminalize it. We don't need to put it to the side. We need to build on that. And also from the point of view of, I understand that you're trying to implement different programs, you're getting funding for X, Y, and Z, and that's awesome. But just because you're putting an institution behind certain problems doesn't mean that you don't need the public's scrutiny anymore, and you don't need the public out there, especially when it's so vital that they're out there, right? Some folks, as has been mentioned before, it could be a matter of life and death for some people to be out there and be able to provide these resources. And going back to the point of the resources going out there and these different programs being implemented, we just because you're putting that institution behind, you definitely need to be more wise. Think about in other cities, there's been some of these programs implemented for many, many years, and they've had some time to do some trial and error and try to get it right. So just putting the public out of the way will definitely make it harder for you all to get it right. So definitely keep the public out there. We need to have us be the eyes and just give you all the feedback in order to get it right. But that's all I wanted to say. I oppose 1C, do what's right. Just because you're putting some status quo and some institutions behind it doesn't mean you're going to get it right. Don't transfer what's already existing in the police department into other departments. We need transparency, we need accountability, and we need to be our own eyes out there. Thank you.
Imelda Cruz, here in the chamber. Imelda.
Buenos días. No sé si hay intérprete, porque yo hablo español.
¿Mande?
No sé si hay intérprete, porque yo hablo español.
No más habla. Y si están escuchando en el Zoom, pueden oír, o si quiere, podamos decirlo también en inglés, si quiere.
Okay.
Pero sí, habla español.
Sí, ok. Hace 3 años yo estuve aquí por la misma causa que estoy en contra de la 1C, porque creo que todos ustedes están equivocados. No son los homeless los que están haciendo mal, no hay por qué vigilarlos a ellos. Yo fui homeless, me echaron de mi casa, estuve 2 semanas en un hotel. Después de ahí que seguía, irme a la calle con mis hijos. Cuando el señor Michael Bassi, yo vivía en su distrito, cuando él pidió ayuda para subir, allí estábamos. Cuando yo necesité ayuda, a mí no me ayudaron. Yo sé que hay muchos fondos para ayuda. ¿Dónde están? ¿Por qué no se enfocan mejor en eso? Esa pobre gente, como dijo la otra persona, necesitan mucha ayuda. Nos ha tocado ver gente que están heridos ahí en la calle. Nos ha tocado ver gente que se desmaya, gente que no tienen que comer. Yo lo he experimentado. ¿Y saben qué? Tengo un hijo que está muy mal porque se vio asustado al verme que yo no tenía casa donde estar. Creo que estamos equivocados en criminalizar a los pobres homeless o a la gente que los apoya cuando la verdadera ayuda se necesita. Señora Soria, yo sé que hay fondos para la vivienda. No tenemos casa, vivimos hasta 5 familias en una casa. Están equivocados, no criminalicen a esa pobre gente. Estamos en tiempo de pandemia, cuando más tenemos que tener más empatía, ayudar a los demás, y es cuando quieren criminalizar. No, yo estoy perdiendo a un hijo. ¿Dónde está la ayuda? ¿Dónde están los fondos? ¿A dónde los distribuyeron? ¿Dónde está esa ayuda que supuestamente dice Luis Chávez, dicen todos que van a dar cuando necesitan la ayuda, y cuando ya están en el poder y los que estamos abajo ocupamos la ayuda, no la tenemos? Enfóquense en ver, no tenemos casas, no hay vivienda, por eso tenemos que ir a la calle. No nos quiere ver en la calle, ayúdenos con la vivienda. Necesitamos el apoyo de eso. Vivimos muchas gentes amontonados y pagamos impuestos porque trabajamos humildemente en lo que sea, en el campo, vendiendo comida. He tenido que trabajar de lo que sea. Viví la pandemia en casa de mi hijo, todos amontonados. En una casita de 2 cuartos, estábamos hasta 8 personas. El enfoque principal es la vivienda. No quieren que estemos en la calle, no quieren que causemos lástima. Enfóquense en ayudarnos, porque Fresno, ridículamente, ganamos una miseria y suben los precios muy altos. Las personas que rentan las casas se están aprovechando, suben y suben la renta cada ratito. Esto de esta pandemia ha hecho que esa gente, los que tienen, tengan más, y los que somos pobres nos hayamos hundido más. Ese es el enfoque. No nos quieren en la calle, pues ayúdenos a que tengamos vivienda y ayuden a esa pobre gente que ya está afuera. Gracias.
Gracias. All right, here in the chamber we have Clara Cerato.
Buenos días. Soy Clara, hace rato hablo español, perdón.
Sí.
Bueno, yo les vengo a pedir también a ustedes que por favor se pongan en los zapatos de estas personas. Hay mucha necesidad en nuestras calles. Yo no creo que ninguno de ustedes ha sufrido hambre como esta gente. Nosotros los que podemos y no tenemos los recursos suficientes, no tenemos el dinero suficiente para darles, pero sacamos de nuestros bolsillos para poderles ayudar a ellos. Si la ciudad tiene tanto dinero, ¿qué están haciendo con todo ese dinero? Denles a ellos, apóyenlos, busquen lugares donde ellos puedan estar cómodamente. No hay vivienda digna para ellos y no es justo, son seres humanos. Si ustedes creen en Dios, por favor, apoyen a esta gente. Apoyen a esta gente. Sé que el señor Chávez, la señora Osoria hablan español. Sé que ellos vienen, yo tengo entendido que el señor Chávez viene de familia migrante. ¿Por qué no se ponen los zapatos de estas personas? No le quiten ese apoyo a esta gente que tanto los necesita. Todos ustedes están aquí gracias a todos los que estamos allá afuera dando nuestro voto con la ilusión de que ustedes nos puedan sacar adelante, nos ayuden. Yo tengo un hogar, gracias a Dios, pero ¿saben qué? Me la estoy viendo muy duro porque esta pandemia nos ha bajado hasta el piso a todos. Yo pienso que a ustedes también, ¿verdad? Pero ustedes tienen un asiento bien a gusto ahí. Sé que trabajan, pero no lo miro, ¿ok? Y todos nosotros, todos los que estamos aquí, todos los que estamos afuera, queremos mirar ese trabajo. Queremos ver que verdaderamente ustedes se están esforzando por darnos algo bien allá afuera a los que lo necesitamos. Queremos calles limpias, no queremos que estas personas estén tirados en la calle, sufriendo de hambre, enfermedades, y que nadie los está apoyando. Y la gente que los apoya, ustedes quieren multar, les quieren quitar los apoyos. No es justo, no es justo. Por favor, bájense de ahí y vayan allá afuera, a donde ellos verdaderamente están. Quítense los zapatos, quítense el saco y pónganse a trabajar con ellos, para que ustedes vean las necesidades que hay. Yo les aseguro que un día de hambre ustedes no la van a aguantar, porque a nosotros nos ha tocado pasarlo. Eso es todo lo que les quería decir. Muchas gracias.
Son racistas.
Gracias.
For the folks that don't speak English, is there translation happening for them? Spanish, excuse me? Are they repeating to you or?
So for the folks who...
Para aquellas personas que...
Oh, so I want you to go opposite. I want you to repeat the comments from the previous speaker, please, in English.
En inglés, la anterior,
Yeah, please.
por favor.
He's repeating after me, but I want him to repeat after
Sí, él está repitiendo, pero...
Sí, estamos pidiendo que haga la translation en inglés para todas las personas que no entendieron lo que dijeron las dos personas anteriores. Si puedes sumar lo que ha dicho en inglés. Pedro, ¿me escuchas, Pedro?
Okay, I was in the English channel, but if you want me to repeat through the Spanish channel, okay.
There we go. Thank you.
So, okay, this is the Spanish channel, but anyhow, okay, so yeah, both of them, yes, insisted, yes, they opposed to 1C, and basically, so the last speaker was saying, if you can take off your coats and put in yourselves in their shoes and see where they are, and if you could spend one day without food, so you may understand, because she said, I lived that experience. Thank God I have a home, she said, but I am going through a very hard time in order to pay for the house, for housing. And these folks, they are lying on the sidewalks on the streets, and they need your help. So that, and also saying that you, as a council person, you are also a migrant, so you may understand. And so she repeated that you should be in their shoes and understand what they are going through and visit them. So go to where they are. Basically, that's what she said, yes.
Thank you for providing that translation in real time and after the fact. Next public speaker we have on item 1, can't tell if it's 1C or 1O. We have Sherry Phillips. Sherry, are you with us? There we go. Welcome.
Hi, how you doing? I know I don't look like a Sherry, but my name is Sherry Phillips, and I'm a native of Fresno. I kind of oppose this, not kind of, I do oppose the 1C, and the reason why is because advocates are kind of like middlemen. You know, when you got people that can't really speak for themselves because they're afraid of authority, or they don't know how to communicate with, let's say, people in higher situations or standings, you know. People don't always understand people like me. We get a little emotional, a little loud, a little passionate, maybe sometimes we seem a little aggressive. But, you know, when we have advocates, they can mediate between, because my first reaction is just to blow up and be like, what's the matter with y'all? You know, it says in God we trust. You know, even God says you're supposed to treat the less of you like the rest of you. You know, I'm just saying, advocates are a good thing, you know. I think you guys should really think about that. Because even you guys at one point or another had somebody that had to mediate between you and somebody else, to where you were really glad you had that person, you know, that could speak for you. And that's all I wanted to say. But, that and, you know, that security company, you know, they is a little aggressive. Speaking of, you could use a couple of mediators in between them and the rest of us at, Turning Point. That's just like, wow. You guys have a good day. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next here in the chamber, we have Fernando Paul Elizondo.
Well, it's about time. I didn't bring you tamales, but I brought you something better. Man lives not on bread alone, but through every word of the mouth that comes out of God. But anyway, it's about time you stop talking trash and get to the real issues. Today, you see the people, they want help, but they don't want you to help spend their money. They want the money, all right? They need the money. They need essentials. This money that they got from the government, I call it boomerang money. You guys are making it come back to you. You're the ones that are going to own those motels and hotels that you're refurbishing with their money. After 90 days, you throw them out, back out of the streets again, recycle them. That's all you're doing, recycling people. But you have no shame. Not all of you, but you know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about. And Mr. Miguel, man, that was a fast 2 minutes. Anyway, I know you pulled the plug on me, but I'll pull it on you. Mr. You had somebody call me, right, one of your representatives. Do you want me to vote for him or do you want me to vote for you? You understand that? All of you need a attitude adjustment. You who think you're somebody, you're only fooling yourselves. You're nobody. Only God is the one that runs the show. He's looking down upon you, just like you look down upon us. But you need to get something done. These people are desperate. You're going to cause a revolution is what's going to happen here. I was in Vietnam, and I'm ashamed of this country, because when I was in Vietnam, I didn't see no homeless. I saw people begging, but they weren't homeless. Here, the richest country in the world, they're homeless? No, they're not homeless. They're victims. You're victims. Just like you're victimizing them by paying fines and stuff. You know they can't even afford food, and you're going to make a fine. You put those people there. And when you give you money to take them out, oh, it's pay to play. I'm sorry about that, Miguel. Anyway, do something for the people. Quit doing it for yourselves. Mr. Maxwell, take the lead. This gentleman here doesn't qualify. He has no integrity.
Thank you.
I got more to say, but my 2 minutes are up, you know.
All right, we're going to move back to Zoom with Lisa Flores. Welcome, Lisa.
I accidentally did not raise my hand early. I thought it was on. Okay, so let me start my 2 minutes by saying I'm definitely against the ban on Des Martinez initiative, which is 1C. And also, too, you need to look at the liability and civil rights violations that will be occurring because of this. Because you put this ordinance out there, it has been a dog whistle for the owner of Pacific Valley Patrol. And because you put this out there, and Des documented an incident that happened on Wednesday to a gentleman I'm going to call John Doe, who was stalked, hunted, trapped by his security company, denied his civil rights, and, now this man is stalking her. I watch her homeless in Fresno Facebook post, and I'm sitting there and I'm in horror. I'm in actually horror that this man is violating the anti-discrimination and the anti-harassment policies that you had to sign off on for those millions of dollars. So I wrote you a memo and I amended it, but the amendment got to you late. But I am openly calling the city of Fresno, the city manager, the city attorney, and the mayor, Jerry, this is on you, to suspend, investigate, and terminate the contract for Pacific Valley Patrol. Because if something happens to Des, because you guys have allowed this dog whistle of an ordinance to occur, her blood is on each and every one of you. You need to look at this ordinance of what is your liability? What is your fiscal liability? Your fiscal liability here is losing federal dollars. Your fiscal liability is human rights violations. Your fiscal liability is civil rights violations and lawsuits. You need to think about this, because if you accept this, you are creating such a dog whistle environment that you're going to be in litigation. Understand this. Fresno is better than this. You're each better than this. I expect better from each and every single one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. In the chamber, we have Lethal Garcia.
Hello. I am Lethal Garcia. I am a local Fresno advocate. And just like a lot of people today that came to speak on 1C, so am I. But I'm kind of curious what Chavez, Bredefield, Carbasi, and Mary Dreyer are doing, because you guys aren't listening. I have some points that I would like for you guys to hear, and you're over talking to people, or you're out, you're doing whatever. I would like to continue to speak. I don't know where Carbasi and Dyer are, though. I want them to hear what I have to say.
You're down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. I can't speak for my colleagues, but I'd encourage you to use your time to speak to the folks who are here. 123.
1C is an infringement on the 4th, 8th, 14th, and 1st Amendments, both U.S. and state. I was going to bring some people so that they can come and do a public comment as well, some unhoused community members, but they were currently displaced because Tower Camp was just told to up and leave the same morning they had to leave. And it's actually illegal to do so, because if you can remember Kincaid versus Fresno, they have to be given a 3-day notice, and they are not. And a lot of people are telling me this on the streets, that their stuff is being thrown away, or that they're not given enough time. This is illegal, and the cops are getting away with a lot of things when the advocates are not out there. We're not there to get in the way of anything. We're just there to make sure that everyone knows their rights. And as far as some of the wording in 1C, You guys use the word interfere, impede. You know, what is that going to mean if this is passed? If I'm trying to tell someone what their rights are, hey, you don't have to let that officer look inside your tent, is that me intruding on something? Would I be arrested just for doing that? Because they are getting away with doing that, looking in people's tents, asking them, and people thinking, okay, well, maybe this is what I'm supposed to do because this is the cops that I'm supposed to trust them. Also, I'd like to speak on the translation as well. There was someone who spoke in Spanish before the several others, and we completely missed what they had to say because there was no translation here in chambers, and I think it would be pretty respectful that everyone can hear what everyone has to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Going back to Zoom, we have Glenda Jackson.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Good afternoon, good morning. In God we trust. I am my brother's keeper. As elected officials, you're held to a higher standard. We need to address this epidemic. I need to see the city council people discussing this in your meetings and on your social media, bringing awareness. We need increased funding for drug, alcohol, and mental health programs, in addition to developing more solutions. We need to increase the amount of recovery bridge housing for those looking for safe and sober living. We have to address the most critical thing, which is the mental health issues, because over 60% or more of homeless people deal with addiction. So why are we not discussing the main contributor of this complex issue? Any of us could be where these people are today, but with grace of God, you know, we have roofs, we have food, we have jobs, but we need to put ourselves in their shoes and know that this too can happen to us. Thank you for hearing me out. Y'all have a good day.
All right, thank you. Going back to the chamber, we have Audria Hewlett. We'll go to the Zoom then. We'll wait for Audria. Next on Zoom, we have Jessica Ramirez.
Council President, Jessica Ramirez is asking to promote to a panelist.
That should be fine. Yeah, if she can, yeah, we give that a shot. See if her mic works.
Jessica?
Yes, hello?
Yes, you have 2 minutes, Jessica. Thank you.
Okay, yes. So, hello, my name is Jessica Ramirez. I am a Fresno community leader with Faith in the Valley. So as you guys can see, and you guys heard everything, you know, everybody, all the support, you know, basically I'm voting no on the 1C. And not just that, but I've been, pretty much I experienced it, I lived it. Where was the help when I needed it? My kids were living in, you know, in a vehicle. I was pregnant, you know, my daughter, she was a 1-year-old as well. And, you know, we were living through it. We experienced it. We didn't get no help from no one. So now that's what happened. That's my experience. So now I'm a leader, leading these people, helping these people, showing up, being there for them, because I didn't have nobody. I didn't have no guidance. And this is my way of helping others. So for you guys to want to bring these laws and say, oh, now that, you know, pretty much we're going to get arrested, it's just like, what? You guys are going way out of proportion. Like, what other things are you guys going to, just because you guys are not liking the fact that they're speaking up, stepping up, and helping one another. And you guys can't do that, which you guys have the whole power of the money and everything, but you guys don't know how to use it, how to invest it, how to help these people. You guys want to just pocket everything, pocket. But in reality, we are the ones that are suffering, that we need that help. So as that, you know, as me being that leader, you know, advocacy, going out there, putting our boots out there in the ground, especially Des, you know, she's always out there showing this is people that should be getting paid for doing this. And at the end of the day, you guys are pocketing everything. It shouldn't be like this. So I'm voting no as that. And you guys need to stop all this. You guys can't continue on just choosing sides and just because you guys have the power. No, at the end of the day, the whole people have the power. This is all the money that you guys collect is from us, the community, the people that pay taxes. So you guys need to start listening to us and start just flushing everything. At the end of this meeting, you guys are going to flush everything out your ears and make a decision by whatever you guys decide on. And that's not okay. You guys need to listen up to each and one of us that stepped up, showed up, the Zoom calls, and talk to the people out there that are going through the situation instead of deciding for your own selves. Thank you.
Thank you. Back in the chamber, we have Audria Hewlett.
Good afternoon. Just give me a few moments. My name's Audrey Hill, and I'm in opposition of the Ordinance 1C. The reason being is that I was one of the homeless, unhoused out there for over 8 years. And I lived, before Homeless Task Force became implemented, I lived out there, and without the help of the advocates, I probably wouldn't be where I'm at today. I didn't know my rights. I didn't know, basically, they took advantage of what the lack of my knowledge. And I felt victimized. I felt like being homeless was a crime. I think if you pass this ordinance, you're going to cause a lot more problems for the city than what you currently have. Homeless Task Force is not, I mean, they were supposed to be a beacon to help with the resources and let the homeless people know that they have these resources. And they've done nothing but victimize us and made us feel less than, like we're not even human. They've thrown away all our belongings. I can't tell you how many times I've had to start over and over and over again, throwing away my ID, my EBT card. Those are things that, the city doesn't want to keep giving you, because if you have too many, you must be doing something wrong with them. But yet the Homeless Task Force can just throw them away, no problem. And I think if you don't allow the advocates to intervene in situations like this, you're going to have more problems than you currently have now. Des Martinez helped me out of the streets. I'm currently housed. I'm doing well. I have a job now. And if it wasn't for her, I don't know where I would be. And I think by depriving the other unhoused people of the opportunity that I had, I think that would be a very injustice. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't see any further, I have one more person on Zoom. Pandora Ledma?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, you have 2 minutes to speak on the consent agenda.
Okay, my name is Pandora Lerma. I am an advocate for the unhoused community, and I'm opposed to item 1C. I have been helping with transportation because of outreach workers are overloaded with clients. So I'm doing this on my own free will, transporting unhoused people to appointments to apply for legal documents such as California IDs, birth certificates, social security cards. So we need social workers and case managers out there to help the unhoused community apply for these, so that way they can apply for housing, get mental health services, and apply for jobs. And the abatement, if I come upon an abatement, I don't want to be arrested or fined. I should be able to record everything that's going on without being harassed or bullied. And also, we don't need those dump trucks backing up into tents that have people inside of them. That is extremely dangerous and inhumane. So we need to treat these people with dignity and respect and compassion. And at the crack of dawn during these abatements, it's just cruel, because a lot of these people are disabled, and you expect them to just jump up and pack everything up, especially if you're already ripping their tents right off of them, throwing it into those dump trucks, and then you take away their only little transportation of little trolleys or strollers or anything they have to pack their items onto. So if they're carrying things a block away, by the time they come back, everything will be in there. So you're throwing away their California IDs, their birth certificates, everything else, so they have to keep applying over and over. They give up on themselves after that. So stop the bullying tactics and with these people who don't know their rights. And let's help get our citizens off the street. And we're the ones who vote you guys into office in hopes of change for our city. I want to be proud of the city. I was born and raised here. I'm 47 years old. And I want to see better for our city. Let's get our citizens off the streets into housing and not just give them a paper with resources. We need transportation for them and people to physically fill out the documents for them because a lot of them don't know how to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any last speakers on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none in the chamber or on Zoom, going to go ahead and close public comment for the consent agenda. Do I have a motion from the council to approve the balance of the consent agenda?
Motion has been made to approve the consent calendar.
Okay, fantastic. We have a motion and a second from Councilmember Chavez. Any opposition to approving the remaining balance of the consent calendar? Okay. We're going to take on the contested consent. First, I'm going to head over and let a couple of the speakers who were scheduled on the agenda get their time in since we're way past 10 a.m. It's going to be, for scheduled communication, 10 a.m. number 1, appearance by Sue Haig to discuss the revision of current parking permit fees in the residential areas near FSU. Sue, are you with us?
Come on up.
I have a handout for you if I could get the clerk to distribute it. That way, A, you can follow along. B, it's got my contact info. Thank you. It's got my contact info, so if you have any further questions, you can contact me privately, and I welcome that. What I am addressing right now is I live in Councilman Tyler Maxwell's district. I live near Fresno State on San Jose Avenue. So I'm impacted by the Fresno State home games in that when there is a home game, I cannot have guests at my house because they need a permit to park there. So I have to determine my entertainment schedule by Fresno State's home games and away games. Since none of you live in the area of Fresno State, and probably most of the people here, I am the only one here that has to pay to have guests park in front of our house. That's my issue. So what I've outlined here is my argument and my solution for how we deal with this. When we moved into our neighborhood 4 years ago, I had contacted them trying to get a permit. I was not told that a residential permit for me, for my husband and I, was free. I was going to have to pay then $26. The good news, of course, is that it's been reduced to $19. So my suggestion is, this is Fresno State's doing. I have a headline here from, what is it, December 18th, 2019, celebrating the fact that the new Fresno State football coach is receiving $7 million for his salary. So my proposal is, let us have Fresno State pay the one-time fee of guest permits for every single resident affected by this, and then as people move into the neighborhood, the city of Fresno mails it to them. And I'm also proposing that the city mail out, instead of requiring me to come downtown with photo ID and proof of my residency on a PG&E bill or something, you mail them out, and again, stick the mail bill to Fresno State. And then as people move into the neighborhood, they're just mailed as, hey, welcome to the neighborhood. Here's your free permit that you need to use if you want guests to visit you on game day. This is a case right now of the tail wagging the dog. And to me, it's unacceptable as a resident there. So thank you.
Thank you, Sue, and great timing on that. 10 a.m. number 2, we have Mr. Jorge Zavala to discuss the lack of communication from various city departments, as well as the difficulties of obtaining records. Is Jorge with us, or George? I'm not sure how you pronounce that.
Oh, thank you.
Microphone's right here. Welcome.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is George Zavala. I'm a sole proprietor, owner of showroom Dr. Z. Of course, you can see I'm visually impaired. Make a long story short, they're repaving the roads where I live on the street of Chestnut between Ashland and Gettysburg. And there was heavy gravel and aggregate across the whole thing. There was no line striped. And at this morning, the driver had hit the bumps, which are very large. It's like hitting a curb. Well, it really messed me up bad. I'm wearing rubber sandals, and my back is really messed up. It's hindering from my providing a service to my clients and my well-being. The problem is this, is that when submitting information, risk management, the attorney's office, and the call center have all lost my records. Mrs. Briggs from Risk Management is telling me I have the burden of showing the proof. I had 3 letters from the city the day of showing proof what had happened in this incident. But I called numerous times every day because they left it like that for a whole month. Everybody's hitting it. Everybody's getting hurt. The cars, the people in the vehicles. And it's a really serious matter when all these departments has lost records. And I have to prove that they lost my records, which I have. So I want a serious inquiry about the data, the lack of the data, who's responsible, how come I'm not able to talk to the supervisors in the attorney's office, how come I can't talk to the supervisors at the call center. And Gina knows when I called that day, and she knows me very well. She goes, did you call 3 times today? I go, yes, I did. I wanted to make sure that these problems would be addressed, that they would fix the roads. But they left it like that for a whole month. So they were really asking for it. But losing the records puts me in a whole nother position of fighting instead of being addressed. So I'm trying to see if you can look into this matter. That was on June 23rd when the first incident happened on this, and see if I can get some, the claim that I filed with Risk Management be taken into consideration, because I had to pay out a lot of money. It's permanently done damage to my body, and I'm suffering. I'm in a lot of pain right now. I can't do it no more. So I'm paying a lot of money out of my pocket for help here and help there, and all the medication and therapies, and then for the city to tell me they don't have records. So sorry, that's my ride picking me up. Yes, hold on, please. Yes, so I think I've been, I said the problem. I just want to be, this problem taken into serious consideration. They cannot lose records. It's impossible to do that, and if they're doing it, they're playing the odds. And they're going to lose because I had those records. Yes, sir, hold on, stand by. I'm here. I'm going outside. Thanks again for your time, and hopefully talk to you guys soon. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Zavala. All right, to my colleagues and the public, we are going to power through contested consents, maybe one other item as well. Good news is I'll buy you lunch, council. They should be taking your orders here very shortly. And we'll, yeah.
I just
Councilor
have
Redford?
a point of order. The one cue on the committees, it's an oversight that I would like to pull it for some discussion, and I don't know if we can do that. I think I have to get the consideration of the council to discuss that.
City Attorney, what's the process there since we have passed the consent agenda already?
Well, that was not an action item anyway, so it's really up to the council whether you want to reopen that item.
Yeah,
Okay,
I just
so
would
it's
like
not-
to have some discussion about it.
Okay,
Council
so
would-
one Q we'll add to, contested consent since it wasn't an official item.
Appreciate it.
All right, let's go ahead and take up item, contested consent, item 1C. Councilmember Arias, I believe you pulled this item.
Yes, Council President. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who spoke. And for those of you who, this is 1C as in cat, who spoke on this item, we're about to discuss it, so you might want to stay in the room. And those of us join us, we are going to recommend an amendment given all the public comments and some of the comments have been made around a belief that this is targeting advocates and keeping advocates from the encampments while abating is taking place. That is not the case, never been the intention, nor the goal of this ordinance. Is simply to give everyone rules, the same rules as abatements take place, as heavy equipment moves in to abate some of these encampments. So with that, I'm going to turn over to our legal counsel to describe the amendment to the ordinance.
Yes, Council. I wanted to clarify what the ordinance says, proposed amendment to it, and then the intent of the proposed ordinance. First of all, the existing ordinance I'm getting an echo. The existing ordinance that's before the council says that prior to any abatement taking place at an occupied location, those persons authorized to provide services to the occupants or advocate on their behalf shall be permitted a reasonable time to make contact with the occupants and assist prior to the area being secured as provided herein. The proposed change would say instead, prior to any abatement taking place at an occupied location, those persons providing services to occupants or advocating on their behalf shall be permitted. In other words, we're taking out the word authorized. So anybody out there providing services or advocating for the occupants there will be allowed in. There's no test of whether or not you've been authorized. So that is the proposed amendment. If the council accepts that today, then it would come back, this would be treated as reintroduction and come back at the next council meeting. And then I have some further information. First of all, the ordinance is not designed to prevent advocates and others from monitoring homeless encampments. Already, police officers, firefighters, public works and utilities employees and contractors routinely tape off or fence off areas to work for both safety and security. This has been routine and understood without question. This provision is similar. When there's a homeless encampment cleanup, there are essentially two phases. In the first phase, city people, advocates, service providers go in and work with people offering services and have the occupants identify their belongings they want to retain or have stored. They are provided ample time to do this, but at some point then, the area is cleared of all people. In the second phase, all tents and makeshift structures are cleared and collapsed so that we can be sure there was no one there and no one can return. This is vitally important for their safety so that people are not harmed in the cleanup process. At that point, the area would be secured for the safety of everyone. There is heavy equipment being used, like bobcats or mini bulldozers, skid steers, and so forth, and trucks. The worst thing that could possibly happen is that we have heavy equipment out there and injure somebody. So this ordinance will help us to avoid having that happen. There are also other hazards out there, like we encounter used needles, debris, unsanitary and dangerous items and conditions. We don't want people around when those things are being disturbed and moved. So we want to move people for their safety. The ordinance, the existing ordinance, before any of these amendments were proposed, says that no person shall obstruct, impede, or interfere with any abatement work. This ordinance simply clarifies that further. It has been said that people were being deputized to enforce the law. This isn't true. While contractors would have the authority to tape off an area, only law enforcement and the city attorney's office can enforce the criminal provisions. When it comes to the criminal provisions, the proposed ordinance actually reduces potential fines. The existing municipal code says that any violation is up to a $1,000 fine and up to a 1 year in jail for a violation. This reduces it to no more than $250 with no jail term. So actually the ordinance reduces the potential penalties for the violations. Also, it says that people are given the opportunity to comply before being cited, so any kind of fine should be rare. That's all.
City Attorney, if you would kindly just elaborate a little bit more. When this was first introduced with the original language, I did pull the item and worked with you on some changes that made me more comfortable with the resolution. Could you just go into a little bit more detail about what those changes were that we had worked on to the language of this item?
I think the initial version simply said that the abatement people out there, the city employees or contractors, could tape off an area, and then it could be a fine for people entering that area without authority. We provided provisions to say that initially advocates, service providers are expressly allowed to go in and work with people who are there before we tape off any area, and also made it clear that people be given opportunity to comply. In other words, if they did enter the area, they say, hey, you need to step out of here before they would be cited.
Thank you, City Attorney. I appreciate the clarification.
With that, Council President, I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance as amended for introduction, and it will return in another council meeting for final adoption.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second from Councilmember Chavez. Any further comments or questions from my colleagues on this item? We've taken public comments already in the consent calendar for the entirety of it. Is there any opposition to the amended 1C? Seeing no opposition, it passes 7-0. Moving on to item 1G. This is pulled by Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. Any chance the mayor is still around to take any questions on this item? I had one in particular for him, if he's still around.
Councilmember Maxwell, this was actually created and brought forward by staff. The mayor wasn't a part of the creation of this item. So I think Director Aguirre and Aldi are here to answer questions.
Okay.
And I'll fill in the blanks if necessary.
I'm sorry?
I'll fill in the blanks
Okay.
if necessary.
I do want to pick this apart a little bit. There's some good things in here, but I mean, my first question to the administration or to staff is, how many of my colleagues have been invited out and gotten a tour of Camp Fresno? Can you want to answer that?
Aaron, are you on?
Maxwell, this is Aaron Aguirre. Sorry, I'm out of the chambers today for safety precautions. But to date, we have not had any council members visit Camp Fresno in my time with the Parks Department.
Council Vice President, to be clear, I don't think the council's been invited.
I think that's a point of indignation for me, Director Aguirre. It appears that there's some good work going on out there, but multiple times, including the budget last year, a couple AARs, this item now, we're being asked to allocate positions and funding for Camp Fresno, and yet myself, and I don't believe any of my colleagues have received an invitation out to Camp Fresno to take a look at it, see what the programming is like. I know some of us have expressed interest before, and I just think if this items regarding Camp Fresno are going to continue to come before the dais, I think administration should take a step forward and really including the council and seeing what's going on out there. I don't know if there's sermons or singing or sports or or what, City Manager.
Aaron, let me take that. So first of all, apologies, it's a city facility, and so I want to make sure that all of the council knows that you are invited to any city-owned facility. So I don't want you to think that you need an invitation. But having said that, we would absolutely love and welcome anyone who wants to take a drive up to Camp Fresno. As you may know, it has been a city facility for a very, very long time. It has been neglected for a very, very long time and has basically been on life support and having failing systems. But we would welcome and invite you anytime you would like to take a visit and any city facility. Please just let us know, but I'm extending an invitation right now.
The reason I bring that up, City Manager, is obviously when I have a personal project in my district that I'm trying to get funding for, I'll usually invite 1 or 2 council members to take a look so they could physically see what those investments are going to manifest themselves as. And I think that'd be useful for this council too, just because I know Camp Fresno is a priority for the mayor and the administration. For me, it would be easier to consider these items if I could see the man behind the curtain, so to speak.
I understand your point. And I guess what I would say is it is sort of the hidden gem of Fresno. You describe it as a priority of the administration. It was more of a discovery of the administration of once the mayor learned that the city owned and operated this hidden gem up in a part of our county that many people don't have the opportunity to visit. It was like, oh my gosh, we got to make sure that our residents and people who aren't able to explore the outdoors have access to this. It's been a budgeted item in the budget for decades, but it's just been a very, basically running it into the ground budget line item. So I don't know what the deadline is for this grant application.
Tomorrow.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Was my second point of indignation.
Yeah,
that I was going to bring.
So, like I described, the staff is the one who initiated this item because Camp Fresno is within their purview. It always has been within the Parks Department. When the mayor actually didn't even realize that this was on the agenda until we talked about it the other day. So my apologies. Once again, I'd be happy to go up the hill with you guys, and I haven't been up there in years myself, so I'd be happy to go up the hill and tour it. I think you guys will be really impressed and excited about the opportunity that your residents, especially the youth who are in our city that don't have the opportunity to explore the outdoors for a very, very low cost. So I would love to go up the hill with you guys and show it off to you.
I appreciate that. I wish I could have had the opportunity to do that, obviously, before these items come before us. My second question you hinted on already, but maybe a better question towards Director Aguirre is, I voiced my indignation with these contracts coming before council a day before they're due. I know that this RFP was open on November 19th. That's been almost 3-4 months at this point. Correct me if I'm wrong, Director. If council approves the application of this contract and we receive it, we would then need to create at least 2 new full-time city positions, would have to match, at least in part, a portion of the CalVIP funds equaling $1.15 million over 3 years. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Do you understand why I keep bringing this up? The frustration of having to approve new positions and a dollar amount a day before the application is due when the application process has been open for several months?
I do, and I apologize for that. We brought on a grant manager in December and have been having and dealing with some capacity issues. So apologize from the department and personally from myself for bringing this in the day before.
So I'll take you up on your offer, City Manager. Appreciate it. I'm going to make a motion to support because I think Camp Fresno is a good thing. I've never been there. I haven't seen it, but what I see on social media and hear from the mayor, it is good things. I'm going to support it because I really think that 90% of the time my colleagues really try to help the administration's priorities, and I know Camp Fresno has been a priority for you guys. And with that being said, I can tell you that is definitely a balancing act between administrative priorities and council priorities. And I could at least speak for myself right now when I say that I feel that that balancing act has been greatly skewed to where I don't necessarily feel that at the moment District 4 priorities are the administrative priorities. With that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve this item.
Do have a Councilmember Arias punched up.
I'll second that. City Manager, I'm going to take a little different approach, but similar kind of space of Council Vice President. When we were told of Camp Fresno, we were promised that Camp Fresno was going to be renovated and operated by the One Fresno Foundation.
That's not accurate,
Well,
Councilmember.
that's what I was told, City Manager.
No.
It was a One Fresno Foundation commitment. Now we're seeing a grant come forward, and the grant proposes to pay the city of Fresno $500,000 in rental fees during the life of the grant. I'm still waiting, City Manager, for a budget for Camp Fresno. It is a significant piece of real estate, recreational amenity for the city. I've yet to been told Camp Fresno has $2 million of deferred maintenance, and the annual operating budget, fully staffed, every single day that's available throughout the year is X amount. And here's how we're proposing to pay for it in the parks budget or in the public works budget or in the prevention budget. We allowed the administration to go forward and reclaim that property, bring it back from, the dead. But we're still looking for, at least I am, for what is the long-term plan for that facility, because from my perspective, that facility is similar to Woodward Park, to Roding Park. It's a huge regional asset for the city, but also a huge regional liability in terms of maintenance, capital improvements that need to take place. I haven't been there, but what I've heard is it is still not at the condition where it meets ADA compliance, where things are being maintained or addressed. So I will take you up on that observation and that tour, but I am still waiting for what is the long-term plan for the facility and how do we propose to pay for it. Is it going to be a user fee-based system, or is it going to be a regional park where people pay $5 to get in, or is it going to be simply a facility that gets rented out to churches for weekend events? So separate and apart, I know we're coming up on the budget. I'm going to be looking forward to what is the plan for Camp Fresno long term. So just from my perspective, happy to support this. I know you guys are against a deadline of tomorrow, but we need to be fiscally conservative on how we manage this facility given the context of Measure P and our limited general fund budget. So I am looking for that long-term plan for the camp. And I'm also going to be looking forward to who has benefited from the camp so far and who's going to benefit from the camp. Because in my experience, we use kids of poverty, kids at risk, to justify drawing down grants, to justify a big investment. But when it comes to execution and those who are actually experiencing those facilities, that may not be the case. I'm not aware of any group in my district that has benefited from the camp thus far. You might have, I'm not aware of it. I don't know of any nonprofit in my district that has utilized the camp, to date. So I'm going to be very, very clear with everyone that I want to see the actual numbers in terms of future maintenance, capital improvements, and who we're planning to, take up there. Because there is $1.3 million for a facility from a state grant is significant, but I imagine it's not enough to bring it to the standard that we all expect for any city facility.
Councilmember, we'd be happy to provide that information. It does exist currently in sections of the budget. I know we previously did a tray memo, but we will compile it all in one place and also provide some reporting of some of the camp visitors that happened with our last round of camps. And moving forward, we would absolutely welcome you all helping get the word out to potential campers in your district. If you think there are parts of your districts that aren't being reached, it has been a very open call of trying to gather any camper who is interested. So we would welcome your help and partnership with helping to recruit campers. Again, the goal has been for kids who have not had the opportunity to experience the outdoors, who may be, in the center part of our city.
Absolutely. Thank you, City Manager. Know that the questions I'm going to get from the parents and the organizations is the camp safe? What are the amenities? Who's operating the facility? Have they been, criminal back checked? Have they been X, Y, and Z? And what exactly is going to take place overnight? And, who's in charge? So those are all things that over time we'll understand, and we'll be happy to be helpful and get the word out. But I am really interested in what is the long-term cost or the deferred maintenance of that facility, and how is staff recommending that we address that? Because there is going to be, I'm assuming, some pretty severe cost that we have to come up with to maintain that facility.
And just want to reiterate my point, please do not bring forward a contractual agreement before this council that does not give us due time to deliberatively discuss this process. Thank you.
Council President, I did have some questions and comments. And City Manager, thank you for the offer that you've made. I did, though, want to jump into just a little bit into the details of who you guys are expecting to target and outreach in terms of the work, because it doesn't outline a plan as part of the staff report. So are there particular nonprofits that you guys are partnering? Can you guys speak to that?
Aaron or
And,
Aldi?
and are they set in stone, or are those like some and open to others?
So Councilmember Soria, the grant's specific as to kind of our target audience, and we are using PD data in relation to the real-time crime data to generate that, as well as with our some of our community-based organizations on referrals and working with them through that process.
What is that process, I guess? Who are the organizations? That's what I'm curious.
So the current providers we have are out on the streets working with the communities and know the youth who are involved in some of these crime-ridden areas. And those referrals would then come to the Department of the Once program, come through our application process and be vetted that way.
Okay. Not very clear. I don't know. Maggie,
Which
can you maybe talk
organizations?
to? I
Which
know that you-
organizations?
Yeah, I don't think it's clear. I think, Maggie, maybe you can speak to.
We have an established service provider network of about 120 agencies that our office has been working for the past 16 years. Those are collaborative partners that have been directly and indirectly involved through our Fresno Summer Nights. Now, with a couple of the youth forums that we have conducted, the Youth and Gun Summit that you all had participated, or some of you had participated, we made sure that we took a lot of the feedback that the youth communicated, and one of them was the desire to be able to go outside of the city and be able to visit nature, beaches, experiencing, things other than the metropolitan city. Some of those partners that have been at the table with us, also at the table with us have been a lot of our crisis intervention agencies, like Advanced Peace, Fresno Barrios Unidos, Hope Now, Fresno Street Saints. Our training modules, we know that although these agencies that I've identified are the ones that are currently providing a direct service to this population, we also want to make sure that we end up opening up those training modules to other agencies that are either contemplating getting into that line of work or want a better understanding for their staff and building capacity to be able to execute such programs. Those same agencies that I mentioned are also expressing a desire and being able to end up recruiting and identifying youth and young adults that would be great candidates to participate throughout the camps.
Okay, thank you.
Council member, remember, so Camp Fresno, this is one segment of the campers, are the agencies. There are also other campers. And when I was saying we would love to help you guys help recruit, there's more than just this funding for Camp Fresno. So I just wanted to specify the grant funding can only go towards the population that Maggie identified.
Yeah, perfect, thank you.
All right, any
Great.
further questions, comments?
The other thing that I just want to express, I appreciate the work that the mayor has done in really bringing back Camp Fresno. I think that it is a tremendous hidden jewel in our county that belongs to the city. That I am hoping that the same energy that is being put, and I know that this council at least will probably support this continued investment because we know the value in prevention and crime prevention, that we do the same with our existing parks. Like, for example, and I'm just going to bring one park in my district, Quigley. I think our director, the parks director, is very well aware that Quigley is the #1 park noted in the last park master plan. And while we went out for a grant, we didn't get the grant, unfortunately, but that we figure out a way to start tackling also the deferred maintenance and issues that this park has, especially in this upcoming budget. So I just hope that just as we're looking at prioritizing this Camp Fresno, that we do that for those parks that need the help the most, because they're also a strong component in terms of prevention, crime prevention in our community. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition to item 1G? Motion passes 5-0, 2 absences. We're going to roll over to the 10 a.m. item number 3.
Council President, I make a motion to open the hearing.
Okay. The hearing is now open. We'll go ahead and take, again, public comment on 10 a.m. item number 3, which is a hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of Stanislaus Street and L Street. Seeing no public comment in the chamber or on Zoom, go ahead and close public comment. Any questions or comments from colleagues? Okay. Is there any action to this item, or is it purely
Well,
hearing?
it comes back for an action item after this public hearing.
Okay. All right. So I've got council members swerving in and out of this chamber all day. I see 2 are gone right now. So at this point, I think what we're gonna do, we'll call lunch and we'll come back at 2 o'clock. When we get back, we have, in no particular order, oh, we have an interruption from the. 3A, because you're gonna see them. We'll get them back. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, in no particular order, we got 3A, then we have 3 different workshops. We have closed session and unscheduled communication, and we still have a couple of contested consent items, 1H and 1Q. So we're gonna be here a while. When we come back at 2 o'clock, make sure you cancel reservations, tell the kids you won't see them till 7 or 8 p.m., and we will see you at 2 p.m. 7 p.m. And we are going to jump back into the contested consent calendar. We still had items 1H and 1Q. We'll take away with 1H. Councilmember Maxwell, you pulled this item.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I'll just start off by saying I saw a lot of positions in here I think our city desperately needs, and I've seen the impact of the lack of staffing in my district personally. I think the reason the administration is bringing this forward is just because every single department has been affected by the staffing shortage, and it's playing out in real time with a lot of our projects and has impeded your progress to get a lot of things done. I will say, City Manager, that I think a lot of that is also true for the City Council offices. I could tell you that, I have my staff usually running at 110%, and we didn't necessarily have the time to review every single position with the detail I would have liked. And that's just, I would like one more week to just look these over, to just have the full time that I need to read through. I mean, it's 108 positions. It isn't a small potatoes items, even though I think I agree with most of the positions on there. A couple of things that I would like to see is just the cost out, because I know you told me, City Manager, that the salary savings is going to be used to pay for a lot of these positions, which I think is great. We're not going to see immediate effect on the general funds, but obviously when we get around to the budget season, the unfilled positions that we're getting the salary savings fund from are not being cut. So come budget, we will have to fund those positions again on top of the 108 positions. And so for me, just to do my due diligence, I would just like to know what that cost out would look like in the budget. And a second thing I'll add to that is some of these positions looked a little duplicative to me, City Manager. One example I'll give you is the, give me 1 second here. I think it was the community outreach specialist, like with Fresno PD. Like there were some of these positions I read and they sounded like really similar to what we passed in the budget with CSOs. I know we passed 15 or 20 new CSOs in the last budget, and I don't believe we filled all of those yet. And so a couple things I was wanting is just the cost out of what this is going to cost us overall, a little bit more time to thoughtfully read through these, and just wondering what existing PARs that we have that align with these positions that have gone unfilled, like the CSOs. It seems a little duplicative to me.
So if you want, you're suggesting we postpone until the 17th?
I would like that, City Manager, for my own staff and myself to have a little bit more time to read through this. I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah, I understand. I think that I would be fine with, I think we are fine with that. And we'd be in, yes, you are correct that the full cost of these positions would need to be included in the fiscal year 23 budget.
Correct.
And I'd be happy to get you the update on the CSOs, because the position you're talking about, the community outreach specialist, it's not duplicative, but we can certainly provide better explanation on that. So I would be happy to push this to the next meeting if you promise not to complain about staffing shortages for the next week.
Oh, I can't promise that. I can't even get emails back at this point.
That's fine. We can live with that.
And then would you also be able to provide to this council, I mean, if my colleagues are not interested, maybe we could just meet one-on-one, but with that other information I requested about what the cost out's going to look like. I mean, I think it will be significant. We heard the mayor discuss when we did our presser for the police budget. I mean, we're pushed to the brink. And then, of course, we're adding 108 new positions on top of that, right? So that did leave me with some concerns. I hope that we could work those out. But if my colleagues are interested in any of that, you guys could speak up. Otherwise, I'll just meet with you one-on-one, City Manager.
Yeah. I've got Councilmember Carbasi punched up, and then Chavez. So Chavez, and then we have Councilmember Arias after Chavez.
All right. Thank you for that, Council President. And my comments are really related to just understanding the immense amount of workload that has increased for city staff. I had this conversation with our city manager last week. And so I think it'll be important to, under that umbrella, give council a full honest, transparent view about what actually is our capacity. Because as you recall, during the budget this past year, every council member submitted a list of projects and priorities as part of the council's Rebuild Fresno initiative. And so we've got a number of projects that are in the queue, so to speak. And I think it'll be important as we're deliberating not just ARPA money and the mid-year budget adjustment, but in preparation for, and we're right there already, going to be March, preparation for the regular budget cycle, for council to have just a full view of what exactly our resources are, our staff capacity, and obviously the subsequent requests that will be made to make sure that those projects get done. I've been here long enough to know that you can only stretch the rubber band so much. So I'm going to be supportive, but I also want to, flag a couple of things for the administration and for my colleagues. I think just like our departments have increased workload, so have council offices. I think we see, with the census numbers that just came out, we've added constituents, we've added workload for our staff too, and I'm going to be bringing a recommendation forward to add satellite offices for council district offices, and then also additional support staff to accommodate a lot of the calls and for services that we're getting. And City Manager, we had that conversation previously. I just wanted to publicly flag it for you in preparation for that conversation that we will be having. Council President.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Arias, and then Soria afterward.
Thank you, Council President. I would just echo the comments of my colleagues. I think I've had this conversation with the City Manager. I think her and I both agree that process is important and the timing of that process. For me, adding 107 new positions prior to the presentation this afternoon on ARPA, prior to us receiving the mid-year budget proposal, or to even getting the proposed new budget that's due in March 1st, is premature, especially given that we just approved $44 million ongoing over the next 3 years for all the labor contracts that we approved. So I want to make sure we're not, going ourselves into some kind of fiscal crisis by approving a ton of new positions without getting the full glimpse of our fiscal condition ongoing. So I'll be open to investing in new positions, but I do want to get a clear picture. Today, I'm glad that they finally announced the roundabout, by Woodward Park that we all use, which is critical. But that's an example of something that's needed urgently that I don't think was part of the budget that we discussed. So I want to be able to elevate all these additional urgent capital projects as well as new positions prior to, us committing to some ongoing costs. Because the last thing I want to do is, trigger layoffs 2 years from now because we added a ton of positions without having a clear public view of the full cost ongoing of all these commitments. So I recognize staff is stretched thin. I think you guys do a wonderful job of trying to address all our needs and all the projects that are being processed. We got a huge amount of federal and state money, but it's all one time at this point. So when those projects get completed, the ongoing money to sustain all these positions is probably not going to be there. So as our controller walks in, I want to hear from him on what is the financial outlook of the city 2 or 3 years downstream, because as Council Vice President noted, the mayor made it very clear, after a contract with the police union, we are fully tapped out. So it's a surprise to me to see 107 new positions after that doom and gloom, projection in our final agreement. We still have one more labor agreement to approve. It is an enterprise fund, but enterprise funds always have a general fund impact that's indirect in nature. So I want to be clear for all of us about what our resources are. And of course, I do think there's other departments that need additional help from my experience that I like to discuss with the city manager and with the department heads. And I personally have not had a chance to meet with any of the department heads about their specific requests. So I'd like to have some more time, city manager. I think we're all on the same page. We recognize more bodies are needed to get some of this work done. But personally, I want to make sure that those bodies will be here long enough that it doesn't trigger a financial crisis or layoff in a couple years. Thank you.
Councilmember Soria, and then Carbasi.
Thank you, Council President. I guess I walked in a little late, so I wanted to know what was the request?
I made a motion to continue this to next week, council member, to allow my staff more time to review all the positions in here. I also made a request from the city manager to do a cost out with us to see what these are gonna cost us when we come to the 23 budget. So those were my two.
Okay. And I'm assuming that the administration wouldn't have proposed this if you guys don't see these positions fully funded over the next kind of 5-year projection, correct?
Correct. I think we look at it as with the influx of all of the money coming in, there are no people to spend that money. And those funds have deadlines on them. So everybody's very frustrated about the delays in their projects. And as Councilmember Chavez said, the rubber band is stretched as far as we can go. So I recognize that it sounds like a lot, but when you bring nearly doubling the size of our general fund, that's when you put in the CARES Act money and the ARPA money together, you cannot think that the existing staff is going to be able to function and perform and deliver projects at the current staffing level. So I'm fine having discussions and going through and maybe doing a better job explaining what positions are going to do. But I do want to make it very, very clear that status quo of trying to do all of this additional work, of all of the neighborhood infrastructure work, of all of the other suggested projects that we're going to be talking about in our mid-year review, it cannot be done with the existing staffing levels. So I'm happy to give more time to have discussions and then do a better job explaining if that's what's required. But I just want to make sure that the expectation's very clear. We cannot sustain at the current levels.
And I agree because I've been in conversations with several of the department heads. I just went over all my public works projects that are in the queue, and many of them are lacking project managers, and that's why my projects won't, have the ability to move. So I totally understand that. I was actually kind of ready to support this. I know that one of the issues that is critical right now, and I know that, at least in the neighborhoods that I represent in the Tower area, we are seeing a lot of vandalism and some petty crime. And my bike unit I kind of agreed to, giving up the bike unit temporarily, but I need the bike unit back. And I know that with adding some of these civilian positions, that we could move some of our officers, but I need some hard commitments that my bike unit is coming back to the Tower, because the neighborhood is really, really kind of up in arms when it comes to some of the petty crime that is happening in the neighborhood.
So I know from a brief conversation I had with the mayor, understand the need for both the Tower and then also downtown. I know Councilmember Arias has discussed about his concerns about the activity that's going on Fulton Street with the artwork, and we already have made some improvements in that area. I don't think we've done a great job communicating back to the council on that aspect, but I understand we are working with Chief Balderrama on putting the officers together to resuscitate the Tower bike unit. So I would say, yeah, exactly to your point, several of the positions in the police department are to take sworn officers who are doing administrative work, putting administrative positions there so we can free those folks up and augment the resources that are out there actually doing the crime fighting. So I don't know if the chief is still on.
Chief is on.
Okay, perfect. If it's okay, if we can have Chief Balderrama address the Tower bike unit.
Did he also do El Dorado Park while he's speaking, city manager?
I'm not familiar with the El Dorado Park, but if he knows about it, I'm happy to have him speak on it.
Well, welcome, Chief. I don't think I've seen you in civilian clothes since your interview.
I like wearing my uniform. I'm at a conference, but thank you very much, Councilperson Soria, for your question. And we're definitely committed to bringing those bike units back. As a matter of fact, just this morning, I was strategizing with my deputy chiefs as far as how we do that. So in the month of May, we're actually going to get 16 police officers who are going to be fully trained and off of FTO. which means that's an additional 16 bodies we can send to patrol, which gives us some flexibility of bringing some of those units back. Right now, the plan is being formulated as far as what shifts are going to work and what areas are going to work. But as you know, our downtown policing unit, who are on bikes, are highly effective. The plan is to double that unit and then have those officers also cover the tower and to start covering El Dorado Park. So I have to go by priorities as far as crime needs, and downtown and tower are areas that are being affected right now that we need to have more bodies there. And then, but El Dorado Park is something that we'd like to at some point extend and also cover that area.
So I know that May seems kind of long, at least to me. If you guys are gonna want me to approve additional bodies, I need a commitment that this is gonna come as early as next month. Because the bike unit was there, we had authorized the positions some time ago. And so I'd like to see the bike unit. I don't know if we can have a commitment to ensure that the bike units do come back on our overtime budget. I know that there are some dollars there, but I'd really like to see a hard commitment. I think May is way too long.
Councilperson, on that issue, that is being done right now. We are going to use overtime money to start supplementing those positions. So you will start seeing more bike officers in the tower, especially on overlap days. So I sent some updates to up to the city manager's office so they can see the plan as it's being formulated right now. But certainly in May, we'll be in a much better position, not just to add some positions, but also to unveil our public safety plan for the downtown and tower area.
Okay, perfect. So we can assure our tower residents and those that visit the tower for entertainment purposes that over the next couple of weeks, they'll start seeing the bike unit come back again?
You'll start seeing more bikes because we're going to start supplementing that with overtime.
Okay.
The unit itself won't be expanded until May because that's when I get the extra bodies. I got to keep a certain level out in patrol to respond to 911 calls. But certainly through supplementation through overtime, we're already starting to schedule more officers.
Okay, perfect. That is what I was hoping to hear. I think that is a critical, and I trust that you're putting together a comprehensive plan, but we're really being contacted by our community residents in that area, and I think that beyond folks that live there, this area is highly visited by outsiders, which is a really big drive to our local economy. So we want to make sure people feel safe going and visiting this neighborhood as well. So that's why for me it was critical that the bike unit returns to the tower, even at the minimum numbers that we had initially funded it for. And then I'm excited to hear that you recognize there's a lot of value in these bike units, especially these unique neighborhoods, and that you're looking at an expansion starting May. So very supportive of that front. So I guess from what I'm hearing, 1 week, is 1 week okay, City Manager, in terms of if it's going to come on Thursday?
I think it's 1 week too long, but in the spirit of cooperation, if that's what the council majority wants, I'm willing to go along with that. I was only half joking when I said stop complaining. I'm trying to explain. I've always been told, when we're complaining behind the scenes that we don't have resources, it's like, well, then you need to ask for resources. So I'm asking for resources. I appreciate that you want more information. I will always honor that. So I can survive with 1 week, but it's just we've been behind the curve for a very long time, so it's just 1 more week. So I'll live with it.
I'll hear my colleagues out. I mean, certainly the financials is probably like the big one that I want to see. I would prefer to have a week. I'll hear what my colleagues say. Like I said, I support pretty much most of these positions in here, but echoing Councilmember Soria, I want hard commitments too. A week is a long time around here, and it's taken me a week to get emails back about planting 8 trees. I had a bike lane that was supposed to take 3 months to get designed. Now it's a 1.5 years out. There are certain things that can be expected because of low staffing. There's, I think, what is perceived as foot dragging on some of these projects as well, City Manager, if I'm being blunt.
I would love to be CC'd on those emails because I'm not aware of either of those issues. So, and maybe it was my predecessor, so please bring me on the loop on those because I'm happy to help determine if it's foot dragging or if it's staffing.
So, and I think that I understand the frustration. Council Vice President, because similar situations, I think we're probably all going through, but I do really believe it's capacity, because I've been on this council 8 years, and we are facing unprecedented levels of projects, which is a good thing, but our staffing numbers haven't changed. And so I do recognize the value. I think what probably should have happened, city manager, is that you should have maybe even requested them before, because I think we should have already been hired a lot of these people, because the money has been sitting in the bank. And we've known that we've needed the help, because every time I have my weekly updates or my monthly updates with the various departments, I hear the same thing. You know, we're short-staffed, we don't have enough project managers. One of the things that I would actually like to ask, I know that I believe our Public Works Director mentioned that maybe in their department, we've done that. They've done that, made sure that the salaries are competitive, but I want to make sure salaries across the board are competitive. So I don't know, I know when I first got here, and I know you were here working with the Swearingen administration, we did a number of class and comp studies. I think we need to get back to that to make sure, because times have changed. 8 years ago, people were making different money. We weren't facing inflation. And I think that we really need to make sure that our employees are being paid accordingly, and that we have competitive salaries, so that we attract really qualified and good people that will be in addition to our city. So that's what I would also ask as part of this, is that we really look at making sure that we're compensating in a competitive way.
And those are part of the labor agreements that we recently approved. So that is work that is required, that the personnel department is in the beginning stages of. So we have to, it's the right thing to do, and we need to do it because it's part of the contracts that were approved.
City Manager, if I may too, also just add that it's also prioritization. I mean, this team put up 7 flagpoles in 24 hours on Ian Plaza, and it took 8 months to turn on the lights on Fulton Street. So it is also about prioritization. So I'm gonna just be honest with you all, we're looking at that too, is are the projects that we funded years ago being prioritized, or are there new projects that the administration has prioritized being put in front of the line? Because that matters too, because our constituents were promised infrastructure improvements years ago. This council funded those projects, and they're somehow still, you know, not ready for construction for a series of reasons. But we see other projects that pop up within 24 hours and they're fully done. So that's the general feeling. Very supportive of the fact that you need more bodies, but we also need those projects that were promised years ago to, you know, get done.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, no, I like this discussion and concern for our finances, but you know, it's really important that when times are well and there's money coming in, that we do increase our oh, sorry for the feedback. I guess we want to emphasize this. We do increase our reserves. I know the council rejected that concept the last budget, and I hope maybe we'll change that. That way, Lord forbid we ever have to go into the red, we can pull from that so we don't have to fire people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. Listening to the conversation, I would agree with some of the concerns, the fiscal impact primarily. I think this fiscal year we're going to come out just fine. But just back of the envelope, it's not super hard math. If we have roughly 100 employees, we're paying them a competitive salary and fringe benefits in this new environment, we're probably looking in the $10 million range fiscally. And again, maybe the controller can correct that next week when we have more solid numbers, but that's pretty large, significant. So got to find a way to balance that with the needs that we have here right now. I think we have a motion or consensus to table this on to February 17th. Any objections to that?
Well, so I guess, I don't know if I missed anyone else's comments. So the majority wants to table. I would be
I'm
ready
asking for
to
consensus
support
on that right now.
I would be ready to support to move forward, but knowing that we do get a fiscal analysis that comes with it, if it's merely a week. So
You want to approve this before you know how much it's going to cost us in the budget?
well, we have a lot of money, and I think that
Do we?
Yeah, our
President,
I'm not ready to approve this before we hear the mid-year budget this afternoon. So we got to be told how much money we actually have and what the ongoing costs are. That's the whole purpose of the mid-year budget.
I'd be more comfortable with a 5-year projection or at least 3-year projection, which I think is probably pretty.
will we be able to get that within the week or for the next council meeting? City manager?
Yes. I'm really trying hard not to be snippy, and I'm very hard controlling myself because 2 meetings ago, there was a request for additional staff for your staffing levels, and none of this discussion happened. I understand this is a lot more, this is more positions, but relatively speaking, this never even came up. It passed on consent. So I'm just curious that when your shop has staffing needs because there's a lot more work in the building, it's okay and it goes through on consent. But we're trying to be responsive to council's concerns about project delays. And while they are very valid questions, I'm just wondering why there are 2 standards. Why did it not matter then and why does it matter now?
Let me apologize, City Manager. That wasn't the impression I was trying to give off. Let me also reiterate, most likely going to be supportive of every position on here. 107, 108 positions is a lot.
I understand.
It's my fiduciary responsibility to make sure how much that's going to cost. If you would be willing to provide me that in private or with this whole body, I'd appreciate that and make me feel a lot better about approving these.
And City Manager, just for the record, when the city attorney requested more money, he met with every single council member, went through every single position, justified the position, and then explained the out-year cost of those positions. We have not had that opportunity. I know the fire chief has reached out. That's the only department head thus far that's reached out on these positions. So, I mean, there's got to be some level of communication.
Okay,
I'm just going to chime in because apparently, I've never known the city manager not to be available, but we have to make the time to meet with her. But be that as it may, look, I think we have consensus here. Councilmember Maxwell's correct, and I love that we're being very careful with our money. We really need to know how much it's going to cost if we're going to vote for it. Fair enough. A week is not unreasonable. So thank you, Tyler, for making that point.
Yeah, City Manager, just to answer your question directly head on, again, I don't recall what the level was of the previous item, but just the magnitude, right, and proportion. When we've increased staffing marginally on the second floor and council staff, it's pretty small because we're a very small unit. We increase the same percentage citywide. It's much larger magnitude. So just to answer your question head on, I think that's the concern, and I think we all know what the needs are. We all want to see our projects done successfully on the administration side, on the council side. So I think it sounds like there's support across the board here from what I've heard. We just should all know and be transparent about what we're walking into.
I'm perfectly fine with that. So I do appreciate your acknowledgement of the need because that's what's most important for me, for all of you to understand, because it's constant unhappiness and you guys get very frustrated with us. So I'm here publicly saying this is what we need. And I agree with Councilmember Soria. We should have brought this forward way before. I felt, of course, this is my second meeting, the first opportunity. We're right before mid-year. We'll certainly need to have a more detailed conversation come fiscal year 23 budget. Absolutely, I think we had a good process last year and we'll continue with that. So I appreciate your acknowledgement of the need. That's helpful for me to hear.
You're 100% correct, City Manager, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, and you did an excellent job not being snippy. It was very
I
well
have to tell
conducted
you how
conversation.
hard that was for me.
I saw, and you did a great job.
If it's 1 week, okay. But we need to really move on it with the information that you guys all asked.
We also try not to be snippy.
All right, Carbasi, do you want to say anything else? All right, before this goes any further, this item is now tabled until the next meeting, February 17th. Let's move on to item 1Q. City Attorney, can you provide some clarification on this? We were under the impression this was a item that you passed by council. You had said it wasn't. Can you clarify for the public what's going on with item 1Q?
Yes, I think I was wrong. There was some documents in the record from the city clerk's office reflecting that there were some items that you actually did approve as far as appointments to certain positions. Is that right, city clerk?
Mike?
That is correct.
Okay, so the item was passed on consent agenda. And what would be the process to remove that from the consent agenda?
Well, if you wanted to, by consensus, discuss some of those items, that would be up to the council.
Okay, so that's different from what you had told us. Okay, so 1Q, as of right now, was passed on consent.
Correct.
We need to
Technically,
rewind.
if somebody wanted to revisit a vote on any part of that, somebody on the prevailing side would make a motion to reconsider that item and get a second and majority vote to do that.
Okay. So here's the thing. I don't know how this process took place. Maybe, Nelson, you can explain it. I mean, I was removed from 2 committees that I wanted to be on, the budget and the homeless. I've been on them. I'm on 3 committees. Mr. Arias is on 14. Nelson, you're on 9. Maxwell, you're on 6. Carbasi's on 7. Chavez is on 7. And Esmeralda is on 7. So I'm removed from 2. Nobody talked to me. I don't know if you talked to anybody or you just made your own decisions. But I have a problem with the fact that nobody talked to me about it. I don't know if you talked to anybody, you just made your own decisions. But I wanted to remain on the budget committee and the homeless committee, and so I don't understand how the process went down.
The process, I sponsored the item. So as the president, the process was I made committee assignments in some consultation with the vice president. But I'll take full responsibility for the assignments since I'm the one who sponsored the item.
Okay, so then I don't understand what the decision was to remove me from budget as well as homeless, and for Councilmember Arias to be on twice as many as everyone else, and I'm on 3. I mean, I understand I'm in the minority, I got it, and I think everybody knows that, I know that, and if that's just the decision, but I object to the fact that I wasn't even consulted or talked to about it, and it is what it is. I understand the situation I'm in, just like I understand the way it works in Sacramento with being in the minority, but I think there was a better way to do this and at least show some respect for council members who are up here, who work as hard as anybody and sometimes have 3 times the vote of anyone else on this dais. Go ahead.
Sure. Well, I mean, we're not Sacramento, but you're right. I had some options, and I took it upon myself to conduct it in the way I saw fit. So again, I made the appointments. You were not the only member not consulted. You're the one, obviously, I think, who takes some issue with it. So you have the right to express that. But again, yeah, I take full responsibility for the assignments made here today.
Yeah.
I don't need to be on the homeless committee if Councilmember Phillips still wants to put the work in and do all that. I didn't know I had 7 committees, by the way. If you want my 7,
I don't want your 7. I wanted your 1. But no, Councilmember Chavez.
Which one do you want?
Well, I wanted to be on the budget and I wanted to be on the homeless, which is what I was. But Councilmember Chavez, I don't want you to be removed if you have it. I was on there. If you want to remain on there, I'm happy
I think he's
to.
offering.
I'm perfectly fine with that, Councilmember Phillips. I mean, it's a citywide issue. We have homeless in Woodward Park and the shopping center, so I think it's appropriate. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
And you should know that I did rename the committee just from homeless to housing in general. So, I mean, at this point, the city strategy is clear. We have gone with the housing first policy. We know what the direction and strategy is with respect to unhoused individuals. So it all revolves around housing pretty much. So I did rename the committee to housing in general. So it won't just be homeless. It'll be the whole range of tackling the housing stock issue we have in the city.
Okay.
So if Councilmember Chavez, you're okay with swapping out, Councilmember Bredefeld will join that committee.
You're okay? I'm okay with
Got that clear?
Mr. President.
Oh, wait, well, I had Carbasi, then I'll have Soria.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. So I get it. I'm getting a little bit of deja vu to last year. However, I think that we've learned a lot from that experience. Are you okay if we just go by council member, and if they have a question, we can talk about it with the body out here and then make these decisions? Are you okay with that?
Well, I mean, the item is passed. Didn't really want to make a thing out of it, but if folks have some willing trades they want to make, I'm open to hearing it.
Okay. Do you want to go in order? How do you want to do it?
I don't want to go in open order.
Okay, got it.
Do you
Okay.
have some interest in?
So then while I have the floor, I have just a question. The Economic Development Corporation, I've been doing a lot of work with them, especially with Leanne, and there's a lot of things in the works, and I have been booted off that. I'm an alternate, which is great, but I know because of Brown Act we couldn't talk about that, but that is a problem because all those things were in the queue. It's not for my district, they're citywide trying to get big employers to come and things like that, and things with ICSC. That affects that a little bit. I was removed from the COVID committee, that's fine. I'm going to be pretty busy the next couple months anyways. And that's the only one I'm really concerned about. So I'm wondering what was the thinking there on that one?
Who did I appoint in place?
Yourself.
Myself?
Right. But we could work together, it's fine. I don't mind that. I'm just wondering is there a specific thing that you want to take care of on that?
So, not specifics. I took a look at the committee assignments. There were a number of variables under consideration, right? Just sort of what different levels of interest were on policy areas. What I've seen folks kind of sink their teeth into. Just, sort of the willingness to be on committees in general.
Sure.
Okay, here's the list. Here we go. And so that would be number
8.
8, the EDC Corporation. So you're saying you have a number of things in the pipeline and you'd like to remain the primary.
Look, now that we're talking in public, I'm happy to work with you, especially if there are specific things you're worried about. And we would have discussed this offline, but again, we're limited, I understand.
What is the time commitment on this?
They have meetings, they could run fairly long or fairly short, once a month, if not more. And then we have different events and things like that too.
I'd be happy to swap with you.
What would you like?
Well, not swap. Yes, swap, but you as the primary, and I would be happy to be the
You're okay
alternate.
with that? Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll just coordinate with you as we do things and keep you more in the loop. And if something comes up, then we can just switch if there's a specific meeting with an item you'd like. How about that?
That is great with me. Happy to do that.
Yeah, I appreciate you working with me on that. Awesome.
All right.
What is what was the Joint Powers Financing Authority before? Who was on that before? Do we have that? No, okay, so I was switched with who? Who used to be on that?
Bredefeld, Esparza.
Oh, okay, got it, okay. Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, that's really all I have. Thanks very much, and I appreciate you working with me, Mr. President.
Sure. Any other requests that we may or may not accommodate?
Council President, may I
Yes.
just ask a question? On Finance and Audit Committee, was the intent for there just to be the chair and no other members?
According to the city attorney, there is the process is the committee appoints, I'm not sure if it's the council appoints the chair or the council president appoints the chair.
I believe on that one, the council president appoints the chair, and the chair appoints the other 2 members.
Okay, so there will be other members, you just haven't dealt with it yet?
Correct.
Okay,
That will be
thank
up to the chair.
Thank you.
Council President, I'd like to make a request that we create 3 more committees for Councilmember Chavez.
Oh, man.
The Committee on Committees is one
Committee
of
on
them.
committees. Okay, any other serious requests? All right, so let's do this. I'm not going to entertain any more requests since I don't hear any more, but what we got to do here now is back up, bring back the 1Q item formally, and then vote on it again with these new amendments. Is that correct? City Attorney? Our clerk?
I think we can make a motion to approve as amended, right?
You could do that. I wanted to clarify one thing. On the JPFA, that is the city manager's appointment.
What number is that?
I remember, Councilmember Carbasi mentioned it, but that is
18.
the manager's appointment, not the council's.
18?
18.
City Manager, are you okay with Councilmember Bredefeld as the chair of that and Carbasi as the second?
Were they the previous members?
I don't think so. I think I was, and
I'm fine with it if they're fine with it.
It used to be Bredefeld and Esparza, looks like.
Okay, that's fine with me.
all right. So we're gonna make a motion to approve item 1Q with these 2 amendments. On the newly formed Housing Committee, we will remove Chavez and add Bredefeld. On the Economic Development Corporation representative, Carbasi will be the primary with Esparza as the alternate.
Motion to approve.
Well, let me just, is there any willingness at all to remove RAS for budget and put me on instead?
Not from me, no.
I'm the fiscal conservative this year, so I'm gonna stay on budget.
Gary, I think you voted against the last several budgets, so we're going to keep you off that one.
All right.
Appreciate it, though.
Diversity is important. Okay.
Don't
All
worry,
right.
Gary. I'm gonna be anti-tax this year, so I got you.
I might remove Ari at some point along the year, too. So don't take it personally.
Man's on 14 of them.
So we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a second.
And I want to say thank you for not putting me on all committees. Actually, I was pleasantly surprised that my load is light. Thanks.
All right, yeah. Like I said, there were a number of considerations when making these assignments, and looks like it mostly worked out with a few disappointments, but mostly worked out. All right, any opposition to the amended 1Q?
No, and I want to thank Councilmember Chavez as well.
Okay, item passes. And that puts us at the end of consent altogether at 2:47 p.m. Congrats, council. Congrats.
Council, are you going to take up the vote on 3A? We left off with that just before lunch.
It wasn't 3A, it was 10 a.m. number 3.
I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and take that vote up. There was, we were given some bad advice by somebody, I think maybe Councilmember Arias.
With that, I'll make a motion to approve item 10 o'clock, number 3.
I'll second that. Is there any, and we did take public comment on this in the morning.
Yes.
Correct.
Is there any opposition to 10 a.m. item number 3, vacation? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. Let's take up, now we'll take up item 3A. That seems to be next. Take item 3A. This is the resolution on adopting a residential speed hump policy. Public Works.
Try it again.
All right. Good afternoon, Council. All right. Now we're okay. So the item before you is a residential speed hump policy, and we have a brief presentation. Staff was charged with developing a draft policy following Council's adoption of a pilot program back in October, and we are able to successfully install at some locations in Council District 3. Worked very closely with Councilmember Arias' office. There were surveys done, the residents to confirm support. They were successfully installed. Staff is monitored. Things seem to be going well in our office. We've not received complaints on those. We are finding them to be effective, and we'll walk you through the policy as proposed by staff. So if we can have next slide, City Clerk, thank you. First is eligibility for those locations. So starting off, one is on streets not exceeding 25-mile-an-hour speed limits, and these would be local roadways. It's really intended for residential, small streets. When we talk about things like major streets, collectors and such, it doesn't mean we can't implement traffic calming. It's just that a speed hump or speed bump is not the right tool for that. There are other applications such as things like curb bulb outs, median islands, chokers, traffic circles, roundabouts, radar speed signs. There are quite a number of tools that we can implement on those types of roadways. So other policies, not a designated truck or transit route. Transit generally operates on major streets in any case, but wanting to make sure not a transit route. In terms of street widths, we talked about residential, and these would be under 40 feet in width. Your most common streets around the city are residential of 36 feet wide, and also no raised medians within the streets. Next bullet is roadways paved with curb and gutter. Of course, that's important. If we have no curb and gutter and only a shoulder, that's very easy. Now traffic's going to start to try to drive around the speed hump and off into the dirt. Adequate sight distance simply means we don't want to put one of these at a location that's like a blind curve and surprise the motorist. Want to make sure they can see that. and that there's room for the signage that is in advance. We have a city standard for that, and then also just that the locations would be finalized by the city traffic engineer. So, for example, not in a cul-de-sac, none on alleyways, and we would not put them right in front of a driveway. That's obviously very problematic for the resident or the homeowner. Not right in front of a drainage inlet or a fire hydrant. All right, next slide. Thank you. So funding. Staff, we did develop, just thinking of the future, 3 potential possibilities on how these could be funded and propose some criteria for those. One is if there were, for example, a residential traffic calming budget allocation in the Public Works Department. Currently, that's 0, which is okay. But if that program were put in place, then we've developed some criteria how we would recommend prioritizing those. Another option could be potentially residential funds. If the city was not in position to spend money on doing that, for example, recession years, perhaps a neighborhood would want to fund it on their own. And lastly, of course, council district infrastructure type funds. Next slide, please. Okay, so as far as applications are concerned, and we have developed an application form, like a petition form in the packet before you. They'd be submitted to Public Works Department, to our traffic and street maintenance teams, and that would be valid each fiscal year. As drafted, we recommended support from at least 75% of the addresses on the requested block. One clarification we'd recommend in close discussions with Councilmember Arias's office, where we've been doing the pilot, is that we would make that 75% of occupied property. So if it's a vacant property, let's not count them as a no. Let's just exclude them from the math. Also, we did discuss the possibility, what if some residents are not responding to the outreach? Council may consider that we would have it be 75% of those responding to the survey, but in no case less than 60% of the occupied addresses along the block.
Thank you, Scott, for that, Director. That's a good balance to deal with the facts of the neighborhoods that we represent.
Thank you. All right, next slide, please. Thank you. All right, prioritization. So just be brief on this slide. What we developed as a policy is in the event that through mayor, council budget process, if there were a residential traffic calming program, we would do that objectively, professionally, citywide. We'd look at a history of speeding complaints. Of course, we'd look at the actual speed. What is the 85th percentile? What's that traffic speed? We'd look at the traffic volumes, lighting levels. Are there other traffic calming options? How many residences are fronting this block? And making sure, of course, our public safety, transit, and council district approve that installation. And so, of course, we would only develop a priority system if we were given a finite amount of funding and directed, go evaluate all of these locations. Of course, that would not apply if it's either council district infrastructure or if they were privately funded. Next slide, please. All right. In terms of installation, it is important to have this done where we have paving crew, where we have staff available. It's the right weather. We're not out there in the rainy season. So we would calendar that for between May and October. And just want to be clear, regardless of the funding source of how they were installed, if they're installed, we're going to accept them for maintenance. And the city, we'd take care of them. We would not go back to a council district and say, well, you paid for this installation, now something needs to be done. Can you pay for it again? Right, once it's accepted, we'll maintain it. Next slide, please. And then removal is always something to be considered in the policy. What if, neighborhood initially wants them, down the road, maybe feelings change or property owners, residents change, and now there's a desire of the community to take them out. Again, We'd want to make sure there's support for that, so the recommendation from staff is a 60% minimum, and again, by petition, to take those out. And of course, we would schedule that once again based upon just funding and staff availability to do so. Lastly, we did put just one bullet in, one provision that the city could remove them at any time if deemed a traffic safety issue. That's not something we've experienced in the last 20 years. However, we do want to put that caveat in there. We wouldn't anticipate that occurring, but just in the event, no guarantee that it would be there forever if it was deemed a traffic safety issue. And with that, our staff, my traffic engineer, Jill Gormley, and I were available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And Council President, if I may make a motion to approve the recommended policy with a couple of changes. One is to remove the eligibility of a transit route on section B4, and that's because some of the transit routes are in front of schools, and we want to make sure that those areas are eligible. It, of course, would be up to Public Works and everyone to determine if it's the right place to put speed bumps. But as an example, the street behind Computech is technically a transit route where school buses and fax buses go through, but it's also one where there's a huge amount of speeding take place. Secondly is to remove the recommended section that would allow private citizens to pay for speed bumps. We felt that that would create an inequity if we allowed some folks with the means to pay for the speed bumps, while other folks who didn't have the means wouldn't be able to do that. And then also to remove the section where we would have an application fee for residents to apply for, potential speed bumps. We felt that, application is pretty nominal. It should just, be included as part of the process. I don't think we have fees for other requests like alley gates. So we'd like to make that recommendation to approve the policy with those following changes to the policy.
Second that, Councilmember Arias.
And thank you, Director, for the amazing work and problem solving this thing that has been haunting us for 15 years. Now, everyone across the city would have clarity on the process, the eligibility criteria, and how to contact their council members for potential speed bumps.
Councilmember Bredefield.
Yeah, so you want to make 3 changes, that's it, to the policy?
Correct.
So what would that be if you remove the transit route? I understand Computech, but generally speaking for the city, would that create a problem?
In terms of the transit routes, my understanding, talking with Interim Transportation Director Joe Vargas, there are about 6 locations around the city. It's very rare that fax is operating on a residential street. There are only about 6 locations. And I'll defer to either Assistant City Manager Barfield or Joe to speak to that issue.
Morning, Council. Director Mosier is correct. We only operate like in Southwest on Belgravia. Can you hear me? Yeah. There we go. On Belgravia, we do run through Pinedale. I think there's already a speed bump in there. But typically, we like to stay on arterial roads. We don't typically get into residential. So really, Councilman Bredefield, it's not necessarily that big of a concern for us. We use residential streets to turn around the buses to go back in the other direction. We also do that in Southeast on the BRT.
Okay, so if we take that out, remove transit routes, you're saying it's not a big situation?
Correct, because I think there's enough parameters in the policy to keep from putting speed bumps on those main streets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so if you don't have a problem, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem removing the application fee. Now, removing private citizens from being able to pay for the speed bumps, I mean, why wouldn't we want people, if they can afford to pay for it, not to have the taxpayers fund it? I would think we ought to do that. And, you raised it as an inequity issue. I don't see it as an inequity issue. I mean, I see it becoming an inequity issue when you say people who can afford to pay for the speed bump, well, shame on you, we're not going to let you do it because maybe some other neighborhood can't afford it. That's absurd. I mean, we want every neighborhood to thrive and to be able to afford whatever they want for their neighborhoods, not to punish those who might be able to afford it, meet all the criteria. get a 75%, why would we want to punish them and say, no, we're not going to let you do it. We're going to make sure the taxpayers pay for it. It's absurd. So I would say, let's remove that. Let's not create that inequity and just have a policy that goes for everybody. And if there's a neighborhood that can afford it, fantastic.
If I may, Councilmember Butterfield, I understand where you're coming from, but as you know, in this last budget, each council office got an additional $500,000 for infrastructure improvements, which is a pot that's eligible for speed bumps. So, you know, there's a way for residents to have the city pay for that. What we felt is part of this language as it exists, if you could afford to pay, you would get your speed bumps before a neighborhood that had to wait for a city funding source.
We don't know that. Is that true? I mean, I don't know that that's true.
If there's no city funding sources, you know, in the budget, either in the public works budget or in the council infrastructure budget, then they would have to wait until a city funding source became available.
Council, with that provision in the policy, if it remains, basically acknowledges that a private party, they could collect their own dollars, they could apply for a permit at their own cost. So no funding would come to the city under that approach. It would be like they'd hire a contractor, pull permits, do the work at their own cost. So that if that remains in the policy, and we allow for private parties to fund that installation, they'd just be doing that. It wouldn't consume it would not consume city resources as far as our crews. And it would all be done to standard. And again, we recognize the $500,000 per council district. We know that, but we are trying to draft a policy that could last for many, many years.
And it doesn't move somebody to a front of the line, does it? Simply because there's a neighborhood that can fund it as opposed to a district that can fund it or a general fund can fund it. Is that correct?
And again, if it were privately funded, it would really be based upon their own schedule and ability to hire a contractor. If council's desire is to say no to that, basically, as you'd articulated, it would say no. They will only be funded by public dollars and done by city crews.
Councilmember, this is maybe more of a question for Councilmember Arias. I kind of look at it the opposite way. If people, you know, we could have people from all over submitting requests for speed bumps. If we had people, and we are going to have, let's say we have a list of 100 people from all different districts that want speed bumps. If we could get some of those people off the list by them paying for it for themselves, doesn't it mean that the people who can't afford to pay for it have less competition for the resources to have the city do it? I just was thinking
City manager, that's one view. The other view is similar to this fast track Disneyland conversation we had earlier in last year. If you could afford to pay for it, your speed bump would be done sooner. This policy does not guarantee that the city will have a speed bump fund. So it's all going to be dependent on whether there's money in the council infrastructure budget or in the public works speed bump budget, which at this point there isn't. So if we were guaranteeing $1 million a year for speed bumps and letting private folks be able to pay for them, that would be fair. But we're not requesting or recommending at this time to have a dedicated speed bump fund, unless that's something that the city manager or public works director would come forward with.
But you do have a fund. We all have infrastructure budgets of $500,000. That's $3.5 million. There's general fund dollars, and then there's the private sector. Why do we want to punish people who might be able to afford the speed bumps because they can't afford it? Because they can't afford it, we're going to say no. Because you can't afford it, there might be a neighborhood that can't afford it. So no, we're not going to allow you to do that.
So council member, I would just say that we all got $500,000 for district infrastructure budgets, even though all our infrastructure needs are dramatically different. So, you know, with $500,000, I can do one block of sidewalks and, you know, repaving. With $500,000 somewhere else, you might be able to do 2 or 3 blocks. So it's not apples to apples, even though we have agreed as colleagues to split it equally.
I don't disagree with what you just said, but again, we're still, if we support your policy, you're being punitive to neighborhoods that might be in your district, that might be in one of the other districts, and they have it as a priority, and they're willing to spend the money, but we're simply saying, no, because you can, there might be a neighborhood that can't, so you're going to be punished because you can and they can't. It's insane.
Public Works Director, how much does it cost to put up a speed bump?
And council, based upon current wages and current material costs, the full set, two of the speed humps, the signage, the markings, $7,500.
7,000, okay. And if, I guess in application of the way that it's currently written, the homeowner would hire a private entity to do it if they paid for it?
The council, that is correct. Just again, recognizing.
Have we done that before? Like the previous policy, I know that at some point we banned speed bumps, but in the previous policy, was that authorized? Or was it all city done?
And council, it was not prohibited before to do that, but that's not a significant thing that occurred in the past. I am aware of one time a private neighborhood, they actually went in and installed speed bumps without any permit, and actually because they were banned and prohibited, staff went out and removed them. So there is a precedent showing someone at one time did install some on their own, privately funded.
Yeah,
City Manager? do you have-
So previously, I guess you said that there was no policy that would disallow that, but that in practice, it really rarely happened because it was city who would do the work.
That is correct.
Okay. And currently, do we have any resources that could, so we adopt this and say that it is adopted the way that it's amended, how would these speed bumps be paid for? Would it have to be from our council budgets, or do you have dollars in your budget to fulfill requests that may come in from wherever they come in the city?
And for the current fiscal year, there are two sources. One is individual council district infrastructure budgets, if there are dollars there. And then the second is the council motioned $3.5 million or 7 times 500,000 in the public works budget to be used within the specific district. So yes, we do have dollars within our budget. It's general fund. It would be eligible for that type of work.
But that money has traditionally been used for the concrete program, I believe. So you would
Yes.
be choosing to use it in your district for speed bumps rather than maybe a few sidewalk repairs, a couple.
So, okay. The other question I have, so you're saying it's about $7,500 a pop to do. Is that also our cost, or is that just the private sector cost? Because usually we get told, if it's done privately, it's cheaper or whatnot. So just trying to understand the difference between a property owner doing it or neighbors doing it on their own versus the city actually doing it.
That's a great question. 7,500 is with city forces, so that means we don't have the cost of bidding, permits. As a city, we're self-insured. You don't have all of those, separate items. I cannot tell you how much a private contractor would charge if it were private money and not prevailing wage.
Okay.
But I would expect, even though we would need as the city to go out and inspect it, I would expect it to be comparable, about the same cost.
And they would have to meet all the insurance requirements and all that?
That is correct. For work in the public right-of-way, a private contractor, they need to have what's called a $25,000 street work bond on file with the city, and then they need to meet the city's insurance requirements.
So I think that's kind of my concern, that we would go in that direction. I don't necessarily have an issue with people paying for it, but my concern would be that now we would just open ourselves for folks, outside to do it. And I want to make sure that we're careful because I know that we have certain standards and that we follow in building these speed bumps. Would there have to be follow-up from the city to go check that they built them to the angles or whatever they may be?
And
Like, do we already have that kind of work that people do in the community? I'm just trying to figure that out.
Correct, and in the community, I mean, we have utility companies, we have private contractors, just dozens of locations around the city every day, and we have inspectors who would then they would pull a permit, they would do the work, and then our inspectors would review per city standard to make sure it's the right width, the right height, the signage is correct. That doesn't take a lot of time, but yes, we would ensure that was done properly and that they had insurance before they were given the permit to do the work.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
City Manager, have you punched up? And then I have Councilmember Bredefeld.
So the question I have, when you go into the neighborhoods historically, and they have to sign the petition to get it, do you recall what the average number of homes were that were actually on those petitions? Did they average around 50 homes? Were they 100 homes? Do you recall?
Not really. It depends upon the block length. Yeah. Some blocks are 20 homes, maybe 30 homes on the block. So in that percentage that's very similar to what was in place back in the 90s.
Okay. So it could be 50, could be 100, could be 20. You don't recall what the average might have been?
An average block length might be around 30 homes.
Okay. But they have to get more than one block, right? They have to get both sides of the block. How much of the neighborhood do they have to get in order to get 75%? It's 75% of what of the area?
And Jill, that's just the block, correct? And council, yes, that as proposed, that is just the block.
So it has to be both sides, though.
It would be both sides of the block, and again, it's all the properties that front that block. So for example, if you had a neighborhood where there's some homes that back up to a certain street, that's their backyard, they have no frontage, or they're like a side yard situation, they would not count. It would only be those who front on that block.
And so you were thinking 30 on one block and 30 on the other, which would be about 60?
Oftentimes blocks might be, say, 15 homes, like for example, 15 homes on a side before you get to a new break. So let's say it's a neighborhood, kind of older neighborhoods, grid pattern. It would really be on that block. So it's for example, on Bremer, installed between Van Ness and College. The key question was, what are the residents between Van Ness and College think about this, because they're the ones dealing with it the most.
Okay. So, I mean, if you've got 50 homes on, between the two, I mean, each home, if they split it equally, would be $150. But of course, you can always have somebody in the neighborhood who says, look, I can afford to pay more, and so I'm willing to do it. There might be somebody who says, look, I'm worried about my kids, I'll pay for the whole thing. I think most common sense city councils would say, sure, we want to give the private sector the ability to pay for the speed bumps. Why would we tell them, no, you can't do it? We're going to force taxpayers to cover your speed bumps. It's just illogical. It's class warfare. It's covert class warfare. And it's not something we ought to be supporting in the name of equity. If people want to have speed bumps and they can afford it and they meet all the criteria, we ought to allow it. They'll go out and get their own private contractor. They'll have to meet all the specifications, and we let them do it. We don't say, no, you can afford it, but somebody else may not, so we're not going to let you do it.
Council member?
Yes.
I hear what you're saying. I think, Scott, I mean, do you agree or disagree? I think that opens a slippery slope. I know for tree trimming and other things like that, you prefer for us to go through the contractor and through Public Works. If we're going to start putting this out to the private market, if you could afford it, are you going to also suggest that folks can do that for potholes and for tree trimmings and sidewalk repairs?
If they met the standards
I
of
mean,
the
where did-
city, yeah, well, I would have no problem with that. If they met the standards of the city and people were willing to pay for the service, I don't think we would say, no, you can't pay to have your trees trimmed. Sorry, you're going to have to wait 15 years till we get to it. Why would we ever want to do that? If people can afford to provide the service that the city provides, meet the same requirements, why would we tell them no?
Well, can I make a recommendation?
Sure.
Since that would kind of be going out of step of what we're doing with other public works projects. I trust that my colleague has put thought into this, allowing it some time to play out. And certainly if I get phone calls suggesting that there's a high demand of folks wanting to put in private speed bumps, I'll be happy to revisit this conversation and amend the resolution. But I'd be happy to see how it at least plays out for the short term for the residents of my district.
I understand, but it's to me, it's a terrible policy where you tell people they privately cannot pay for it if they're willing to meet all the requirements because of what we call equity. I mean, that's not fair to people who can afford it. And we've done this. Mr. Arias went to the private sector and had Chinatown cleaned up and paid privately, frankly, more than the city staff were willing to pay for, in fact, double, and we did that, and we allowed that. In fact, on this dais, we changed the whole rules to allow it. So, I mean, please, spare me how we just have to do city services. We ought to allow people in the private sector, if they're willing to meet the requirements, complete the permits, and they want to have the service to provide safety, which is what this is all about, making neighborhoods safe, we ought to allow them to do it. And to not allow them to do it because of something we call equity, which is nothing more than class wherefore, is wrong.
Councilman Bradfield, if I may, I'm simply suggesting that residents are already paying taxes. They shouldn't have to pay again for a speed bump.
But if they want to and they don't want to wait, why should we tell them they can't?
But council member, I don't have 100 requests from private citizens saying, send me the $8,000
You don't know.
bill.
We just implemented the policy and we're taking away that right. You don't know what you're going to get.
Council member, if I may, we asked for permission to pilot this. We piloted this. We came back with the draft policy. If we have 100 or 50 requests from your district or anyone to privately pay, I'll be happy to bring this back in 30 days and change it. I just rather send a message to the public, you're already paying taxes. We will do the speed bumps. There's funding right now in council infrastructure budgets and public works. Let's allow people to at least be aware of the policy, the process, and gauge their interest. I know in my district, I don't have anybody saying, sign me up to pay for public, for city, services twice. So just allow us 30 days to see how this works. And if there's interest from the private sector to pay, then I'll be happy to bring it back.
Okay, we're going to differ on it. That's it.
All right. Do we have a motion and a second already?
I have a question, though, because I don't want to open also Pandora's box. Okay, so now we are going to allow people to file, like if we go that route. I see some of the points that you're making, Councilmember Bredefeld, but if we go that route and you come and ask for a permit, you'll just be point blank, you'd be allowed to do it. So we're going to see speed bumps everywhere. Or does the Public Works have a formula that then says, hey, even though you want to pay for it, so that's where I'm kind of, I get what you're saying, but I want to make sure that
They still have to meet the requirement. They still have to get the 75%.
No, I know, but a vetting process where it's not just the specifications, Gary. It's also, imagine you have people in your area within a mile radius, and every single block comes and requests that. I'm just saying, right? Worst case scenario.
Right.
I don't want to open the Pandora box and allow that. I think that we have to be smart and thoughtful about where we place them. And our traffic folks should have a say, so they're not going to automatically be allowed.
And council, that's correct. Back
Okay.
to the policy that's before you, it does include that full evaluation of criteria because the residents could generate their own petition, and then as staff, we would evaluate that, go through all the criteria. Is it Make sure it's not in an area with site visibility problems. We don't have
Okay.
drainage issues. We've got curbs, gutters, the street width is correct. It makes sense from a traffic calming perspective. We would do all of that.
Okay, and so, okay, that's what I wanted to make sure, because I'm like, I don't want people to just come in and try to apply, and then everyone gets a speed bump. That would be kind of
Oh,
crazy.
absolutely. And I did want
Nor
to
would I.
share, we do process some permits. People do come in privately to fund certain work. You know, they're just recently, last month, I was dialoguing with a resident. They pulled their own permit to repair their driveway, their sidewalk. They replaced it along their frontage. People don't necessarily want to wait for the city's tree trimming program. They can get a no-fee permit, trim their own trees with an arborist present. I can think of downtown, one of our business owners exclusively paid, pulled a permit to slurry seal coat their alley.
So Scott,
And that is public. That's
so Scott, what you're saying is these kinds of things already happen, where you've had people in their neighborhood repair, trim trees or do a slurry seal. It's been done, and we've allowed it as long as they met city specifications.
That is correct, with the license, the contractor. And again, that's a small percentage of what
Sure.
occurs. It's not this large percentage. But
And
we
no-
did draft a policy that would allow that, consistent with what we do with other things like tree trimming, sidewalk repair. Sometimes people really want to do their own.
So it's already done, Councilmember Maxwell, as you mentioned about this kind of thing, sidewalk repair or tree trimming.
For some
It happens.
things, I mean,
For some things.
tree removal, I mean, certainly can't do that without
And
a
and that's
city
what I'm
permit.
advocating. I mean, follow all the guidelines. Public Works will review this.
I think another point to that too, though, Councilmember, playing devil's advocate, is, you know, we're elected here to represent the larger district, which is having an understanding of what's going on in not just that block, but that entire neighborhood and how that relates to the entire district that you represent. The people advocating for that speed bump is just going to see the street outside of their home.
Yeah,
They might not
we're in
know how that relates to a grander vision that you have for that block or neighborhood, or same with Public Works or
But
any
none of that
department.
changes, Councilmember. Public Works still reviews all of these requests. So it doesn't matter the source of who's going to pay for it. That process is going on regardless of who pays for it. That's not changing. Is that correct, Mr. Mosier?
That's correct. We would review all the requests regardless of
Who's
funding-
paying for it.
Regardless of who's paying for it. That's correct. So it really just becomes a policy call.
So if there's too many
But-
speed bumps in a neighborhood, they're going to say no.
But it would take the council member out of the process, because right now the only part that's contingent upon the council member is the funding of the project.
And council, to clarify, in the policy, we had that on the slide. The council member in that district is one of the parties to be consulted. If we had a grassroots effort that did not flow through a council district office, we would pull in the council district office. Absolutely. We would not just approve it without discussions with council member.
Right, so the source of the funding is irrespective to the policy. The policy is the policy. So, you know, I would hate that we've now turned speed bumps into an equity issue, and that's what it's become. That's what this amendment is. It becomes an equity issue, it becomes a class warfare issue, and we're talking about speed bumps, and it's really unfortunate that that's really what it is.
I've only heard 2 council members up here mention that word.
Yeah, that's.
But it was
I'm
mentioned.
actually, no, that's not my argument.
Not yours, I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
say it
yeah.
was yours.
And I'm actually open to that, so,
It wasn't, you didn't mention it,
yeah.
Councilmember
So
Harris.
I'm open to putting that back and allowing folks to pay for it.
I would like this to play out, see how it goes. Give the author of this, you know, piece of legislation the benefit of the doubt, and if we do see a desire from that in the private market, then we will respond to that.
The author is Public Works. The author is Public Works. They're the ones sponsoring this.
Well, I believe they worked closely with Councilmember Arias.
Councilmember, what about this? Why don't you pilot letting people pay for it in your district and come back and see what the results are in 30 days?
No, this should be a public policy issue. That's what this is. This was brought forward by Public Works, and that's what it should be. You don't want to support it, you want to turn it into an equity issue, go ahead. I'm going to oppose that. It's
I simply
absurd.
wanted to give you the opportunity to
The
flesh out your
opportunity is a
idea,
public policy
to put in the
issue.
work, to assess whether people are willing to pay on top of their regular taxes.
I just think we should give them the opportunity, that's all. Just like we do with tree trimming and slurry seals and Chinatown.
By all
That's what we should
means,
do.
you're invited to pilot in your district.
Okay, thank you. But this shouldn't be a class warfare issue, and you turn it into a class warfare issue, which is unfortunate.
All right.
So the amendment excluded the ability to be able to do that. Is
Can I, City Attorney, do we have to vote on what Councilmember Arias did, or can I make, in addition, an amendment to that?
I made a second to that motion, just FYI.
Yeah, the main motion is pending, so at this point, you can either make a motion to amend that motion, or you can ask for a friendly amendment, but I think you know where that's going.
Yeah.
So yes, you can make a motion to amend the main motion.
I'd like to make a motion to amend that motion to include allowing private citizens to pay for their own speed bumps.
In District 6?
No, citywide.
And then, is there a
It'd be
second?
open for my district.
I do not
so
see a second on the floor right now.
I-
Mike, do you know what we're talking about? Yes. Okay, all right, let's make sure. All right, so we have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and take a roll call vote on the motion to amend.
Yes.
On my motion, is that correct?
So this vote is just on Bredefeld's.
Motion to amend.
Yeah, motion to amend.
All right, Councilmember Soria.
I'm going to stay out. Yeah,
Abstention?
I'm going to abstain.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Arias.
No.
Councilmember Chavez. Absent.
Someone wake him up.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Nay.
And Council President Esparza.
Nay. Motion fails 3-2. Sorry, we need to count. 3-2.
Correct.
All right, going back to the original motion to approve the item with the initial amendment only. Do we have a motion and a second on that already?
We do.
All right, let's go ahead and, is there any opposition to item 3A with the amendment?
I'm a no vote.
Opposed.
All right, the item passes 4-2 with one absent. All right, speed bumps, very eventful. Let's see here, we've got 3 workshops. I think all the items that require a vote have actually been voted on. So we've got 3 workshops, several closed session items. At this point, we're gonna go ahead and take unscheduled communication, 3:30 p.m. We'll hear from folks who did not have any particular item to speak on that was on the agenda, but just wanted to provide public input. I do have a stack of cards here. If you're in the chamber and would like to submit a card for public comment, you're welcome to do so, or you're welcome to raise your hand on Zoom, and we will hear you there on Zoom. So the first card I have here in the chamber is Fernando Elizondo Sr. Fernando, are you with us?
He left.
Okay. Next card I have is Susan Smith. Susan Smith. No longer with us. Brunette. Brunette, not here anymore. Robert McCloskey. Okay. And Carla Martinez. Okay. No folks in person. We do have several folks on Zoom. First up, Lisa Flores.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a lovely day in Fresno. It's bright, nice, and sunny, and you have a problem. City Council. Currently, I spoke about it earlier this morning. You have the owner of Pacific Valley Patrol who is stalking one of your homeless advocates. I wrote to you in the wee hours of actually February 8th about events that occurred on February 7th, where John Doe, a homeless individual, left a situation at one of the shelters, walked down the street, and was followed, stalked, and basically detained with pepper spray on one of our roadways here in Fresno. I sent you a picture of it. I'm very disturbed by this because it violates so many of his civil rights. I'm also even more discouraged and offended that the owner of PVP has now taken it upon himself to stalk, hunt, detain, create situations trying to entrap Miss Martinez. And the reason why I wrote that memo, email, however, statement to you guys is I want to know what is the process in the city to revoke a security contract because of his daily activity toward Ms. Martinez and his daily activity and his staff's activity toward the homeless. You are looking at so many liability issues and civil rights violations. And I'm very, very concerned. I'm concerned for individual safety. And I'm also very concerned about you guys losing both state and federal dollars. When you receive money from the state and feds, you have to sign off on anti-discrimination, anti-harassment statements. This man is violating those. So I would like to know, where can I obtain a copy of his contract and what is the appropriate procedure to suspend, investigate, and terminate this contract? And, you know I stand up and speak up, but I really would like someone to get back to me on what the process is, because I do not want to see you lose state and federal dollars, nor do I want to see Fresno in never-ending lawsuits based on civil rights violations of this man. It's bad. And he has a gun. And I'm, like I stated earlier, I'm very concerned about Ms. Martinez's personal and physical safety with this man. Because he has escalated in 2 days to a point where it's not appropriate for any contractor that you guys have to be exhibiting this behavior. So can I hear from the city attorney what is the appropriate process? And also, too, I've come before the city council.
Lisa, we're past time, but let me make an ask of the city manager. City manager, do we have a contract with this party that's been mentioned several times over this meeting?
The city does not have a contract with the security provider.
Okay, so Lisa, you heard that. So obviously there's the information provided by the city manager, and there's, you have the right to do Public Records Act requests, but I'm gonna move on to the next speaker. According to the city manager, there was not a contract with that vendor. Next up, we in Zoom, we have Brandy Nus Villegas.
Hi, thank you for your time. I am calling, I'm speaking on, I do agree with Lisa at the regarding things that she mentioned before. I also want to speak up regarding the ARPA. I really appreciate, Miguel, that you mentioned about increased costs to our community members, such as utilities, PG&E. We know that rent is going up, and so I'm asking, and I know that there are community members that have sent things in and have been speaking to you on ARPA, that with the presentation and whatnot, that you consider that the focus right now needs to be on those who are being most impacted in our community by COVID, as this is what this is intended for, and to ensure that I know there are items as far as with ARPA that it was part of the annual action plan, but that right now we need to have increases in things such as rent assistance, utility assistance, wellness programs, other things that would address the issues that all of you council members have been hearing that the community members are struggling with, as well as increase whatever funds can be put into housing. I'm grateful that there is items this week and last week on affordable housing, but we need to put as much money as we can on making sure that people aren't continuing to fall through the cracks, especially as certain protections in many different areas, including private areas, are being lifted. So please consider things I know that that Faith in the Valley and other people have been asking for, as far as focusing ARPA funds on helping our community in need and for the things that are most impacted by COVID, as far as the residents. And I'm not sure that Bob had mentioned it, but if he mentioned about the warming center, would love to see that continue. That was a wonderful resource. They gave rides every single gave rides for the time that it was open, and I know a lot of people appreciate it. And while it's quite warm, the lows have not been rising as much. And next week it will be down to 36. So if we can please continue to have those things open and for extended periods as they have. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. And, this last public comment makes a good point. Again, the workshops, 3B, 3C, and 3D, will not have public comment. There will be future items at future meetings where there will be a public comment component on the actual items in the future meeting, but the workshops themselves do not have public comment. So unscheduled communication would be the time to speak up and provide input on the workshop items, if that's what you wanted to do. Next up on Zoom, we have Ruben Espinoza.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ruben Espinoza, and I'm with Fresno's Barrios Unidos, and I'm making comments today on items 3C. The city has not engaged their constituents most impacted by COVID-19 in a meaningful way on the use of the $171 million that the city has received in ARPA funding. I appreciate the $25 million set aside for neighborhood infrastructure, but it is simply not enough to recover from the death grip of COVID-19. Instead, the city wants to give $1 million to landlords, which many times do not renovate or upkeep their buildings and leave their tenants in dire situations. The common and main theme that we have heard from our young people and their communities is that ARPA funding needs to be used for housing stabilization. That's the main concern for young folks and adults, especially those who have encountered the justice system. Young people who are returning home from incarceration, they need low barrier emergency cash assistance, access and affordable housing. These are the youth who are trying 10 times as hard just to be the first ones to get denied in housing, in jobs, in medical coverage. And so, they deserve all the help and support they need to get back on their feet, to be, successful members to this community. And so I'm here just to say that, we really, as a city, and as this council really needs to engage and develop a real opportunity to voice how they want these dollars to be spent in a process that's very engaging and equitable and includes all people, not just some. And so I just really wanted to say and highlight and uplift that today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. Next up on Zoom, we have Carla Martinez.
Hi, Carla Martinez with Leadership Council. Just wanted to make comments on the workshop scheduled for today on the American Rescue Plan and the mid-year budget review from the mayor's office. First, as we've noted time and time again, the city has not undergone a public engagement process and should be expected from such a large, unprecedented allocation of funds. For a year, we have been aware of these dollars, yet it wasn't until after public pressure in December that a survey was conducted and the city decided to consider resident voices. The survey itself, however, is flawed and limiting. It had less than 1,000 respondents, and half of these responses were from two northernmost districts. Finally, it lumps very broad topics together like public safety, public health, and housing into one category. The survey is only one component of public feedback, but it is simply not enough. And so we continue to urge the city to obtain and include feedback from communities who have been the most impacted by COVID-19, as the federal treasury guidelines recommend. In doing so, you will hear what we so frequently hear from some of the most impacted residents. Personally, I've been working with someone who's waited 6 months for utility assistance and another family who's waited 3 months for rental assistance. That's way too long. Housing and basic infrastructure are top priorities, along with public safety and a more holistic approach, such as investing in mental health services, safe routes to school, providing youth jobs and opportunities, and investing in our parks and green spaces. As elected leaders of our city, we urge you all to talk to your constituents, work with community groups, especially from those you never hear from and have been struggling with these past few years, and make meaningful and responsive decisions on how to spend $171 million. Fresno's housing crisis is one example that needs an urgent and comprehensive response, which the ARPA dollars, along with the billions that the governor is allocating, must address. Report after report continue to show that Fresno is at the top of so many unaffordable lists, and yet we continue to see inaction by our leaders and decision makers. Despite already having plans like the housing element, the Here to Stay report, specific plans, and so on, our communities are seeing no action to implement any of these recommendations. We urge you today to stop having so many conversations amongst yourselves and have a public discussion with your constituents, such as a special meeting to hear from them on the housing issues they're facing and the solutions they want to see implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Back in the chamber, we have Mr. Dennis Balakian.
Hello, good afternoon. Dennis Balakian, West Coast Waste. I just wanted to seek authorization to submit documents for this afternoon's workshop. I was hoping that I'd be able to speak, that'd be open forum, but I understand I was just informed that is not available today. I just wanted to introduce our project and express our support for the city in they're seeking compliance with the new laws the state has passed down for SB 1383. So if I have that authorization, I'd like to be able to submit just one page under 450 words to the council.
Yeah, sure, that works. And, you know, staff will be doing the presentation, and I see some interested parties in the audience. If staff needs to refer to them, then that's appropriate, I think, at any point. But for now, we're happy to accept the document.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Council President, and just for Mr. Balakian and the others, there will be action items on the agenda next week at next week's council meeting that will have the ability for public comment for those.
Okay, I'm going to make a last call for folks either on Zoom or in the chamber. If you'd like to make a comment here in unscheduled communication, now is the time. Going once, going twice. And I will go ahead and close unscheduled communication at this time. In terms of the public agenda, we still have 3B, 3C, and 3D. Let's go ahead and take 3B at this time, which is the SB 1383 updates.
Oh, there's one here. Well, good afternoon, Council President Esparza, council members. My name is Ahmad Al-Kayat. I'm the new Assistant Director for Public Utilities over the Solid Waste Management Division. So good afternoon. I'm here to just give you a quick update on where we at with SB 1383 and what our plan is for the near future to be in compliance with that state mandate. Back in September 2nd, our previous director gave your council an introduction and an overview of SB 1383, which is the Organic Waste Reduction Bill. And we're here today first to give you an update, further update, and another review of the city's compliance status with the mandate. And second, to inform you about time-sensitive resolutions and material that we will bring in front of your council for your discretion and approval. Those items that we will bring next week are, we're going to introduce a bill to amend the Chapter 6, Article 2 of the Fresno Municipal Code, which is the solid waste collection and disposal. That will be introduced next week, and hopefully it will be moved for the March 10th, the following meeting, for adoption. Also, we will bring a resolution to authorize the department to submit a notice of intent to comply with 1383, also called SB 619, and I will speak further about it in this presentation. Also, I will bring a resolution for your consideration and approval to authorize the department to submit an application for SB 1383 Local Assistant Grant Program funding. And we have an amount for the city of Fresno of $718,149 that we can be funded once we with this resolution, if it is turned in by March 1st. And I will also speak on this one in much details because time is of an essence here. Also with me here, we have some of our partners in the Solid Waste Management Division. I know some of our contractors are here. Maybe they're in on the web. But also, I do have Cal Recycle, our local assistant division, online. And if they raise their hand, they can speak. I would like to turn it to them for a couple slides. We do have Mr. Eugene Clark from Cal Recycle. He is our appointed local assistant person from Cal Recycle, and possibly Ms. Melissa Vargas, also from Cal Recycle, is there. So Eugene, if you hear me, you can go. Do you see him, Brianna? Ah.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Before you start, if I may, City Manager, am I correct that in order to meet SB 1383, that the council has the option to either renegotiate our contracts or put out a whole new RFP for our existing contracts?
I don't know about a whole new RFP. I believe our plan is to do the renegotiation of the contracts to be able to include the organics recycling portion of it. I don't know if staff.
Can we get legal counsel just to inform us if there is the option of doing a whole new RFP instead of renegotiating? I know that's your guys' probably recommended path, but I'd like to know what all our options are.
I don't know, counsel, but we can look into it.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clark, please proceed.
All righty, if we could go into the next slide. Oh, there should have been one previous slide to this. If not, that is okay. We'll just start off. Like I said, my name is Eugene Clark. I'm with the Local Assistance Division with Cal Recycle. I want to say it's a pleasure to be able to present today. I want to start by talking about SB 1383, and as a lot of you know, it's California's largest and most innovative change to waste management since the 80s. The bill was signed in law in September 19th, 2016, went into effect January 1st, 2022, with a huge focus on landfill diversion. Now, landfills are like the third largest source of methane in California. One of the most popular greenhouse gases, which most people are familiar with, is carbon dioxide, which one of our super pollutants for that is like cars and coal, but methane is actually 84 times more potent than CO2 over a 20-year horizon, and landfills are responsible for 21% of the state's methane emissions. And going into waste and organic waste, what are we really talking about here? So, like I said, we want to focus on diverting from landfills, especially with organic waste. And when I'm talking about that, I'm referring to materials like green waste, wood waste, food waste, paper and cardboard, because this is the organic waste that makes up like over half of our waste stream. And in 2018, food waste made up of 13% of what we disposed. So what we do have proposed is or is actually set in law now, is a edible food recovery. CalRecycle did a statistic and found that 1 in 5 children go hungry every night in California. So redirecting perfectly edible food so that it can go to families in need rather than landfills is the goal. For every 2.5 tons of food rescued, that's an equivalent to taking 1 car off the road a year. So recovering 1 ton of edible food could provide more than 1,600 meals to those in need. I kind of wanted, here we go, that's the slide up that I wanted. Yeah, if we can go to the next slide here. Okay, like I said earlier, the bill was signed in law 1383 in 2016, went in effect January 1st, 22 of this year. So by 2025, our goal is a 75% reduction in landfilled organic waste statewide and a 20% increase in edible food recovery statewide. Now, this means that we must reduce organic waste disposal by more than 20 million tons annually. We understand that this bill is ambitious, and we understand that sometimes in some of the jurisdictions that I'm over kind of feel a little overwhelmed. But like I said, this was put in the law in 2016, so the time aspect, we've given jurisdictions a lot of time. And grants, as stated earlier, Fresno City, we have allotted over $700,000 for SB 1383 implementation. And then we also have a lot of representatives and with assisting like myself that I'm always a contact, me and Ahmad. We email each other often. So I'm here to help. I'm here, CalRecycle, we're here to assist. We're here to provide resources and even like kind of bridge gaps between the city and haulers, get you two in communication. So we're really here to help out with implementation and just provide resources and help out any way we can. Ahmad's going to talk a little further about specifically Fresno and what their plan is, especially in regards to education and outreach, procurement, which is basically purchasing compost, and hauler and franchise agreements. So thank everybody for your time. At the end, we will have a Q&A session, which my manager, Melissa Vargas, will be a part of. Thanks again, you guys, for listening. And Ahmad, go ahead and take it away.
All right. Well, thank you, Eugene. And you have been a great help so far and very patient with us, so appreciate it. Okay, so where are we? The mandate says that we should be in compliance by January 1st, 2022. And that's like some 40 days ago, right? And we're not. But there are steps, and we're not the only ones who are not. We're not the only jurisdiction. But there are reasons why, and the state recognizes why most jurisdictions in California are not in compliance as of today. And, but before we go there, I want to talk about, as Eugene expressed, these goals, these percentage of reductions are a statewide undertaking. So, but each jurisdiction must have some actions to help the state reach that goal of diversion of organics. So our first responsibility is definitely, the most basic one is to provide organic waste collection services, both for residential and for commercial. And we basically are working on that. We currently, for our residents, we do provide the 3 container, the source separated, green, gray, and blue. And that is a huge step towards our compliance. So for residential, we are almost there. For commercial, we need to contract with, I'm sorry, next slide, yes, Brian, I'm sorry. There you go, yes, thank you. So I'll remind you, I apologize. I'm used to having a clicker. But so the city will, part of the deal, we do have existing contracts, and these existing contracts are yet to sunset. So they are still valid. So the rule would be is to renegotiate to make them all compliant so that the services are compliant with 1383. But that's something we can move forward in the future and see what the direction is. And our second responsibility would be,
On that question, Assistant Director, do any other cities have the same problem we do? Are cities our size where they're not providing that additional service already during the commercial section?
I will, yes, I will leave it to Eugene if you know anything else, but I don't think any other city has that, is in full compliance with 1383 yet.
So everybody's doing what we are, which is one bin for commercial?
Well, in commercial, commercial you can subscribe to waste or recyclables, and you dump the organics in the waste. But you can provide, in our contracts, if asked, if needed, you can provide green services, organics collection, per request.
That currently doesn't exist, right?
It may, I'm not sure. We have hundreds, over 100,000 customers. I can ask our commercial contractors, but it's available as a service provided when required.
The customer would need to the customer who's being served by a private hauler would request that service from the private hauler.
Would that also require them to then reconfigure or reconstruct their, what do you call those?
Trash
boxes?
Enclosures?
Yes, enclosures.
Well, in the, with this mandate, it's going to require them to service commercial contracts with organics. So for commercial services, each business must subscribe to an organic waste collection service. That's per the SB 1383. So next week, when we introduce the ordinance for the Fresno Muni Code, the amended, we're amending the code to make it compliant to SB 1383. Now, once it's the code and it's the law, then we will negotiate with our contractors or whomever we're doing business with to provide that service in a mandatory form.
On
so
that
whatever
front,
needs to be upgraded or if the infrastructure needs to be provided, yes.
Just one note that I've noticed, just about every commercial customer in my district is currently undersized. So their bins are overflowing, halfway before the next service is scheduled to pick it up. That allows, of course, the transient population to come through and take everything that's overflowing. Does the current city policy that we would be amending, does that allow the vendors to upsize, or do they need City of Fresno approval to upsize customers? Because what I'm seeing is before there was one family per apartment, now there's 2 or 3 families per apartment unit with the housing crisis we have. So whose responsibility is it, and whose permission do they need or authority to upsize those customers now?
Councilmember Arias, okay, we have commercial contracts, right? And if the service you are paying for, you're paying the vendor, you're not paying the city. If the service you're paying for is inadequate or you need a higher level of service, there is a cost for that. So they need to contact their hauler and either upgrade the service. For example, we have customers in the residential realm where they're okay with a 64-gallon cart. But some would like the 96, some would like 2 carts of gray. To each has its price. Same thing, but now you take the city out, and it's between the customer and...
Correct.
But we need to make sure that they are in compliance with the contract.
But what I'm saying is, when we go out there with code enforcement to deal with all the garbage, the obvious issue is the undersized bins that these landlords or property owners have contracted for.
Council member, they are responsible for not having overflowed trash and causing health and safety issues. So I think that's an enforcement issue. So I think that can become a code enforcement issue, that the fix is, they're supposed to keep all of their trash contained. And if they're not, correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney, that's a code enforcement issue. The solution to that is upsizing their can, but if they are required to keep their trash in the container, not overflowing all over the place, because that's a health and safety issue.
And when we get code enforcement involved, it becomes a conversation of convincing the landlord to upsize, but they're not required to. I don't think the city can require them to upsize. We can try and convince them to upsize.
We can require them
Yes.
to have a sufficient size can to hold their trash, to stop it from overflowing and causing a health and safety issue. Doug, help me out here.
Well, technically, we can penalize them for not keeping their trash in the
Thank
trash bin.
Yes.
So is that the preference of city staff, to penalize the property owners versus, requiring them to upsize their trash bins? Because
It's our preference it's always our preference to not penalize. It's our preference to educate customers. We get notified, it is a difficult thing because the vendor is private, it's not the city. So if we're notified of an issue of overflowing trash, right? We call the vendor, are you picking up? Are you missing pickups? And if it's nope, they're only paying for once a week pickup, then I think they reach out to the customer and say, your trash is overflowing. Here's the charge for twice a week pickup or a 2-yard bin or whatever the case may be. If the landlord doesn't want to cooperate, I would say it is our goal to educate them and encourage them to. The hammer is the enforcement action, which would be the penalty. Is the penalty our preference? No.
So when we privatize commercial garbage, we essentially left it up to two private parties to determine what level of service they need. In a residential garbage, if you have 3 families in a house and the garbage bin is overflowing before the weekly pickup, we as a city would be allowed to say upsize, correct?
Yes, we do. We do anything we see when we go to pick up your carts. If we see anything wrong, whether it's contamination issue or overflowing issue, we leave you a nice note. And it is a nice, just please, this is what we see, please fix it. Nothing punitive so far. It's just informative and what you should do to remedy. If we notice there is a repetition of overflowing trash, please subscribe to another cart. Yes, we do that.
Speaking of which, I know the transient population steals people's residential bins all day, and I see them all over the city. Is the city responsible for picking up their own bins when they're found on the freeways and on the city streets, not in front of a residential home?
Yes, council member, I have called staff. I've been here 2 months, 2.5 months, 2 months. And I made 3 calls, and we picked up 3 cars that we found in places that they weren't supposed to belong. So yes, we would go and pick them up.
Where is that report? Is that 311 that residents can report to and you guys will go pick it up?
You can call 311, yes, and we can pick it up, or and leave a message and we'll get it.
My last question, do you charge those residential owners for that missing trash can?
No,
I think
we
it's a yes.
will leave it to, we'll study each case by itself, but usually no. I mean, if it's
So you're telling me you don't charge a 70-year-old lady for her missing trash bin?
I don't think we do. Even if there's a damaged one that needs to be replaced, we take it and we replace it.
It's not incorporated in your annual fee?
What's in our annual fee, what the fees that we have, and we just updated them, is if somebody requests a cleaner cart, but there's nothing wrong with your cart, yeah, there's an exchange fee there.
But not if it was stolen?
If it's stolen, then I'm not a detective, but if it's not there, somebody calls, hey, somebody took my, I called my service provider where I live. I said, somebody took my cart, and they came and replaced it for free. And I don't see a problem with that.
Okay, just so you know, in the past, our constituents have called us to complain that they're being charged when their garbage can is stolen,
Okay.
and they report for replacement. So I'm going to need that in writing somewhere consistently across the city.
Yeah, we would like to know about those because we had this discussion during the master fee schedule where we imposed a new fee for just the aesthetic trade out. Like, I don't like mine because it's not pretty anymore. We are charging for those, but we should not be charging for cans that are stolen. Now, you know, if we have continued repeat, my can is stolen, and we look into it and we find out maybe it wasn't stolen, I think that would be a very unusual circumstance, but no, residents should not be penalized if their cans are being stolen.
Okay, where was I? Okay, so our first responsibility, of course, is to provide that service. Secondly, also, we need, SB 1382 requires that we strengthen our existing, where do I point? This one? Oh, okay, sorry about that. We are required to strengthen our existing infrastructure for edible food recovery and food distribution. We are responsible for implementation of edible food recovery programs in our communities. The city already has a head start on this requirement. We have a program that currently exists within our community, which is the Fresno Metro Ministries Food to Share program, and this program has been highlighted as a case study on Car Recycle's website, and we're proud of it. So this program will be expanded. We'll have to sit down and see what we can do to meet the city's requirements. Even in communities where existing infrastructure already exists, there are new record-keeping requirements and inspection tasks that will need to be implemented as part of this mandate. We need to assess the capacity of existing food recovery, establish food recovery programs, and expand existing infrastructure as necessary. We also need to find a mechanism to inspect commercial generators for compliance. Third task for us would be education and outreach. The city must conduct education and outreach to all businesses and residents regarding collection service requirements, contamination standards, and overall compliance with the mandate. So the education and outreach also to commercial edible food generators regarding edible food donation requirements and available edible food recovery organizations. And of course, all education material will be in multiple
Assistant
languages.
Director, on that slide, so one of the, as you know, we went into the business, we've gone into a business of housing the homeless in motels. And for breakfast, they're getting a Danish and a little juice. So the question that they posed to me is, how come we're not redirecting, saved food that people are not having at the schools for breakfast, redirecting them to those shelters? Why aren't we able to recover food and put it into the use of a shelter versus having to absorb that additional cost and not being able to provide an actual breakfast? Is that something that you guys are looking to do, or?
Yes. There are two tiers for edible food generators. One is your grocery stores and big supermarkets, and two is the restaurants, the banquet halls or whatever. So these two will be, they will know what needs to be done to recover the food that is still edible. And so yes, at this point, we can't direct anybody to do anything. Once our ordinance is passed and then we have the means to do this, definitely, that these are the ones we will be targeting. And what you described is a tier 2 generator.
Okay, thank you.
Also, procurement. I know Eugene touched a little bit about procurement, which is recovery of organic waste products. And a city of our size, we already know, let's say if we want to buy mulch back from our green waste or our organics, we are required to procure 43,741 tons of mulch. So that's going to be something that is measurable, but that's only mulch. Of course, there's renewable energy, there's products that are made with recycled material. So with this, the department will coordinate with the city, with other city departments. I'm going to be meeting with parks, with public works, with many city departments to see what we can do with their purchasing and procurement policy so that we can reach that goal. Also, we need to coordinate a citywide reporting of all applicable procurement activities. We need to update Administrative Order 813, which is the city use of environmentally repairable product. Also, infrastructure. So the city must plan for adequate capacity for recycling organic waste and for edible food recovery. We must demonstrate that we have access to recycling capacity through existing contracts, franchise agreements, or other documented arrangements. For edible food recovery, the city must contact edible food recovery and/or plant capacity is available. And then inspection and enforcement. Ordinance update, and this is what I started the talk with. This is what we will bring and introducing to your council next week. We must adopt an ordinance or other enforceable mechanism. So we're introducing it on February 17th next week, and hopefully for adoption on March 10th. So by January 1st, 2022, currently we are in non-compliance status 40 days ago. We are required to have an enforcement mechanism or an ordinance in place. Also, between January 2022 and December 2023, so that's 2 years, we need to identify businesses that are in violation and provide education material for those generators. So we have a task to educate. We have 2 years of that. And then the focus during the first 2 years is educating generators. And then the goal is to make sure every generator has an opportunity to comply before mandatory jurisdiction enforcement comes into effect in 2024. After 2024, the city shall take progressive enforcement against organic waste generators that are not in compliance. So we will only go against those who are the biggest violators, and those will be fined. And the last and most, I would say, egregious or time-consuming task is record keeping. We need to implement the implementation of records. We need to implement record-keeping program to incorporate all required elements, organic collection services for residential and commercial, edible food recovery, education and outreach, procurement, hauler programs, commercial edible food generators, contamination mitigations, waivers, inspections, and enforcement. So here we are 40 days past the state's deadline for implementation and compliance. Are we okay? Technically, no, but the state understands, I'm just speaking frankly here, the state
For the record, I'm
understands-
not going to jail for you, so we didn't know until today that we were not in compliance.
No, I have the state here to vouch for me. So they understand the realities and their aggressive deadline and requirement to be in compliance. So for most of California, so jurisdictions, and they understand their struggles and our struggle that we face, including our city, to meet the January 1st deadline. So they passed Senate Bill 619, which is called Notification of Intent to Comply with SB 1383. So next week, we will bring to your council a resolution to authorize us to submit for the notice of intent to comply. It has been drafted, and I'm going to share some of the major milestones, because in this application, we have to show our plan. When do we need to meet what goal? So this application needs to be submitted by March 1st is the deadline. It must include a resolution to be approved by your council, affirming the content and the timeline of the notice of intent to comply, which we can share it with you until then, and also it will be posted. And I'll speak to some milestones of it today. When approved, a jurisdiction may be eligible for administrative civil penalty relief for this year, and there will be a correction action plan. So, key tasks, what we need to do. We need to negotiate amendments to agreements with commercial haulers, green waste processors, and non-exclusive roll-off haulers. And those are the three types of, there's more, there's flow agreements as well, but they may or may not be relevant. We need to develop edible food generator inspection plan, develop an outreach and education plan, develop procurement plan, and update the city procurement policy. We need to develop record-keeping system and complete rate study to include costs related to SB 1383 compliance.
So by April 15th or by when? Because it says 45 days from when we submit, March 1st, or?
No. So the carry cycle to provide determination within 45 days of the application. So once we submit the application by March 1st, I will be communicating with Cal Recycle regarding our application.
Let us know by April 15th.
Basically, yes.
If we're in compliance or not?
If our plan is approved or if it's going to be modified. So it's going to start talking with Cal Recycle and say, okay, this is your plan, move forward.
Okay, so not until Cal Recycle approves will we start actually implementing?
Actually, no.
What's that timeline?
Exactly. I will go through this right now. Thank you.
It's on the coming slides, council member.
So here's what, this is the proposed timeline, key milestones. So by February 17th, which is next week, we will have the introduction of updates for the Fresno Municipal Code, Article 2, Waste Collection and Disposal. And this is to be adopted on the following council meeting, which is March 10th. And then also on the 17th, I will bring a resolution to authorize the department to submit the notice of intention to comply. And also, I'm going to bring a resolution authorizing the Department of Public Works to submit an application for SB 1383 Local Assistance Grant Program funding.
Ahmad, I just want to pause right there, council. I wish Councilmember Maxwell was out
Yes.
here because I'm flagging this for you. The items that are coming next week on the 17th are time sensitive.
Yeah.
They will have to be adopted on that day.
We're going to find it already.
So I just wanted to make sure you guys were clear on that. Fair warning.
I'm sure he's listening and watching, and my understanding is that Mr. Green Maxwell is pretty well versed on this policy already.
Okay, great. Okay, so, and then by July 1st, 2022, we shall have the residential and education and outreach plan already developed and in action. By January 2023, of course, we will start the negotiating all the agreements with the haulers and the green waste processors and the non-exclusive roll-off contractors starting any day now. We already have started it with the city attorney's office just to see what needs to be changed.
Assistant Director, how much more is that going to cost us? Do you have an estimate?
Absolutely no idea.
Yeah, good
Not
answer.
yet. We do have one of the plan, there's an item is to have a study and modeling. So from a city like Fresno, where we are already offering the 3-car service, I can't see a huge difference just for SB 1383 requirement. But please, you do know that there hasn't been a rate increase in more than a decade or so as far as solid waste collection.
But, inflation's up, everything's up, and I'm personally going to look for better service.
Absolutely.
So whatever this renegotiation of contracts is, and whatever utility rate recommendations are brought forward, we have to demonstrate better and improved service, because I don't think folks are going to pay more for the same.
Absolutely, yeah. So by January of 2023, hopefully we will have all our agreements agreed upon with the contractors, and by March of 2023, we will implement the commercial organics collection, and we will implement the edible food generator inspection program. And then by September of next year, we will implement the residential collection. And that is our timeline. Now, just a little thing, I was hoping Councilmember Maxwell is here, because he did express his concern about bringing something that is due tomorrow or the next day. I just want to let you know that the funding for SB 1383 local assistance was released in late January, and they had a very aggressive timeline where they are saying that the application due date is February 1st, which is 9 days ago. And after you submit this application, and it is not a competitive grant, its money is already allocated for City of Fresno, then by March 1st, we will have that resolution to submit the application that we already submitted. So, and I know Kari Cycle is here if you have any more questions about this, but we did meet the deadline. The deadline was February 1st. We did submit our application. And so far I haven't heard anything, so no news is good news. But by next week, we will bring you the resolution so we can complete this application process. With that, this is all I have for now. We are all here for your questions.
My last question for me is, I've been asking for 3 years for commercial compactor downtown.
Yes.
And I know you've only been here for 2 months.
Yes.
But at some point, with all these people in the room, can one of them guarantee me that we can get a commercial compactor downtown, or do we have to halt all negotiations on all contracts to be able to problem solve that one?
Councilmember Arias, yes. I was instructed to see what's going on, and I did. So I contacted the businesses that are wanting these compactors. I contacted the vendors that provide those compactors. We were supposed to meet last week, but during all these negotiations, there were other offers that came or other ideas that the businesses want more time to think about it. So we're just waiting to hear from them. And it's quite an undertaking to have 3 compactors in a limited space. So there's more than just public utilities involvement. I don't want to tell them now, but I may need Public Works to pitch in here a little bit with some ideas and solutions. But until we know what the businesses really want, we can serve them. So it's not, it is a contract that we manage with, whomever
I
is
know
selling.
specifically that area is unique in the sense that you're not necessarily going to have organic, compactor, because there isn't a whole lot of sit-in restaurants in that area. So I'd be satisfied with at least a compactor for recyclables. but something has to be done because those bins are being set on fire on a weekly basis, and they pose a significant fire hazard to those businesses. So I don't want to wait for perfection. I want to have some level of progress, especially since we have a willing property owner that owns that whole block. So I'll follow up with you.
Please do, and I'm following up with both, and I'm the guy in between, and we'll make it work. So.
Okay, that concludes your presentation, right, Ahmad?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so we still have Cal Recycle on the line, Council. I don't know if you have any more questions, any specific questions regarding this.
I don't see anyone punched up from the dais. Thank you for that informative presentation.
Oh, thank you.
All right, now we've got 2 more workshops, 3C and 3D. What we're going to do is combine these workshops. So 3C is the proposed ARPA expenditure plan, the American Rescue dollars. And 3D was the fiscal year 22 mid-year budget review. So staff will present that to us in a sort of combined format.
So we're actually going to reverse order, and we're going to start with mid-year, and then we're going to go into ARPA. So wanted to introduce the team that's going to be working on this today. So Henry's going to start us off, Henry Fierro from Budget, and then Matthew Grundy is going to go over the survey that we did. I'm going to be speaking as well, but I also want to acknowledge Alma Torres, our Deputy City Manager, who did a tremendous amount of work on this. So thank you for our whole team. And with that, we'll let Henry get started with the numbers.
Hi, Brianna.
Do you want to click or do you want me to click?
I can have you click.
Okay. Which button is it? The red? Right? Okay.
Thank you, Charlie. Well, good afternoon, Council. My name's Henry Fierro, Budget Manager. And we have on the screen what I would call slide 2. And what this slide highlights is the general fund main revenue categories. And the next couple of slides, we're going to focus on the general fund revenues. And then from there, we're going to then give you a bigger picture to show what, with expenses and transfers, where do we look to land for this year at the bottom line. But for right now, I'm going to walk you through the, again, total revenues. So in this slide, you'll see that of the categories,
Are we ready yet?
no.
Sorry.
There are 4 categories that are the primary drivers of our general fund revenues, and that encompasses sales tax, business license, room tax, and obviously property tax. And when you combine those 4, they account for about 79%, again, of our total general fund annual operating revenues. And these 4 categories are really our best indicators of our community's economic activity. So with these 4, if there's growth with business tax, that's going to be driven by growth in sales of goods and services by local businesses. Growth in sales tax is driven by residents with increased spending in the economy. And then also with room tax, that reflects more people coming to Fresno either for family, work, or leisure. So if we can now move to slide 3. Okay. This slide is going to provide a visual of the last 3 years of our actual, and again I emphasize general fund revenue results. You'll see FY 2019 by main categories through fiscal year 2021. Okay. What I'd like to point out is in fiscal year 2020, our total, again, annual operating revenue, that's our revenue that's ongoing, that actually declined by about $6.2 million. to about 351,400 million. And with that, we did see in the following year, fiscal year 21, we experienced a 38.1 million growth to 389.6 million. Now, what I'd like to point out is in 21, our biggest contributor to the growth in our operating revenue increase was sales tax. It grew about $25 million to 119.6 million. Not just what I also wanted to point out about
Can I ask you a question, Henry?
Sure.
Was Measure P a part of that increase in the sales tax?
Well, again, this is just general fund. It has nothing to do with Measure B. That's a separate fund.
Okay.
So the only other comment I wanted to make about sales tax is that growth that we experience, it was observed under two categories, and that was retail purchases. We did very well, and strong car sales. So between the two, it accounted for the bulk of our sales tax growth. And then one last point I wanted to make is the property tax. If you look at it, it increased actually by 10 million to 151.5 million. And that really was an alignment with the Fresno County's assessments tax roll. As it was published for January 1st, 20, it reflected about a 6% growth rate, while our property's tax grew about that same rate as well. So, next slide, please. So now we're on slide 4, and with this slide, this shows the FY22 adopted budget and our latest estimates of, again, total revenues by main category as of February 7th. Now, focusing on that estimates for FY22 column, you'll see that our prior year carryover starts our revenues at 45.5 million. That's an increase of almost 19 million above the adopted budget. The majority of that growth really equated to the FY21 strong revenue growth. And again, I go back to sales tax. That was the biggest driver that then gave us a really healthy start for FY22. But with that, we also anticipate that our total annual operating revenue looks to end at 415.9 million. That's 16.3 million higher than the adopted budget. Now, you're going to hear the same kind of scratch record. The main driver with that, sales tax. Based on Muni Services' last projections that we've received, we anticipate that our sales tax should be around 138.5 million. That's about a 26 million increase against our adopted budget. So again, healthy consumer spending is still taking place, and we really feel that we can really meet that target. Now, one thing I need to point out too, though, is if you look at property tax, that is estimated at 154.3 million. That is actually looking to end lower than our adopted budget. And that's because we've recalibrated our property tax estimate so it is pegged to the published, again, Fresno County's assessment tax roll, and that is as of January 1st, now 2021. That publication reflected a 3.7% assessed value increase, whereas the adopted budget was based on a 6%. So we feel that we now have a more reasonable number that we look to hit this year, again, for property tax.
So Henry, if I may, in short, for my elementary math skills, how much more money are we receiving than we had adopted the budget for?
In totality, let's see, bear with me.
Are you asking bottom line, like, okay, and I think if we go to the next slide.
Well, actually, yes, if we can let me get to further down the road, you'll see it.
Okay.
There we go.
You're not going to make me read all the tables, right, to do the math myself?
Look in that bottom right-hand corner, Councilmember.
Okay.
So again, we're now at slide 5, and basically what this slide is going to show you is the historical and the current estimated net ending balance. That's highlighted in yellow. That's basically our bottom line number. What do we plan to end? Positive? And if so, how big a positive? And as you can see, we look to end the year at 32.3 million. Now,
Are those one-time funds, or is that ongoing money? And does this estimate include the labor agreements that we just approved?
it does include the approved labor agreements.
Is this one-time money or ongoing?
Well, that is a discussion for the following schedule. So if you'll bear with us again.
Let me just interject. So this is based on sales tax, ongoing, property tax, ongoing. So the key is, these are our, all budget is just estimates, right? So this is our best estimate based on sales tax, property tax trends, based on the level of expenses that are happening. Our best estimate is that we are going to end at 32.2 million. And I would say, yes, that is ongoing.
Does that assume that we approved the 107 positions that you guys proposed?
This is, for this fiscal year, yes, because this takes us through the end of '22.
Correct.
And I do want to just correct a little bit, because you're going to see it when we get to the next slide. How do I say this? On the labor agreements, yes and no. And if you could just pause that question until we get to later on in the presentation, because it'll be much more easy to explain then. Our labor agreements are accounted for, but in a couple different places.
Henry, just really quickly, I think the city manager might have answered it, but the projections you're making for the estimate, is it through calendar year 2022 or fiscal year 2022?
It is through fiscal year, so it'd be the end of June 30th.
June, all right.
So,
Henry,
Council,
if I may, sorry to be skipping, but we've done budgets like multiple times already, so we have some very clear, I at least have questions. What is the carryover estimated to be?
So when you say the ending carryover estimate,
The carryover, we reallocate every single year, the same process, same
Right
amount.
there, 32,253.
32 million for carryover?
Yes.
correct. And again, that's as of June 30th. That's where we expect to land.
I'm going to get to that now. Are you done?
Yeah, so with that, I'm going to pass the presentation to the
Wait,
city manager.
Now, hold on.
hold
Don't
on, I
leave
wanna-
yet, because now the next slide is
No,
where
city
we-
manager, before you move on, I want to make sure I understand this. 32 million is what you're estimating through fiscal year 2022. And the question that my colleague asked was that carry over. We appropriated the budget, but you have not expended the total budget, correct? So what's that amount in combination with this amount?
It is the 32.2 million.
So it does account for all of the money that was appropriated but not expended?
Correct.
I just want to make sure I understand it, okay.
Okay, so this is a follow-up to what we were just talking about, Councilmember Chavez. So, embedded within the carryover, there is revenue that was expected to be spent that we plan to carry over, but there's also expense that needs to be carried over. So, going to that first line where it says, or second line, fiscal year 21 to 22 approved commitments. So we have 3.326 million of parks and public works projects that were previously approved, previously appropriated, that are in the works, that we have not expended entirely. So we need to carry over that appropriation and revenue, and we need to carry over the expense. So that comes off the top from that 32 million.
Ask a question, City Manager. Can
Yes.
we get a list of what projects are included in that 3.32 million?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I can just quickly tell you, but I'll give you a list as well. So generally speaking, it's your council district infrastructure budgets. So those dollars that are in public works that are for each of that you haven't spent yet. It is some work that we're doing for ADA compliance at the convention center. It is a project at Armstrong and Hamilton. I'll have to get more detail on that. That's public works. On parks, it is the motions that were made during the budget discussion for parks acquisition that have not yet been expended yet, that we've been discussing. It's the rehab of the Rossler building funding. It's the South Tower Park, and it's the water tower improvements.
Thank you, City Manager.
Yeah, those are the gist of those. Okay, so that is that first line item. So we have 32.253. Off the top, we need to take off that 3.326 million. So that leaves $28,926,700, which we're calling net ending balance budget surplus. And that is a result of the incredible sales tax growth that we've had. So our recommendation, so we have had some expenses that have come up that were not budgeted and that we don't have appropriations for. So the below line, these line items are the ones that we are suggesting and recommending be funded out of that net ending balance. So the first one, we've previously discussed as items have come forward that we need additional appropriations for fuel increases as a result of pretty high gas prices this year. Departments and fleet have estimated that they are going to blow the fuel budget. So they have requested an additional $448,000 for fuel increases. PD has some safety equipment that was discussed in the budget to be funded with ARPA. There are some items that weren't eligible and things that could not be absorbed with salary savings. So there's 1.050 of those. And I do have a list of those that I can provide to you as well. Public Works equipment. We've previously talked about this at the last time we were before you with an AAR. And this is the equipment that Public Works needs to be able to do all of the infrastructure work that we're planning to do for ARPA. It was originally on the ARPA list, and those are things like heavy equipment, like concrete finishers. Do you remember what else, Alma? Concrete finishers and, hold on. Oh, thank you. 7 half-ton trucks, bucket trucks, 1-ton trucks, 550 trucks, chemical spray trucks, concrete finisher trucks, concrete power screen, skid steer loaders, and a Peterbilt loader. So this is all heavy equipment needed in Public Works. Thank you, Alma. The next line item is the Animal Center. As you know, we are finally approaching closer to the finish line on our Animal Center. This was a project, obviously, that we inherited from the previous administration. It was a design-build project, which we haven't done a ton of. And as we've closed in, there are some things that were not accounted for. There was $22,000 of bonds that you guys authorized, but we only ended up selling 22 million. We only ended up selling 19 million, so we're short about 1.6 million for the Animal Center.
So why don't you just bond that out if we authorized 22?
So the reason why we didn't was we tried to only bond out the things that had a very long shelf life, and the things that we need to purchase still are things like a generator and other types of equipment that has a very short life. So just from a fiscal perspective, do you want to put things on a credit card that are going to, you're going to be paying longer on it than the life of the product?
On the animal shelter, we were told by the previous manager that he was going to present to the council an operational plan, because our assumption has been that the Humane Society was going to run the shelter. Now I'm told something differently. When are you expecting to make that recommendation to the council?
I think any time now, within, honestly, the next couple weeks. The previous city manager had discussed going a different route.
In-house, right?
Yes, and I'm not comfortable with that. I don't have any experience in that, neither does anybody in City Hall. And so we have gone back and approached the Humane Services folks, and as well as another group, UC Davis, and another entity that has come in and offered to help kind of come alongside us and teach us what we need to know. So we are in discussions right now to get that back on the table. So we're very, very close to being able to come back and have a conversation with you.
Can you just make sure you go to the Animal Shelter Committee? Because they had spent quite a
yes.
bit of time on that matter.
And they are very involved with us. And one of those partner groups that the city manager mentioned is two of those groups are very active with the animal rescue groups.
Okay, yeah, and absolutely, we'd be happy to talk over with your committee. So next line is infill affordable housing incentives. It's a $5 million line item. As you know, yes, sir.
Is this the same fund that we put the real estate tax in last year and got matching funds from the state?
No, this is a pilot to
Yes.
do infill housing for properties that are below 5 acres. We had initially put $3 million. They added some additional money, but this is also the program that I think the previous city manager has indicated he was going to try and revamp.
How much did we spend down on that since
I want to
July
say it's
1?
less than $1 million from my last recollection.
How much?
Less than $1 million
Out of 3 million?
out of $3 million.
I don't know, I'd have to go ask staff.
Yeah, I'm only aware of 2 projects that have been qualified for that program, one in D4 and one in D3, and they were both under $500,000. So there was conversations about changing the program to also include single-family infill affordable to be eligible for the incentive, but I think that conversation hasn't been concluded.
Might want to increase the scope if we're going to increase the dollars in that bucket.
We'd be happy to have conversations about that. Obviously, we know that we need housing, and we know that there are frequently gaps for affordable housing projects, so we wanted to create a flexible pot of money to be able to fill that. Okay, next line item is street repair replacement. So when I get to the ARPA section of this presentation, you'll hear me say this again. The last time we talked about ARPA, we thought that when the regulations were preliminary, we thought that we had an in to be able to use ARPA dollars for street projects within communities, disadvantaged census tracts. When the final regs came out, there was pretty much a specific prohibition of doing pure street work. It only can happen if it's incidental to water, sewer, and broadband projects. So that really sort of limited our world, and given the council requests for street projects, we thought it was important to provide a funding source of dollars that could be used on pure street repaving replacement projects. So we put a line item in here for $10 million for those types of projects.
And have those been identified already? No?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. So the next one is the fleet fund deficit. We have an approximate $7 million negative fund balance in the fleet fund. There's a very long, sordid history of this fund, of sort of the general fund dollars sort of got raided during the recession because, right, we were broke. And so then when people needed to go buy vehicles, they had put money in, there wasn't sufficient funds in the fund, so we went into the negative. Not a good thing for our financial statements to have a negative fund balance, so we need to make an effort and make a stroke towards paying that negative fund balance off. So we've plugged in $1.5 million sort of good faith payment on that.
Is that specific to the whole city or to specific departments?
It's to the whole city. It is predominantly to the whole city.
We just replaced just about every police vehicle. Why would we put more money towards that effort? Didn't we do like 100 vehicles just last year?
I think
In December, we did $5 million for police officer vehicle replacement.
okay, correct. And so what I'll say is there are all sorts of, people have been paying into this fund for a long time.
Correct.
They gradually, and they go and they pull money out. So general fund and DPU also paid into this fund.
Understood.
So when the recession hit and the money got raided, we couldn't pull ratepayer fund out to balance the general fund, so that had to stay out, but the rest of the general fund money came out. So when departments went in and said, I need vehicles, because they had put the money in, there wasn't enough money. So there's not enough money to cover the purchases. Yes, we did put more money in, but this is sort of a historical thing. It's not just in the last year.
But we just made an unprecedented $5 million investment to the fleet vehicle replacement for the police department, which is a pretty big department when it comes to fleet. So I want to know specifically, if we put $1.5 million for more fleet replacement, what departments would be accessing that money?
Okay, we'll get that for you.
And I think you're looking at it two different ways. The outright purchase versus the future replacement.
Understood.
Okay?
But we were told when we made this huge $5 million that every department going forward was going to budget, set aside some of their own money for their future replacement so that we wouldn't be in this, huge one-time check situation 2 years later.
And you are correct, and that is being done now, but this goes back many, many years of when the deficit was created. So we'll get as much information as we can for you. Okay, next line item, improve P-bid maintenance. So as you may know, we have a maintenance of effort requirement as part of the Tiger grant that we got for the Fulton Street project that requires us to maintain service levels on Fulton Street. And Public Works has a line item in their budget that covers things like the repairs, the pressure washing, the trash. However, it's only Fulton Street. So we are working with the P-bid because the P-bid is much larger than Fulton Street. And as you know, when the P-bid got passed, it provided a revenue source so that the private property owners were putting in to improve the area within the P-bid. Prior to that, theoretically, it was all of our responsibility because it is the public right-of-way. So the P-bid is going to be up for renewal, and we needed to show that the city was committed to improvement in the condition of the P-bid boundaries within downtown for additional pressure washing, trash pickup, those types of services. So we've plugged in a number of $300,000 there. And we are working with the P-bid director to have a very clear understanding of what they're going to do to improve, along with what we're going to do to improve. And the next item, real estate.
City Manager,
Yes.
what happens if the P-bid decides to vote to dissolve? What happens to those funds?
That they hold? Or these funds?
Are these matching funds, or are we doing these regardless if there's a P-bid around or not?
We need to do it regardless, because if the P-bid goes away, that number's going to go up substantially.
So why are we calling it a P-bid maintenance?
I improved P-bid.
It's more of a downtown maintenance fund, right?
And it's primarily focused on that very expensive artwork on Fulton Street that needs to be maintained, and a few other things in that area that have to be maintained.
Yeah, I remember the conversation when we even discussed not funding it. We had all the downtown folks come and advocate. I understand. I'm just wondering what happens if they, for whatever reason, decide not to have a P-bid anymore. What does that mean for the city?
Terrible.
Because we would still have obligations and responsibilities down there, right?
Yeah, we would then assume pretty much all of the responsibility. So they're shouldering part of the responsibility now. We would then absorb predominantly all of the responsibility. So it's in our best interest to have the P-bid continue. So that's what that item is.
And the work being done is within the P-bid boundary.
It is, which is much broader than just Fulton Street.
Yes, absolutely.
And we are redoing the actual contract now, the agreement Greg is. And part of that, we're identifying those things that have not been done over the years as often as they should have been done. There's monthly street sweeping. There is pressure washing supposed to occur 7 days a week. Quite frankly, we haven't had the funding to support that. And there's some other things that we're going to make sure occur. So it's being redone, and we want to have the money to support that.
Yep.
Okay, I'll move on. So the next item is real estate purchases, and I'm going to be a little vague here because these are items that have been discussed in closed session and that are subject to real estate negotiations. So I don't want to breach that confidentiality, but I can assure you that these are all projects that we have discussed and that you have asked us to pursue. And that are not eligible for ARPA funding and need a different funding source. So that's $10,500,000. The next item is the Van Ness and Weldon Park, and you're going to see this on this list, and you're going to see it on the ARPA list. We have a shortfall on that project to complete the project, which is a very high priority for Councilmember Soria. And this is would be the general fund portion of it. We can cover part of it with ARPA, but not all of it. So this is the general fund portion. The next item, sort of same idea, the water tower improvements. It was a little bit higher than what we originally envisioned during budget. There was $1 million, and we need an extra, there was $1 million that was in the budget. We're short $200,000 for those improvements, and they're not eligible for ARPA, so we're asking for $200,000 to complete those improvements. That includes painting, wrought iron fencing, ADA path of travel, restroom, renovations. The next item, Amtrak ADA engineering. So we have been contacted by the Department of Justice, who is evaluating Amtrak stations all over the country for ADA accessibility issues. And they have asked us, in lieu of imposing some sort of order on us, to make a good faith effort to come up with a plan to address the deficiencies at our Amtrak station, which we own. And so this is to cover the cost of the engineering plans to begin making an effort towards those improvements.
City Manager, I understood that we already did a lot of that concrete work for the ADA elevation purpose to Amtrak. That's why they tore up all that area recently.
So those were the sidewalk curb cuts. The parking lots do not meet the ADA path of travel. The slope is not proper. And so we have to go in and do engineering, and we may have to dig up the parking lot and redo it because
Elevation.
Yes.
Thank
you. Okay, the next item, ARPA revenue replacement. You'll see this on the next part of the presentation as well. Under the regulations, we are allowed to take a revenue replacement item into the general fund. It's a straight $10 million. It's the most flexible part of ARPA that we are allowed to recognize. And we are recommending that we bring that over from ARPA in order to fund the things that are all above that $10 million on the line item. So all of those items add up to $24,330,800, which leaves a free ending balance of $4,595,996,000. So we know that you guys have lots of priorities, and we would welcome the opportunity to sit down with the Budget Committee and talk about all of these items, and in addition, what you might be interested in funding with the remaining $4.6 million. So, yes.
Yeah, City Manager, so honing in on that ARPA revenue replacement, so you're proposing to bring $10 million from ARPA into this fund.
Yep.
To pay for what now?
The items that are above it on the list. So there were items that we have been discussing throughout the budget, throughout conversations. Oh, we'll pay for it with ARPA, we'll pay for it with ARPA. And unfortunately, as we've gone through the regulations, these things aren't eligible for ARPA, and so we needed to find another flexible funding source. And so we can bring this $10 million over, and then we can do things like the Van Ness and Weldon, the water tower improvements.
10 million in streets.
The 10 million in streets. And I would say predominantly, it covers the 10 million in streets because we can't spend ARPA money on that. So that's what's going to allow us the flexibility. It's a little bit of a revenue substitution.
Yeah.
I'll follow up with you.
Okay.
On that one later.
Yeah, it's all income. That bottom green number, the free ending balance of $5 million, that accounts for the revenue replacement. So without revenue replacement, it would actually be negative $5 million.
Correct.
Essentially.
Correct. Okay, so I'm going to move on. I'm going to ask, to the ARPA section, I'm going to ask Matthew Grundy to come up and talk about the survey. And then when he's done, I'm going to go into the list of projects for ARPA spending. So Matthew Grundy.
All right. Good evening, Council. As you know, we have a vision of being a government that listens, keeps its promises, and is owned by the people. Apropos, we went out to the community to try to glean and get a better understanding of community preference regarding the spend of ARPA funds, and as such, we programmed a survey. I'd like to spend a few moments reviewing the results of that survey, but prior to, I just want to quickly give you a little bit of context behind the formation of the survey and how we got it out. So, first of all, this was an optional, online, anonymous survey. We had 3 mandatory questions that were asked pertinent to the study. 7 additional optional demographic questions were asked. Question 1 focused on general preferences, question 2 on specific preferences of spending, and question 3 was a free-form open response. We used SurveyMonkey to deploy the survey. We translated and provide translations of the survey in English, Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi. We launched this survey December 2nd, 2021. We closed it January 30th, 2022. In terms of total responses, we had exactly 1,000, which was interesting. We had exactly 1,000 responses. We subtracted those who said they did not live in the city of Fresno as a part of this report, so that gave us a grand total of 868 respondents. The survey was distributed through the City of Fresno media channels, community organizations, and media partner outlets. The analysis itself is based on a scientific top 2-box survey method, and that's how we essentially determined the results and the recommendations you're going to hear today. The first question I'll quickly go over because it was specific to general preferences for city investment of ARPA funding. We essentially asked folks to respond with a 1 through 5, 1 meaning most preferred, 5 meaning least preferred. The questions themselves were based, and the selections themselves were based on Department of Treasury definitions. So I think that's important to know. But ultimately, 67% of folks marked either 1 or 2 in terms of response, with the preference of folks who want us to focus on public health emergency, including public health, public safety, and housing and security. I know there's been much discussion recently about the fact that there were many categories grouped together there, but again, this was per Department of Treasury definitions. What's more important is the next question, where we dive into specific use of funds. So the second question we asked was, please provide us specific preferences regarding the city of investment of ARPA funding. Again, 1 being most preferred, 5 meaning least preferred. And in the number 1 spot, we had the response homelessness. So the definition of that was homelessness services to address homelessness, such as buying motels to create more shelter beds, building supportive housing, and using innovative new approaches to create much more affordable housing in Fresno. 46% of folks either marked that as a number 1 or number 2 in terms of priority spending, and that took the lead on specific preference. Tied for number 1 was this answer here, public safety. And the definition was expanding 911 dispatch center to reduce 911 hold times, providing new vehicles, equipment, technology to our police officers and firefighters to keep the public safe. 46% of folks marked that as an either a 1 or a 2, so that was tied in terms of public preference. A close third at 45% was this question here in terms of infrastructure. So folks said that they'd prefer us invest more funding to repair streets, curbs, gutters, provide safe routes to schools and other infrastructure needs in the older parts of Fresno. So again, homelessness, public safety, close third, infrastructure. The next question we asked was specific. It was a open-ended, optional question. And we asked folks to please provide any other feedback or input they'd like to share. 552 decided to respond. And up above you'll see, or in front of you, you'll see the responses. 219 folks referenced housing and homelessness. 199 referenced public safety. 198 referenced neighborhood infrastructure. We pulled out as a simple data mining exercise where these items were referenced most, and you kind of see from there what went down. We had 60 references to small business, 38 to parks, and 26 to beautification. Now we kind of look quickly at impact, with some of the demographic questions in terms of race, district, income, et cetera. And what you'll see up there, it's a little small for me, so I'm referring to my phone here. But we asked one question in terms, have you been personally impacted by COVID-19? 67% said yes of the respondents. Again, these were all optional questions. 67% said yes, the balance said no. You'll also see a distribution of folks that responded to this survey. Again, they didn't have to put this information in, but they chose to, in terms of what district they reside in. And you'll see that District 6 was in the lead, followed by District 2, followed by District 1, and so on. And so hopefully that's helpful as well. In terms of race, you'll see 48% were white or Caucasian, 30% Hispanic or Latino, 7% were Black or African American, and 6% Asian, et cetera, and so on. So that's that. In terms of demographics, in terms of age and income, we had a pretty good distribution in terms of age. You'll see there in front of you of folks who responded to the survey. The only folks that weren't well represented were those under 18. But in terms of annual income, we also had good representation across the board, with the leading group making between $50,000 and $74,000 a year. That's it in terms of the actual questions that we asked and some of the demographic response. If there's any questions or feedback regarding the survey, I'm happy to field those. Okay, thank you so much.
Holy cow, he's really tall. Okay, so let me get to the next slide. Okay, before I get to the list, I just wanted to just remind you really quick of our current public works, project planning and delivery ongoing efforts. What's on the plate right now? So street maintenance, in-house, 130 people, $31 million. I won't read this, you guys have it in front of you, but this is the gist of all of the work that we do annually. Landscape maintenance, 105, $24 million. Engineering and facilities, project management. We have 184 capital projects that are in design worth $346 million, 35 project managers and engineering design staff, 11 are currently vacant and in the process of being recruited. And the challenges with those are the private, I'm just gonna say it, we are getting,
You mean our amazing health insurance is not that attractive?
well, really what it comes down to is
Highly priced,
We're
poorly.
getting poached. We're getting poached. Here's the deal. Health insurance is great and exciting, and retirement for people probably my age and maybe a little bit younger. For our, maybe our millennials and folks younger, we're getting poached at the engineering level because Caltrans and high-speed rail are paying almost 30% higher than us. So there is an item on the agenda for the 17th to try and stop the bleeding there, but I'll give you an example. I got a text message from Scott Mosier, I think about 12 days ago, and he said, I lost another engineer today. I was like, ugh. And 4 days later, he said, I lost 4 more today. So that's how bad.
We don't want to detract from,
Okay, thank you.
we got to be competitive, but I will concur on this side note that our healthcare package is extremely mediocre.
No, it's below mediocre.
Really?
Yes, to
It
the
is,
comparable jurisdictions, we have the worst healthcare option anywhere.
Yeah, you weren't
And
here.
we pay
when
double.
Yeah, you weren't here 3 years ago when we tried to tackle this. But yeah, no, extremely mediocre. But so we got to be competitive on the salaries, retain our folks where we can, where we do have that control.
I'd love to look at the analysis of the competing jurisdictions on healthcare. Okay, I'll move on. So construction management, we've got 46 inspectors currently managing over 90 city construction projects worth $190 million. Going to the Parks Department, deferred maintenance needs, $112 million deferred maintenance in the Parks Department from a partial assessment that was done in 2016. So you know that that's grown substantially. Thank goodness for Measure P. But that didn't include irrigation system replacement or parking lots that are in need of complete repaving. And Public Works, we're having a pavement management workshop next week that I think will be very enlightening, but obviously about $505 million in deferred maintenance on our pavement program. Tree damage, curb, gutter, sidewalks, about $200 million in deferred maintenance. Missing sidewalks, $475 million. And then the street light system, I think that is about $1 million. Okay, so we were asked to cost out the budget motions that were made. As you may recall, there was a very large series of budget motions that were made for various infrastructure projects. We're not 100% done with all of the estimates, but this is where they lie, and it was a total of $264 million of projects that were asked for during budget. Move on.
City Manager, does this include all the requests that departments made from ARPA?
From what?
ARPA? The
That
departments each made also, they had their wish list of projects.
These were council budget motions.
Correct. So where's the department wish list?
I don't know that we costed those out yet. We were focusing on, because we kept hearing, what were our budget motions, what were our budget motions, so we were focusing on those estimates.
So just to correct that, because remember we approved the budget with motions not motions, but a page that was attached at the end that said ARPA's going to cover these. So I think that's where.
Oh, okay, yes. So it's coming up.
Okay.
It's coming up. Okay. Okay, so here we are, ARPA recommendations. So, and this is a little bit backwards, I apologize. I should have put this at a different place, but when you see the list, you're going to see a line item. We're recommending $25 million for neighborhood infrastructure projects. The final rule was published at the beginning of January. Prior to that, we thought we were going to be able to spend money on streets, and that turned out no. And so now the eligible uses include parks and green space that can demonstrate impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic. So we also thought we were just going to be able to spend ARPA money on parks like that as long as it was in a disadvantaged area. That turned out not to be the case. We actually have to demonstrate the impacts, and if it's over $1 million, we have to get permission from Treasury. So that is a pretty significant hurdle to overcome and a timeline to go out and do analysis to show the COVID impacts for each park project.
What does that entail, City Manager, when it says you have to demonstrate? What does that process look like? Do we know?
Do we know that, Mike, specifically? Okay, yes, we do. Hold on.
Okay.
Why don't you come up here, Mike?
And City Manager, while he comes, when we said that, this fire apparatus was going to be covered by ARPA for the fire department, where are all those little projects in your presentation from every department that requested things? Did you bake them in already, assuming that we're going to fund those?
Yes and no. Some of them are not, and some of them are.
So where's the list of which ones you included?
It's coming.
Yeah, you'll see what it was already been approved by council, right? For the ARPA, and then there's some that we moved back into the carryover, and then there's some just not going to be funded.
So where's the list of what's what?
Back of the budget book.
Where? It's not, we don't have the budget book here.
I'm sorry.
So what I'm asking for is, you know how you included a list of, say, in my district, my ARPA requests are estimated to be 50 million?
Right.
We also, when we adopted the budget, we said each department's wish list
Right.
for ARPA is X, Y, and Z.
Right.
Those were never costed out for us. And I'd like to know which one of those projects that were included as potential ARPA funded which ones are being recommended and which ones are not.
Okay.
As part of your proposal.
So those were put together at a time when we didn't have the
Correct.
final regulations. So some of them I just covered in the mid-year presentation. Some of them turned out to be not being able to fund it with ARPA, so we recommended that they're on the mid-year list. So the public works equipment, things like that. Those are on the mid-year list now.
So I'd like a list of all those projects broken down by which ones on the ARPA list, which ones on the mid-year, which ones you just, baked into your regular general fund budget. Because it feels to me like staff figured out a way to fund all their department priorities, and now we're left with, what the council.
Yeah, I can assure you
Motion.
that staff did not find out a way to fund all of their.
Can we get that list then?
Sure, we'll
Quite
look-
the opposite, in fact. we eliminated just about every one of those requests, with the exceptions that were already approved by ARPA, by council last time. And we moved the other two out of ARPA into the carryover, which
Correct.
was the public works equipment. Police department had $2 million request. We eliminated 1 million of it and moved the other million to the general fund. Everything is going to be shown here in terms of what you guys have agreed upon.
Yeah, I just want the list broken
Okay.
down by each, because there was some very specific requests that we all assumed before the rules came out that could be funded for those departments. I like to know which ones were not eligible, because I'm assuming the need is still there, and that might show up in your upcoming budget proposal.
Absolutely. I think you're assuming correctly, because we weren't able to fund all of them. But we can go back and pull all those sheets out of the budget and sort of do a chart and a reconciliation. We'd be happy to do that. Mike, do you have the?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Good afternoon, Council. Mike Limba, Finance Director, Controller. It's a two-pronged test. You first have to identify the COVID-19 public health or economic impact. So you have to spell that out. And then second, you have to design a response that addresses or responds to that impact. So it has to be specifically designed to address the impact that you've identified. Those are the two steps that you have to do in order to get
So, I mean, touchless drinking fountains and stuff like that then kind of be pretty narrow scope of things you could actually do at the parks, right?
Yep.
Thanks.
So once we saw that, so I'll continue here.
City Manager?
Yes.
Just follow up to Vice President Maxwell's question, and I think Mike Lima touched on it a little bit. So it says eligible uses now include parks and green spaces that can demonstrate impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic. What was the nexus that Mike described? So I want to make sure I understand that.
So demonstrated need. Go ahead, Mike.
And the other one is you have to create a response that is that is proportional to that impact. You can't just, oh, we're going to build, we're going to build Disneyland because, we have this. You can't do that. It has to be specific.
So for example, an area that has a green space deficit and it was hit by COVID-19 per zip code infection rates that we have from the county.
Correct.
That would be that could be the nexus.
It could, but also I would say if there was already a green space deficit in that area, that wouldn't count. It would just be the incremental increase of the effect of how COVID impacted it. It's not good.
I would say that differently, because if we know that, being outdoors and be distant is a mitigation for COVID, why wouldn't building a green space in a hard-hit zip code that lacks healthcare access and other, options or amenities be a qualifying factor?
So I would say that it would be like we would want to respond to it, but we would have to prove that that didn't already exist before COVID hit. And I would argue that most likely those conditions already existed before COVID, where you had health disparities, you had the lack of access to green space, the lack of access to fresh air. If that existed prior to COVID, we couldn't use this money to address it now. If it was exacerbated by COVID, then we could do that portion and address it with this funding.
So in those terms, what would be an example of that?
You can add restrooms, you can add fountains, you can add amenities. Remember the first CARES Act? We use it to do all these touchless water faucets and, refilling stations.
Well, anything under $1 million, you don't need to justify.
I think
So
they're
all
saying
those
that
things,
we
what
do
you're
have
saying.
to justify it. It just doesn't have to go through the federal government.
Yeah, and so I would argue also that the bigger problem is that if it's over $1 million, we have to go to the federal government and get approval. So let's say we did find a project and it was over $1 million. We have to go to Treasury and we have to apply and we have to show this and we have to get it approved by them before we can spend that money. We didn't think that that was going to be satisfactory to the timelines that everybody envisions for the spending of this money. So once we encountered this portion of the regulations, we had a plan B, and we chose to go the plan B route, which gave us more flexibility to do what we wanted to do, but in a less a less convoluted manner.
City Manager, if I might just make a suggestion, during the CARES Act, we ran into this similar situation where the rules seemed to be very restrictive. We worked with our representative at that time, a member Jim Costa, to get us clarity and essentially permission to say, yes, this interpretation is sufficient. Because I don't see a scenario in which the Department of Treasury or Congress or the federal government is going to say, you can use $10 million for revenue replacement when we clearly didn't lose revenue because of COVID. We got our revenue tripled in sales tax. But you can't use it to build the green space that allows the most impacted zip codes from the pandemic and the highest death rates to socially distance outside.
So I hear what you're saying, but if you'll let me continue, I think we can get there to the same place without having to go through that process. Okay?
I'm all ears too on that.
Okay, pause that thought. Okay, so, I already mentioned this, street paving projects are an ineligible expense unless incidental to an allowable expense. So that would be if we're doing a water, sewer, broadband project and we're digging up the streets, then yes, we can pave the street. But if we're not doing one of those projects, we can't pave the street, which is why we put the 10 million on the mid-year side. Okay,
Georgette, I'm going to interrupt you real quick. Point of order with my colleagues. We've got the rest of this presentation, and then we've got, of the 6 items on closed session, we're going to hear 3 of them. Do my colleagues want dinner? Is there kind of, I don't know, I mean, we might be done here by 6. I'm not sure if that warrants dinner or not. No? Okay, so do you want me to order dinner then? I hear, okay, let's take a roll call vote on this one. So Mike, you want dinner? Okay, Gary wants dinner.
Yes.
Luis wants dinner. Mike, okay, all right, we're getting dinner.
You're getting a dinner for staff. They're all too working hard.
All right, we'll get some food. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so on the 25 million that we're proposing for neighborhood infrastructure, we are suggesting that 7 to 10 projects be selected. We're saying that the projects should be selected based on council priorities with consideration for deferred maintenance priorities. Want to note that due to the lack of room at the MSC for vehicles, equipment, and the lack of staffing, these additional projects would need to be outsourced. Public Works would issue RFQs for the engineering design firms. And the project delivery schedule, this is pretty aggressive, but we'd have to, assuming we can get positions and get people in the door, we'd get the environmental approval and design work done between the spring, 22 to 23, get right-of-way, summer of 23, bid award, begin construction by spring of 24, and complete all the projects and close out by December of 24. Okay, I'm going to zip through these. So just project selection, these are just all different ways that we can look at what projects we all want to select, council district, constituents, staff, different studies that we've done, the active transportation plan, parks master plan, et cetera. Okay, the list, here we go. This is what you guys have all been waiting for. So our first tranche of funding was $85,404,000. You have already approved AARs to the amount of $28,210,000, which leaves a balance of this first tranche of $57,193,000. We do have the second tranche coming in May, but we're just this is just the list that we've created as options for the remaining $57 million. So this is what, so the first one is that public sector revenue replacement. So this is the 10 million that you saw on the previous mid-year report, where we're taking 10 million off and bringing it over to the general fund. And then similar to what you all did during the CARES Act, there were things that we talked about spending for ARPA that weren't eligible, and so there are things that we were going to spend on mid-year, and those are mostly the next items that you see: the 39th AAR abatement team, the FPOA agreement, the IAFF Me Too, the approved labor agreements, the fire overtime, and the FPOA retro. All of these items we've previously, with the exception of the retro items, which we always told you we were going to spend ARPA money on, all these other items, we were always planning on using that additional sales tax money. But we're recommending that instead, to give us greater flexibility for some of the other projects, these are definitely allowable expenses under ARPA, so we're recommending that we bring these over to the ARPA side to free up general fund on the other side.
How much general fund would that free up?
Okay, let's see. What's the math, Alma? 420, I didn't add that up, sorry. 3, 7, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8, is that about 8 million, 8.5 million? It's the 420 plus 3.3 million plus 369,000 plus 1.2 million plus 1.16 plus 1.3. About 9 million. Okay, about 9 million.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your wonderful math skills. And then, so those items will free up substitute funding in for the general fund. We previously had talked with you the last time we were here about the desire, I believe, of the council to improve 911 response times. And unfortunately, in order to improve 911 response times, we need more dispatchers. Our dispatch center is completely full. We do not have the ability to add any more dispatchers because of a space limitation. So we had talked about the $2 million to help begin the process of relocation, either to a remodel building or new construction for a 911 dispatch center, whichever option is most economical. The next item, so we all had a very excited conversation about the possibility of the Peach and Belmont 49 acres. Staff had previously worked with the CESEDA, the community organization, to develop a concept plan as they were applying for Prop 68 funding. And at that point, phase 1 was costed out, and that's, I believe, 1/3 of the park is costed out at $8.5 million. Yes, 49 acres, and divided by, that's $8.5 million for phase 1. Van Ness and Weldon, so you may recall, I mentioned previously, we had a $1.5 million shortfall. We were recommending $500,000 out of the general fund and $999,000 out of ARPA. No coincidence that that's just below $1 million, so we don't have to go through all of the rigmarole to get this approved. Next item, real estate purchases. As I previously stated, don't want to go into too much detail because we've discussed these, but these are all items that we've discussed about purchasing, and these are items that would be eligible to spend ARPA dollars on. Next item, we're recommending $100,000 to maintain supply of PPE within the city to have that available at all times for whatever the next thing that we encounter. We've also discussed the Small Business Assistance Facade Program. We were finally able to get the facade program off. I believe you approved the contract for the architect 2 meetings ago for the previous funding for this program to help work through all of the design of the facade. So this would be, I don't think we're limited on location. Mayor, on the facade, the locations where we were going to use that money?
Have not been decided, but be equal in various districts that are in the greatest need. So
Blackstone, Kings Canyon.
Blackstone, Kings Canyon, downtown, Chinatown.
Georgianne, can I ask
Yes.
a question real quick?
Yes.
On another, okay,
Of
so
course.
on this item, it says, I think the 5th item down, IAFF Me Too. I have some questions about that, but I'm wondering if it's more appropriate to discuss in closed session.
So we are going to be talking about that in closed session.
Okay.
But this is definitely the part that we feel we are obligated to pay, and we can talk about the rest in
Okay,
closed session.
thank you.
Okay, so where was I? Here we go. Okay, so small business facade, 4.5. Okay, neighborhood infrastructure. This is the slide I just covered before this. So this would be for the sidewalks, concrete, all of those types of neighborhood infrastructure projects that would be eligible under ARPA. This would be a joint decision to work on priorities of how and which projects the council wanted to fund. Community partnerships, as I previously mentioned, we received over 45 community partnership proposals totaling over $70 million for various activities. So there are several items within there. They just sort of run the gamut, but we're recommending $10 million there.
City Manager?
Yes.
Remind me, I think you've told me before, when will your committee provide the recommendations to the council?
So we just closed the RFP process last week, and we're in the process of putting together the selection committee. So I think that we're still probably a good 30.
Sometime in
40,
March?
hopefully, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yes. Okay, let's see, H Street Warehouse. So Councilmember Chavez, Councilmember Arias have been very involved in their concept for the reuse of the H Street Warehouse as a sort of a street food vendor, commercial kitchen type facility. The Central Valley Community Partnership is working on a Build Back Better grant application through EDA, and they have included this project on their list, and it would be the city's match. Right now, Councilmember Arias and Councilmember Chavez, hold your socks on, because the ballpark estimate to rehab that warehouse is between $15 and $18 million. If the grant is successful, this would be the 20% match. And we would put in $5 million, and the grant would provide the remainder for the construction and maybe partial operations. So minimum 18. So that's what that line item is. And you guys didn't make
And City Manager, just some background on that. When we went out there and toured it and discussed it, it wasn't all at once. It was phases within that building, because we knew it was an old building.
Yeah, and so unfortunately, the structural engineer referred to this building as one of the most dangerous buildings in Fresno. So there will be no more tours. It's in pretty bad shape.
We were in danger?
Apparently you were. Apparently you were. I told facilities, okay, well, no more chomping through the building.
McGill can still tour.
Okay.
Maybe we can move in the police department into that building.
Yeah.
No lights
I
needed.
thought you supported public safety. What happened?
Yeah.
I do. I want to give them a brand new building.
So I don't know that we have a choice to do things in phases when the structural integrity of the building is pretty.
And City Manager, all kidding aside, we were also very clear that that is our preferred location, but as you know, we also own the Gojaks building that's in a little better condition. Maybe instead of an F, it's probably like a C minus. So that's also an option. $5 million would go a long way in that facility, and we have complete control of it as of today. So we're open to finding the best location for the money that we're going to leverage.
So I think that if the grant application isn't successful, we're probably going to have to definitely consider that, because certainly this isn't going to put a dent in it. Sure. Okay, next item is the $1 million for the landlord incentives rate stabilization grants, and the idea behind that program would be that we would provide grants to landlords to bring their properties up to a much better level in exchange for a covenant to not raise rents. For some of our residents that, given all of the most recent data about the amount of rent increases, the amount of percentage increase in rents in Fresno. So that would be for that program. And then the last item is $500,000 for the lighting repairs in the brewery district. So that all totals up to just about $78 million. And you will notice that we really only have $57 million to spend. So these are all of the items that that we've heard you talk about, plus a few others that we've been discussing. And so this would be something that we need to sit down and get input from you all to reconcile what the priorities are and what aren't the priorities. So that is the gist of the presentation for today. Look forward to any questions or sitting down with the budget committee to have discussions about how we want to move forward. I do want to remind you that on the labor contract items, and Councilmember Maxwell, I mentioned this, your favorite words, you have approved the contracts, and we are going to have to approve a funding source. So whether it's ARPA or whether it's mid-year, we have to vote on an AAR to fund those labor contracts, which have already been approved, because obviously we have to give the departments the appropriations to be able to fund those raises. And those people are getting paid right now. So those are ones that, we don't have a lot of, I'll just say, flexibility on. So with that, I'm finished with this presentation.
Yeah, this looks good.
hold
I
on,
think
Mayor?
we have,
Just brief.
go for it.
Yeah, and I want to make sure the council understands that in the meetings that I had with each of you about what your needs were in the district, listening to you during the budget presentations this last year, the things that I heard most from you, besides the public safety, were the need to increase the number of parks and to make sure that we have good quality parks in our city. The streets that have been neglected for many, many years, the neighborhood infrastructure, sidewalks, curbs, gutters, etc., the impact COVID has had on small business, housing and the importance of housing, rent stabilization, as well as making sure we're taking care of some of the real estate acquisition that we need to do, that we've talked about in closed session, and then also community partnerships. So everything that you see on here, quite frankly, came from you, all the council. Now what we need to do is make sure that what we have, that we all agree upon, and I think that's going to be what we now do, Council President, in the follow-up meeting when we come back with a final action plan on this. And again, this is just the first 85 million. We have another 85 million coming, and I think that's going to be very, very helpful. So hopefully this is a good start in what you were looking for.
Yep, I think we have a meeting scheduled tentatively for Monday. Maybe my Valentine, Jerry, will rumble and we'll figure out this budget over the next a rose and some chocolates and cookies, and we'll figure out these budgets over 2 hours or so. Probably be there a while. I had a question. I wanted to rewind back to the 108 positions and how we're using carryover to fund that for this current fiscal year. Did I miss that? Was that included in these line items, or was this balance, this 32 million, after accounting for the salary savings that are going to fund?
So the year-end estimates that we provided are the estimate of what departments are going to spend through the end of the fiscal year. We asked departments for their position requests for mid-year, and we told them to include them in their year-end estimates. So that is why we're saying that we don't need additional funding for the positions in this current fiscal year. So they are included in that. Now, to the discussion that we had earlier, they will have to be accounted for in the fiscal year 23 budget, but they are accounted for within this year, this mid-year.
Okay.
Bottom line, there would be no way to fill 108 positions between now and July 1.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. It'd be, not even half, maybe a quarter at best.
Yeah, at best.
That's why we don't need any more money. That's why we're using salary savings, because between the vacancies and the positions being created, they're not going to all come in at once. So there's sufficient salary savings to carry us through the rest of the fiscal
City
year.
Manager, is that also why you're not going to request any additional positions when your proposed budget?
Okay,
that comes out in a month?
You're saying we aren't going to request additional
Correct.
positions? We may.
City Manager, how much more can we give? We're about to go broke here.
I will have to look at the budget. I'm not going to say that we're not. I don't know. We might need one here. We might need one there. It depends where we end up allocating all these dollars and what department for what activities. We may have to adjust. We keep one vacant here and we add one here. I'm not going to say no.
Bobbing and sweeping. I like that.
I'm going to remind you of that during budget deliberations this year.
I like her pivot. She's pivoting.
Well, I'm not going to say no when I don't know yet.
Councilmember Arias is, in case you didn't notice, he's the Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association.
I can tell. Were there any more questions?
Are there further questions from my colleagues? Wow, okay, 5:40 p.m. for open session. And now let's rock and roll the closed session. Open session is adjourned. City Attorney, do you want to go ahead and read the closed session items that we'll be hearing?
Yes. First of all, existing litigation, J&A MASH is canceled. 5B, we have existing litigation, South Fresno Community Alliance versus City of Fresno. Concerning the PEIR, we will be hearing that one. 5C, property negotiation has been canceled. Also, 5D, the real property negotiation concerning 1343 East Barstow is canceled. Real property concerning Prosperous Terrace LLC has been canceled. And then we have labor negotiations concerning all of the listed bargaining units. I would not expect any announcements afterwards.
Okay.
We need to take any public comment before
Yeah,
we
we're
go
going to go
in.
out to the public for comment on the closed session agenda. I see one person on Zoom, Lisa Flores.
Yeah, are you guys going to talk about the Tower Theater in closed session?
No, it was listed on the agenda originally, but that is not an item we're planning to hear tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comments on the closed session agenda? I see nobody in chamber. I see nobody punched up on Zoom. The public portion of this meeting is adjourned.